Ladies and gentlemen, please silence your cell phones. Throughout the day, there will be multiple networking breaks, so out of respect for our speakers, we ask that you please refrain from speaking during the panels. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming NUFDI's President and CEO, Dr. Saeed Ganji.
I hope you can hear me. Your Excellencies, friends, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of our organization, it is my pleasure to welcome you to our third annual Iran conference. I would like to begin by extending my sincere thanks to our supporters, our speakers, and our esteemed Board of Directors and Advisory Council. Their invaluable input has been instrumental in making this event a reality. A special note of gratitude goes to our dedicated and tireless staff who have worked around the clock to ensure that everything runs seamlessly over the next few days. In preparation for this conference, I was speaking to a partner at a top Washington law firm who works with many organizations like ours, and his response struck me. He said they work harder than anyone I know in a nonprofit world. That is something I am incredibly proud of, and it is an honor to call them my colleagues. For this conference, we have gathered a remarkable group of experts on Iran. Together, they will provide invaluable insights onto Iran's role on the international stage and offer perspective on how this role could transform after the fall of the current regime. My hope is that you will leave here with more than you arrived with: new ideas, fresh perspectives, and a renewed sense of purpose in this vital cause. For far too long, both Democratic and Republican administrations in the United States have sought to appease the Ayatollahs, hoping that diplomacy or concessions would lead to a change in behavior. But if this approach has failed in the last 45 years, what reasons do we have to believe it will succeed now? The truth is that the regime came to power under the banner of "Death to America" and "Death to Israel" slogans that are embedded in their ideology. These are not mere slogans. They are policies, and the regime will never abandon them. From the Guadeloupe summit back in 1979 to the JCPOA of 2015, to those who think they can reach a better deal with the Islamic Republic, most Western politicians have never truly understood the Islamic Republic, or perhaps they have been unwilling to understand it. The reality is that the people of Iran were more prosperous, secure, and respected globally before the rise of the Islamic Republic. The same was the case for Iran's Arab neighbors in the Persian Gulf, and for the West, for whom Iran was a true partner for peace and stability. And now, the younger generation ask their parents and grandparents a single burning question: why? In this conference, we're not here to address this why question. That is for the historians to debate. This conference instead has a more pressing question: what next? We are gathered to show lawmakers and decision makers in the United States and throughout the free world that the democratic Iran is in their best interest. The time has come for them to support the Iranian people's demand for regime change, a demand shared by overwhelming majority of Iranians. Thank you.
Please welcome Elahe Tavakkolian, an Iranian activist who was blinded by regime forces during protests in 2022.
درود بر شما. درود به شاهزاده عزیز. ممنون از سازمان نفدی که من را به این کنفرانس دعوت کردند. خوشحالم که در جمع شما عزیزان هستم. من الهه توکلیان، آسیب دیده خیزش ملی مهسا سال 2022 در ایران هستم. خیزش انقلابی مهسا بزرگترین موج اعتراضی علیه جمهوری اسلامی بود. این جنبش خیلی زود بازتاب جهانی پیدا کرد و برای ماها تیتر خبرهای جهان شد. حمایت مردم جهان و سیاستمداران کشورها باعث دلگرمی ما مردم بود. در آمریکا نیز شاهد همدلی سران سیاسی و شخصیت‌های برجسته اجتماعی و فرهنگی و نیز مردم آمریکا بودیم که جا دارد به نوبه خودم از همه آنها تشکر کنم. ما مردم ایران در آن روزها امیدوار بودیم که جهان بتواند در اقدامی هماهنگ در برابر رژیم جمهوری اسلامی بایستد. ولی این اتفاق هیچ وقت نیفتاد. البته قدم‌های بسیاری در این مسیر برداشته شد که بی‌نظیر بودند، اما هیچ کس نتوانست جلوی وحشیگری رژیم را بگیرد. ما مردم ایران خیلی زود فهمیدیم که با دستان خالی در برابر تروریست‌هایی قرار گرفتیم که نه تنها دشمن پیشرفت و آبادانی ایران هستند، بلکه دشمن ملت ایران نیز هستند. ما مردم ایران 45 سال است با فرقه روبرو هستیم که با تمدن دشمن است، با تاریخ ایران دشمن است، با کشورهای دموکراتیک دشمن است، با جهان مدرن دشمن است. آنها از ایران زندانی بزرگ ساختند و اگر کسی قوانین این زندان را رعایت نکند، مساوی با شورش در زندان تلقی می شود که بدترین عواقب را دارد. برای مثال، به چشم من شلیک شد چون دستم را مشت کردم و فریاد زدم آزادی. چشم راست من یکی از صدها چشمی است که جمهوری اسلامی عامدانه با آنها شلیک کرد، چون آنها نیز فریاد زدند آزادی. صدها نفر دیگر را جمهوری اسلامی کشت و هزاران نفر دیگر تا امروز پشت میله‌های زندان هستند، چون فریاد زدند آزادی. جمهوری اسلامی همه تلاشش را انجام می‌دهد تا ما را شبیه خود کند. از همان کودکی در مدرسه‌ها کودکان را نسبت به آزادی و دموکراسی بدبین می‌کنند. به اجبار اعتقادات مسموم خود را در ذهن بچه‌ها می‌کارند و تاریخ ایران و جهان را به دروغ به کودکان تحمیل می‌کنند. هزاران جوان هر سال از ایران خارج می‌شوند تا آینده خود را نجات دهند، زیرا جمهوری اسلامی قادر نیست آینده روشنی برای جوانان بسازد. مردم روز به روز فقیرتر می‌شوند و آمار دزدی چنان بالا رفته که دیگر آن را اعلام نمی‌کنند. چشم راست من دروغ نمی‌گوید. ما آسیب دیدگان خیزش مهسا سندهای زنده جنایت جمهوری اسلامی هستیم. ما جان ما را به خطر انداختیم که امروز صدایمان بلند باشد. از شما می‌خواهم صدای ما باشید. ما مردم خوب می‌دانیم که هر کشوری به منافع خود فکر می‌کند، اما نگرانیم که دنیا برای بار چندم فریب بازی‌های رژیم را بخورد و با این جنایتکاران توافق کند. توافق با این فرقه یعنی توافق با کشتن ما مردم، یعنی زندانی شدن ما، یعنی ظلم و ستم بیشتر بر ما. توافق با این فرقه یعنی مسلح شدن بیشتر آنها، یعنی تایید رفتار آنها. همکاری با این فرقه یعنی گریگان گرفته شدن شهروندان غربی، یعنی حملات خرابکارانه و تروریستی در کشورهای اروپایی و امریکا. البته ما مردم ایران یک امید بزرگ داریم و آن خودمان هستیم. ما مردم ایران در کنار هم این راه را ادامه خواهیم داد. ما با تکیه بر دستاوردهای فرهنگی و تاریخی ایرانمان و سرماهای ملی مانند شاهزاده و شهبانو از هر فرصتی استفاده خواهیم کرد. برای مبارزه با این رژیم استفاده خواهیم کرد. ما مردم ایران در حال نوشتن تاریخ هستیم. ما ایمان داریم که نور بر تاریکی پیروز است و به زودی روزی به عنوان پیروزی مردم ایران در تاریخ برای همیشه ثبت خواهد شد. امیدوارم آن روز شما هم در کنار ما باشید. زنده باد آزادی، زنده باد ایران، زنده باد یاد جاویدنامان میهن زن زندگی آزادی. ممنونم.
Our first panel of this year's conference is Faith Under Fire, the battle for religious freedom in Iran, which will discuss the ongoing persecution of Iran's religious minorities, particularly of Baha'is, Christians, Jews, Zoroastrians, and Sunni Muslims. Panelists will examine the regime's oppressive policies and their impact on these communities, as well as the broader human rights implications and international responses. Our speakers are Nathan Sales, Senior Fellow at the Atlantic Council, Johnny Moore, President of the Congress on Christian Leaders, and Jonathan Saya, a research analyst at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. The panel is moderated by Nazanin Ansari, Managing Editor at Keynote, London. Welcome. Please click the button up on your microphone. It's right beneath the cover of the microphone.
Got it. Hello? Yes. Well, good morning and welcome to this first panel on religious persecution in Iran. I understand this is the first time that National Union for Democracy in Iran has had a panel that examines religious minorities in Iran. And I want to thank Dr. Ganji and Mr. Khansari-Nia for inviting me and organizing this conference, in addition to all the fantastic help that your team has provided. Now, Khomeini's 1979 Islamic Revolution turned the once rich, modern, forward-looking, and developing Iran into a violent vehicle for the domination of a fundamentalist version of Shia Islam at home and the spread for an Islamic revolution globally. In 1979, Iran became a theocracy where all civil, penal, financial, economic, administrative, cultural, military, political, and other laws and regulations are based on a fundamentalist interpretation of Islam. The state's supreme leader holds constitutional authority over the judiciary, government-run media, and other key institutions. Individuals who are not Shia Muslims are not only barred from serving as supreme leader, president, or chief justice, but they're also barred from being member of the top institutions that govern the country. They are barred from running in elections and are even barred from serving as public school principals. But let's not forget that it was after the Islamic Revolution that for the first time a special court of the clergy was established. These courts, each headed by a Islamic legal scholar, operate outside the judiciary's purview, but they investigate offenses committed by clerics, Muslim clerics, including non-religious activities and political statements that are inconsistent with government policy. In my years as a journalist, I've covered persecution of these Shia Ayatollahs and those who do not believe in the Islamic Republic. These include not only Ayatollah Burujerdi, who was defrocked, as you would say it, but also the Gonabadi dervishes. And in effect, they systematically disenfranchised and discriminated against anyone that doesn't think like them. Now, I am very grateful and I feel very privileged to be here speaking to eminent and distinguished experts on the whole area of religion in Iran. And to my left first is Ambassador Nathan Sales. You are a non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council, specializing in democracy and human rights, counterterrorism and security. And from 2017 to 2021, you served as Acting Undersecretary for Civilian Security, Democracy, and Human Rights, and played a key role in US-China strategy, where you oversaw the development and implementation of a wide range of US government sanctions policy, including global Magnitsky actions. And you were instrumental in NATO's counterterrorism mission and efforts, including the Global Coalition to Defeat ISIS. Thank you very much for joining us. Next, Reverend Johnny Moore. You are an author, teacher, business person, and an acclaimed human rights authority. You're one of the world's leading spokespersons for Christians in the Middle East, and I understand that you also have a podcast that is run from London on a weekly basis. You are a leader best known for your consequential work at the intersection of faith and foreign policy, especially in the Middle East. And you were appointed twice to the US Commission for International Religious Freedom. And you have won awards, including the Simon Wiesenthal Center's prestigious Medal of Valor. And in 2023, you were named as one of the world's top 25 young visionaries for your peacemaking work among Arab and Israelis. You're president of the JDA Worldwide and president of the Congress of Christian Leaders. And last but not least, Jonathan Sawyer you are a research analyst at the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies, and your work, it focuses on Iranian domestic affairs and the Islamic Republic's regional malign influence. And prior to joining FTD, you were research lead at the International Republican Institute, where you worked on countering, again, China's authoritarian influence globally. I want to start with you, Jonathan. Can you provide an overview of the current state of religious freedom in Iran and the groups most affected by the persecution, especially after the Women Life Freedom and Mahsa Revolution? Thank you.
Thank you. The Islamist and Shia supremacist nature of the Islamic Republic persecutes all religious minorities, but those that are particularly vulnerable are perhaps those that are not recognized by the state, which would be predominantly Baha'is as well as Christian converts, as opposed to communities that are historically Christian, such as Armenians or Assyrians. These communities are particularly vulnerable because, according to the Islamic Republic's Sharia law, if one were to leave Islam, and that could also mean if you were just simply born to Muslim parents, if one were to leave Islam, that is a crime punishable by execution because you're essentially an apostate. But in addition to that, in addition to the penal codes that are against a lot of religious minorities, there are different institutions that discriminate and target religious minorities. For example, the executive order of Imam Khomeini, the Setat Ijaiye Farman Imam, particularly targets religious minorities and confiscates land and property from these communities. In addition to that, many public schools, like it was mentioned earlier, do not admit religious minorities to just simply educate themselves. In addition, when you examine the penal code of the Islamic Republic that's Sharia-based, I believe it's Penal Code 20714 and 20915 that explicitly states that victims of murder who are not Jewish, who are not Muslim, who happen to be Jewish or Zoroastrian, one of the official recognized religions, do not have the same rights as a Muslim victim of murder or their families. But this does not extend this extends beyond just non-Muslims perhaps, because Sunni Muslims in Iran also face discrimination, as we see that they're not even allowed to have I guess, Sunni mosque established inside Tehran. And the bigger trend is that the more we see civic unrest and uprisings, the Islamic Republic cracks down on all angles of civil society and religious institutions. So after Massa, actually prior to that even, but Massa really amplified it, but prior to that, starting perhaps with the gasoline crisis, there has been an absolute increase of the regime security forces cracking down on civil society, religious institutions, and imprisoning different religious leaders.
Thank you. This is the first time that we see in Iran's long history that a political development has started that is secular, that religion doesn't play a role in the politics of the opposition inside Iran and outside Iran. Now, having said that, reports also indicate that Christianity is one of the most growing religions in Iran, with churches inside homes and underground houses and underground house churches. Now, though Christianity is permissible is a permissible religion, what is life for Christians like in Iran at the moment, Reverend?
Before I answer your question, I just want to say something else, which is I had the privilege of being in a lot of rooms. I've heard a lot of speakers say a lot of incredible things, but I'm not sure I've heard as powerful a phrase as we heard moments ago from this courageous woman who stood at that platform and said, "I was shot in the eye because I said one word, freedom." And I do not understand why the entire world isn't in total awe of the courage of the women of Iran. And I just want to say that I'm inspired by what you said, and I hope that millions and millions and millions of more people around the world stand up and say the same word, the word freedom. But I'm not sure that most of the people in this city, in Washington, D.C., including in our Congress, have an ounce of the courage that you have. And I just want to thank you for shining that light of courage in this, the most powerful and important city in the world. So I just want to say that. Now, when it comes to the Christians within Iran, there are traditional Christian communities, there are several 100,000 traditional Christian communities, and the official number is maybe 500,000 of converts from Islam to largely evangelical Christianity. This is, by the way, the doing of the Ayatollahs. The Ayatollahs, in my view, and I'm not a theologian of Islam, but in my view, from the outside looking in, they have created a new religion. It's not Shia Islam, which they practice. They practice a corrupt form of political Islam that has appropriated theology from the centuries. Has misappropriated theology from the centuries, and in so doing, they are the ones most responsible for millions of people leaving Islam to find faith in another place. And there are probably more than 1 million underground, secret evangelical Christians right now living under the tyranny of the Islamic Republic in Iran. The powerful voice of these people isn't just in their alliance with activists because of their commitment to freedom. That's what religious freedom is about, by the way. It's about freedom. It's about the freedom to believe and to be, who you want to be based upon your sincerely held religious beliefs. They're not just the allies of the activists. They are also the people who pray every day for the good and the future of that country. They're the people who are willing to sacrifice their own lives and livelihoods. They're also an incredible network of peacemakers all across the region. And so very often when the Islamic Republic, which in my view is responsible, there is not a problem in our world that either isn't instigated originally or given oxygen by the Islamic Republic. And very often there are evangelical Christians who just want to be left alone. They just want to live their lives. But when April 13th this year, when Iran decided to attack Israel, there were evangelicals by the many thousands praying that those rockets and munitions were shot out of the sky and that they did not land in Israel because they believe in peace. And they also, that word freedom is one of the most powerful words in our New Testament. It's at the heart of our faith. And despite all the efforts of the Ayatollahs to persecute us, to marginalize us, to squash us, our community, we believe the fastest growing Christian movement in the world may be what's happening underground in the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Very interesting. Ambassador, since as long as I remember, there have been human rights reports about the abuses and the ongoing of religious minorities in Iran. How have international organizations and governments responded to these violations? Do you think they have been effective? And how do you think the United Nations' current mechanism in holding the Islamic regime accountable? What additional steps can it take?
Well, thanks for the question. Thanks, everybody, for being here for a really compelling conference over the next day and a half. I guess I'd start by talking about the state of religious freedom in Iran, not just for minorities, but for members of the majority, too. As we've heard, the Islamic Republic is not a great place if you're a Christian or a Jew or a Sunni. It's not so great if you're Shia either. Women, as we all know, beaten into comas, beaten to death for the crime of showing too much of their bangs. Other religious leaders in the Shia community being excommunicated, defrocked. It's customary for us in the West to think about religious freedom as a struggle between a majority faith and minority faiths. That doesn't really map onto the reality of what's happening in the Islamic Republic, because religion itself, regardless of your confession, religion itself is under assault and has been since 1979. What can we do about it? You mentioned the UN. I had to stifle a laugh because I don't believe that the United Nations has the moral standing to affect positive change in Iran, let alone the capability or the will to affect positive change in Iran. I think what it's going to take is a coalition of like-minded nations and also civil society organizations, many of which are represented here in this room today, to accomplish two things. One, maximum pressure on the regime. Two, maximum support for the Iranian people. Remember, the first victims of the Iranian regime are the Iranian people themselves. They need our support. They need our moral support, but they need more than that. Why is Starlink not operating in Iran yet? If anybody has Elon Musk's phone number, you might suggest that to him. We need to be providing the Iranian people with access to Western sources of information so that they can question for themselves the propaganda that comes out of Tehran. We need to provide them with technological conduits so they can share information with supporters in the West, video footage of protesters and what they've suffered by the regime's henchmen. The more information that gets in, the more information that gets out, the better supported the Iranian people will be. But we also have to put the regime back in the economic crosshairs. During the previous administration, we imposed a series of overlapping, layered sanctions that essentially bankrupted the Ayatollahs. At the end of 2020, beginning of 2021, the regime's foreign currency reserves were, I don't remember the number, 4 billion, 6 billion, the estimates vary. For those who are keeping score at home, that's roughly equivalent to Haiti's foreign currency reserves. And the point is not to impoverish and immiserate the Iranian people. The point is to deprive the regime of the resources that it uses to suppress its people at home and to export violence and revolution and bloodshed around the world, targeting not just Israel, not just Israelis, not just Jews, but any of the regime's enemies in South America, in Europe, in Africa, and elsewhere. Until we get back to a place where we see the Iranian people as our natural allies and see the Iranian regime as an adversary to be pushed back upon, I fear that we're not going to make adequate progress.
Thank you, Ambassador. Jonathan, the ambassador talked about how the biggest group being persecuted at the moment are actually Muslims. Dissenting Ayatollahs there. Mosques have been destroyed, cemeteries of not only Baha'is but also Muslims have been razed, their properties have been confiscated. But this is not all that is happening inside. What the regime is also doing is spreading global anti-Semitism abroad. Give us a picture of what they are doing and how can that be handled? Thank you.
So I would say the Islamic Republic has very effectively capitalized on the anti-Israel and pro-Palestinian sentiment happening here in the United States. And anti-Semitism has been one of the main pillars of their malign influence strategy. I think it was in July that the US ODNI issued a statement mentioning that Iran has been funding and organizing pro-Palestinian protests here in the United States. And that strategy is not any different in Europe either. They use Islamic centers, quote unquote, which are effectively fronts, to propagate anti-Semitism. I think it was in the United Kingdom. They have ties to biker gangs in Germany to target Jewish communities specifically. So I think one key point to address there is to make sure that we debunk the narrative propagated by the regime and their supporters abroad that the Islamic Republic is strictly anti-Zionist and not anti-Semitic. Well, they're actually, in fact, both. We have, as we mentioned, what happens inside the country, but also abroad. They specifically target Jewish communities. They target synagogues, whether it's going to be in Germany or in France. And this, just to highlight, does not really strictly stems from the Islamic Republic strategy itself, and does not really stem from Iranian culture, because as we discussed, Jews and also a lot of Christian communities have a very, very rich history inside Iran. So I would say Tehran is closely watching any form of civic unrest related to the Middle East or Israel-Palestine to effectively hijack these movements and to an extent instigate, but really capitalize on and really expand some of these malign activities that we see abroad.
Thank you. Reverend, you tweeted a few days ago that one day after the Ayatollah's profane reign of terror is over in Iran, the Christians of Iran will play a key role in making peace with America and Israel. How could regime change in Iran potentially improve the status of these activities?
Well, I mean, it's very clear. The Islamic Republic regime is holding the Iranian people hostage. And by the way, they're holding our entire world hostage. I mean, every single thing that's happening right now in the Middle East, as we're here right now today, watching what's happening with Hezbollah and Hamas in Israel, every single piece of it, every single element of it goes right back to the Ayatollah. That's where it goes. And so the people of Iran they're desperate for a different future. They absolutely want a better future for the world. And we're actually doing the work of the terrorist in Tehran by spreading their own narrative that somehow that the Ayatollahs represent the Iranian people. The exact opposite is true. What we saw today is the voice of the Iranian people. What we hear is the voice of the Iranian people through not only the persecuted minorities, but also the majority. In fact, there are a lot of Shia in Iran that it's time to take back their own religion from the Ayatollahs who have corrupted it. All you have to do, go read Shia texts. Go read the human rights discourses of some of the most profound Shia authors. This is not the religion of exporting terrorism, of shooting women in the eye just because they say the word freedom. And finally, it's time for people who actually profess to love freedom and democracy and human rights to get a backbone and do something about it. I mean, while we're sitting here in the United States of America, the Iranian regime is trying to assassinate not only the former president of the United States, but multiple former members of that administration, while we're protecting, given a red carpet, the Iranian president and a whole delegation in New York City right now. The only thing the Iranian regime understands, the Islamic Republic only understands strength. We cannot bribe the Islamic Republic to better behavior. They will always win that battle. And it is so incredibly profane that there are elected members of Congress in the United States of America that act like, by negotiating with this regime, that they are somehow helping the Iranian people. They are not helping the Iranian people. They are empowering their persecutors. They are empowering their leaders. What we have to do is exactly what we've heard here already today. Maximum pressure worked, but you know what also needs to be done? The Iranian people need to understand that the United States of America and all freedom-loving people around the world are with them. And by the way, if our governments don't do that, then civil society will be doing it anyhow. In my case, you know, the evangelical community, I know, you know, it's a form of Christianity people don't actually understand. Let me just give you something you can understand. We represent a third of the electorate in the United States of America, okay? There are 700 million of us around the world. And on this issue, there is total moral clarity, and it's time for our elected officials, whatever political party they're part of, you know, to listen to us.
Thank you. Ambassador, you have led leading efforts to counter terrorism, and obviously the Islamic regime in Iran is currently using not only Eastern European armed gangs, but gangs everywhere, whether it's in Mexico, South America, Africa, to wreak havoc. And certainly, as the Reverend mentioned, we have news that they are after former President Trump. What is your advice to either administration, whether it's Democratic or Republican? What can be done?
Well, I think the Reverend put it exactly right. Iran doesn't respect weakness. The Islamic Republic respects strength. And right now, they perceive weakness in the United States. Why are they plotting to assassinate former President Trump? And not just the former president, but many members of his administration? Because they think they can get away with it. Why have they tried to kidnap and murder Iranian American activists from their homes in the United States? Because they think they can get away with it. Why do they think that they can fund terror proxies like Hezbollah, which has tentacles that spread across the entire globe, that has weapons caches that have been discovered across the entire globe, lying in wait for orders from Tehran to go out and use these ammonium nitrate caches to blow up buildings, to blow up community centers, to kill Jews, Christians, any enemy of the regime? Why? Because they think they can get away with it. And where would they get that idea? They get that idea because they see that constant provocations from Tehran are met with indulgence. Well, maybe if we offer more concessions in the nuclear talks, that will create goodwill. That's not how the game is played. Anybody who has ever played the game of dealing with an authoritarian regime understands that that is no way to conduct diplomacy. So if you like Iranian meddling in American elections by trying to remove presidential candidates by bullets, If you like the Iranian regime kidnapping American activists, if you like them targeting former government officials, keep doing what you're doing because you're going to get more of it. If, on the other hand, you think that the American homeland must be inviolate, if, on the other hand, you think that there's a through line between protecting American citizens and standing up for freedom-loving people in Iran and constraining the ability of the Iranian regime to sow violence and destruction around the world, the policies that follow from that insight speak for themselves.
Thank you. Now, I think, do we have time for a few questions from the audience? Yes? Okay. Anyone, any questions for our panelists? You have all the answers you wanted? Yes, please. Can you please identify yourself and your organization? Thank you.
Thank you. No, excellent question. To kind of back up the suggestion that more and more Iranians, especially amongst millennials, younger millennials and Gen Z, are distancing themselves from religion. To your point, yes, most polls indicate that, but regime officials themselves are very, very paranoid about the third, I guess, generation of the revolution, which would be the Gen Z folks that we saw on the streets on Mahsa Amini and forward. They're very paranoid, and they've highlighted that, one, they had to shut down a lot of mosques because they don't have enough attendance. In addition to that, they have numerous different programs for young kids to join. For example, there's the Basij for students. That the membership for those communities, or I guess those programs, are in severe decline. Speaking from personal experience, having grown up in Iran as a Jewish person, I can also confirm that most people that I went to school with did not necessarily identify as a certain religion. You know, I'm hesitant to say I even had many friends who identified as Muslim, to your point. So I think the question is, as you know, given that void, number one, what does that mean for the future of Iran, and how are we going to fill that void if there isn't even a need to fill the void? As to what it means for the future, I think makes us here very optimistic that a future after this regime, as we've highlighted numerous times, is going to be secular and democratic. So very high hopes for Iran's younger crowd that have been distancing themselves from the teachings of even their parents, who've used to be more religious and now are more in decline. And as to what that void, I mean, if the question is there even a religious void necessarily? That's perhaps debatable. I'm sure many are turning into Christianity as well, but I think that instead has resulted in an increase in nationalism as well, nationalist sentiment. So, for example, instead of hearing stories about Muharram or hearing stories about the Imams, I think kids are more and more, or young people are more and more interested about hearing from the Shahnameh, for instance, or just being more proud of their pre-Islamic history, which is significantly vaster and more rich than 1,400 years ago and onwards. So this is all perhaps to say that given this void and given the young people's willingness to stand up against what has been forced upon them for all these years, is that we're dealing with a very resilient generation. We are dealing with a generation that has been very vocally highlighted that they want democracy and they want secularism.
Reverend.
Yeah, I'll just add, you cannot have a secular democratic Iran without religious freedom. And and I know everyone understands and agrees with that in this room, but I'm sometimes concerned that activists for a secular democratic Iran or a secular democratic whatever, rightly so, are so find this regime so abhorrent because of the way they've abused religion, that we're not thinking enough about the importance of the free practice of good religion, okay? I always say that the answer for the worst of religion is the best of faith. And one of the reasons why I sent that tweet out a couple of days ago, which I tweet too much, I'd forgotten I even sent that tweet out, is that the Christians, at least in my community in Iran, they want peace with America. They want peace between the Arabs and Israelis, between Iran and Israel. They're advocates, and they're advocates precisely because of their religion. And so I think, what we've seen all around the world is extremists are very, very good at weaponizing religion to cause chaos and terrorism all around the world. And people who love democracy and freedom almost always discount, the power of religion to mess all of that up, but also the value of religion to hold it all together. And so we don't have to make a choice between religion or no religion. We can choose religious freedom in a secular democratic country. And just to add another point on a previous question, it's very clear why the regime in Tehran wants to assassinate members of the previous administration. It's because they're terrified that the previous administration is going to have the opportunity to finish what they started, okay? Now, let me tell you something about the current administration. The current administration, or a future Democratic administration, would be very, very smart to adopt the policies of the previous administration because they're popular in this country. By the way, this administration adopted a lot of the Trump administration policies on the Communist Party of China. I think to a shocking degree they carried on a lot of those policies. But they chose immediately to unravel the policies related to the Islamic Republic. And so, the incumbent president is not going to be the next president of the United States. It's going to be Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. What they should be doing is they should be arguing with one another about which one's going to be tougher on the Islamic Republic of Iran. That's the winning political position. And if you have any question about the consequences of the latter, just turn on the news at any second of any day, in any country, in any language, all over the world, and there it is. That's what's happening. The chaos in the world is because of these policies. The good news is they can still be corrected.
Thank you. You have it? No. Okay, any more questions?
Sorry, as a reminder, there is a QR code on the screen to submit questions, and a member of our team will answer all submitted questions. We have one question from the audience, general question for the panel. Pre-1979, religious groups in Iran coexisted in peace. Is there hope that that can happen again?
Yeah, I think there is, because that's the DNA of the Iranian people. This is a multi-confessional, multi-ethnic state that has thousands of years of history. And the Islamic Republic superstructure that has been forcibly superimposed on top of this thriving and vibrant society is an artifice. It's not natural. It didn't come about naturally. It is not sustained naturally. It came about through force. It is sustained through force. I think when you remove the theocratic autocracy with which the people of Iran are currently burdened, you sort of default back to the status quo ante. Keep in mind, we keep saying Islamic Republic, but every time I say those words, I'm reminded of what Voltaire said about the Holy Roman Empire. Right? It's neither Islamic nor is it a republic. It's not a faithful application of Islamic principles, and it sure as heck is not a republic that exists for the benefit of its people. Just wipe it away. Put it on the ash heap of history, and I think what will emerge will be something that is very familiar to the United States, a multi-confessional, multi-ethnic, secular democracy that is stable, that respects religious freedom, and in which authentic religious practice thrives.
Thank you. Please. Yes. Mr. Armin Babin. Ambassador.
Yeah, quick, thank you. Thank you for the question. Quick reaction to that. So for those of you who couldn't hear, the question was about the Iran Experts Initiative and the regime's influence on the current administration through various different vectors. You know, this is a story that I'm surprised hasn't gotten more press. Other than a few inside the Beltway publications, it's been largely ignored by mainstream media. But this is a good illustration of the insanity that really underlies initially the Obama administration's approach to Iran and now the Biden administration's approach to Iran. Their theory of the case is that the United States is a source of instability in the Middle East, and that Iran, if left to its own devices, would be a source for stability in the Middle East. That's why you have the JCPOA structured the way it is. What we're going to do over several years is increase the economic ties between the Islamic Republic and the United States and other Western nations, integrate Iran into global economic and diplomatic structures, and suddenly peace will break out. It's insane. It was insane when this was the guiding theory behind the Obama administration's Iran policy. It is even more insane that the Biden administration today clings to it. We know what a Trump administration 2.0 would look like. My hope, and maybe this is naivete, my hope is that even if a Kamala Harris presidency begins in January 2021, that would be an inflection point that would cause people in power to think, you know what, the past 4 years haven't worked and the 8 years of the Obama administration didn't work. We're actually worse off with respect to curbing the power of the regime, protecting and defending the rights of the Iranian people. Maybe it's time for a course correction. Call me naive, but one can always hope.
Well, we have come to the end of our session. As Ms. Tavakkolian said, thankfully, Iranians have hope, and their hope is themselves. Never for the past 45 years has the Islamic Republic, the regime, been so at odds with itself. It's no longer a question of if, but when. And I hope that as the Iranians stand on their own 2 feet to bring about freedom and democracy and modern Iran, the world will stand with them. Thank you very much, and thank you to you all.
Thank you, Nathan, Johnny, Jonathan, and Nazanin. Our next panel, Tehran's Tentacles, the Islamic Republic's War in the Middle East, will analyze the regime's destabilizing activities and strategic alliances in Syria, Lebanon, Iraq, and Yemen. Joining us for this panel are David Schenker, Senior Fellow at the Washington Institute, Robert Greenway, Director at the Heritage Foundation's Center for National Defense, Michael Pregent, Senior Fellow at the Hudson Institute, and this panel is moderated by Elina Shirazi, correspondent at News Nation. Please join us in welcoming our speakers. Before we begin, we would also like to please remind you that there is a yellow QR code at the bottom of each panel screen. Please use that, scan it using your camera on your phone to submit any questions. Then one of the NUFDI team members will read the questions out loud so that we make sure that everyone can hear it. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. So this is going to be a very spirited discussion. We're going to talk about Tehran's tentacles, and that's really a perfect description for this discussion, for this panel, because, of course, Iran really has widespread reach throughout the Middle East, in Yemen, in Syria, in Iraq, as well as in Lebanon. So this is not just about Iran. This is about the power and reach that Iran has in destabilizing the Middle East. We have some great panelists here with us, some speakers here today who have a lot of experience in both domestic and foreign policy as well. I know you were just saying you just got back from Israel as well, so you were just there. You really know what's going on the ground. So I want to start off first with the first question here. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC, has expanded Iran's influence in different ways and methods. So first question for you gentlemen, how do their activities destabilize the region? I'm hoping David, if you want to start us off, can take this one.
Technically challenged. Thanks, it's a pleasure to be here with you today, with all of you, and with my esteemed colleagues. Listen, Iran, there are very few benefits of authoritarian regimes, but one of them clearly is that you can execute policy over a long term without regard to political changes, without regard to democratic voting. Iran, you know, the United States changes its policies every 4 years or every 8 years. Iran can have a policy that lasts decades. And so they can plan strategically and they can carry out and execute policy, not do 180-degree turns, et cetera. So what Iran has done, essentially, what the regime has done, is to plant militia throughout the region. Early on, in the early 80s, they started with Hezbollah. They cultivated, grew, developed Hezbollah that grew into what it is today. They saw, they were able to foresee the power and benefit of these proxies and cultivated others, whether this is in the Houthis in Yemen, whether this is the Hashid in Iraq. More recently, Hezbollah took decades to grow, but these organizations, I think, were on the fast track. They had lessons learned. And they support and provide not only weapons and funding, but it is really the know-how, knowledge transfer. And so they've been incredibly, unfortunately, successful at doing this, and it is quite effective.
Would you say it's taking advantage of the sort of gray zones in some of these countries?
Yeah, I mean, they do better in failed or failing states. They do better in states that have Shia populations, a little bit more susceptible or welcoming to this. They have tried to do things in Jordan. It's difficult for them because it's a 96% Sunni population, 3%. They don't provide visas for the Iranian regime or people they send in. But yeah, I think part of it is the environment in which they're operating in. If you look at Syria, Iraq, Yemen, Lebanon, these are all basically failed states.
Right, and that's the sectarian divide, right, between the Shia and the Sunnis and how they're taking advantage of that. Thank you. So any other thoughts on that question? Okay. I see you deep nodding over there.
I just showed you how to do it. So thank you for having me. It's an honor to be on this panel with Rob and David. All I would say about this is it's ungoverned spaces, right? It's places where the Islamic Republic of Iran is able, through proxies and through friends, to be able to expand their influence. And I think the frustration that the three of us have the most is that we seem to facilitate this with our policies. The United States builds institutions to counter Iran that end up being co-opted by the Islamic Republic of Iran. And the most recent example is, since October 7th, I think across the political spectrum, we have come to the realization that we cannot rely on the Iraqi military that we built, that we trained, that we fund to take on the Hashd al-Shabi, to take on the militias. And nobody has even made the ask of the Lebanese armed forces to do anything about what's going on south of the Litani line. And those are two US failures in policy. And it's always touted as, we're building institutions to counter Iran, and they end up being co-opted. And that's one of the biggest frustrations.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. So this panel is, really focusing on the proxy groups that Iran is continuing to build and fund. So, of course, we have to talk about sanctions. That's a very big topic. So despite these sanctions, Iran continues to fund these proxy groups. So how effective have sanctions been so far, and what alternative measures could the international community really put into place to sort of fight this? So I think I'll have Robert take this away, if you will, if your microphone works.
Thanks very much. Appreciate it. And first, thanks to NUFDI and to distinguished colleagues on the panel for participating today. I told Cameron, my good friend up front, that I'm pessimistic in the near term, but optimistic because in large part of what this organization represents and what it's trying to do. So it's a pleasure to be with all of you today. On sanctions first, I think the important point to build off what my friends and colleagues have stated, it's critical to deny resources to the Islamic Republic and the proxies and surrogates which they employ. And it's normally looked at as de minimis, a small relative amount of funds, but it's not zero, and it's essential to their survival, and it is tantamount to command and control. So the question always is, to what extent does the Islamic Republic of Iran control its proxies? And it comes down to, as it often does in the Middle East, the degree to which they provide resources. The more resources you provide, the more control you have implicit over that organization. The less you provide, the less control you have. Incumbent upon the United States to do so. Number two, historically, the application of sanctions by the United States against the Islamic Republic, and there is a storied past, many of you, all of you are doubtless familiar with it, has been predicated on the economic pressure applied. It has ebbed and flowed. But there's no question that successful negotiation, however flawed, deeply flawed, the JCPOA was, everyone, including the Supreme Leader, admit that the application of sanctions was an essential ingredient to behavior change. It was a precondition that pressure ultimately does, in fact, have an impact. Number three, in the Trump administration, those of us that were fortunate enough to participate in it applied historic pressure on the Islamic Republic, and as a result, I think, managed to dry up the resources. When Hezbollah, when Hassan Nasrallah is asking its members to consider donating organs to raise funds, you know that you've applied historic pressure. There's no better measure than that. And you could gauge it, right? In the beginning, going from, as I did, DOD into the White House in the Trump administration, every day I was reading about what Qasem Soleimani and what the IRGC were doing to conduct operations and activities against the U.S. interests, our partners and allies. By the time we transitioned, I was reading about how they were trying to figure out how to make ends meet, how to get enough money, how to build a parallel organization to acquire, manage, and distribute resources, and it wasn't working. That's, I think, the goal. And so the last thing I would say on sanctions are, they're like arrest warrants. They serve a critical purpose, but unenforced, they are horribly ineffective, and they can be. In the case of the Islamic Republic, we're looking at now 1.7 million barrels a day being exported, probably more if you include the illicit and concealed trade. That's a record, and it's being done, as you know, about $80 a barrel. Everyone here who has to fill up their car knows just how high it was. We got them down to about 400,000 barrels a day, on average, at again, Brent crude at 55 or less barrels per day, a significant difference. And look, the $100 billion revenue surplus they've experienced under the Biden-Harris administration is equivalent to the 2 highest years of their entire defense budget. 2 years of their entire defense budget in surplus. has been provided in just the last 3.5 years. What can you do with that money? Well, you can build a nuclear weapon, you can build a delivery system, and you can threaten the region and the U.S. and its interests with surrogates and proxies. So sanctions are critical, they can be effective, they have to be enforced.
It seems like you both are of the same mind on that.
Yeah, I view them as necessary, but insufficient. They're part, it's one of the many tools of national power. And I think we have relied too often on just the economic lever rather than the military instrument or diplomacy, particularly the military instrument. Iran is out there attacking the United States and its partners every day. And we are really reticent to use force. I'm not talking about whacking the regime. They hit us in the gray zone, right, through operations that don't have fingerprints, right, or through their proxies, et cetera. There are things we can do, and I think we are just, unfortunately, I think a little shy about using all the tools of national power.
Maximum pressure was so effective that Iran is now trying to find bypass mechanisms, other currencies to use so that they won't come under threat of future U.S. sanctions. And once we lose the ability to punish economically and only have the kinetic option, then we lose the ability to use diplomacy to put a lot of these things down. So our enemies are navigating and circumventing our smart power and soft power, and we're letting it happen. Just like Rob said, you know, every day the administration will say, there are new sanctions on the Islamic Republic of Iran, and then we'll all look at each other and say, but they're not going to enforce them. This is for U.S. public consumption only. It doesn't matter there. And when you're asking not only to donate organs, but when you're asking the Houthis to raise money for you, when Nasrallah is asking the Houthis to raise money for you, that means maximum pressure was working, and we need to get back to those days. I think the regime would have collapsed had there been a second Trump administration. I think one of the other things we need to look at when it comes to maximum pressure on Iran is to not give Turkey a carve-out, not to give Iran a carve-out, not to not to hold back on secondary sanctions on Russia and China when it comes to the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Just one quick point to build off what David said, and wholeheartedly agree. The military instrument is the second necessary ingredient that has historically brought about significant behavior change and compromise in the Islamic Republic. Just a point of comparison that I brought up yesterday, because we're looking now at active threats against a former president of the United States. It's been going on for some time. It's just now come to, I think, more public attention. Compare this with 1993, when then Democratic former President George H.W. Bush was in Kuwait, and an attempt against his life by Iraqi intelligence service was thwarted. And a Democratic president, Bill Clinton, ordered 43 Tomahawk missiles to destroy the Iraqi intelligence headquarters in downtown Baghdad in 2 months. Is a very different response taken surgically, directly against the organization responsible. Compare and contrast that with what now is taking place, the absence of the willingness to use the military instrument.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Obviously, sanctions is a really big topic, and a continuing conversation here with U.S. policy as well. So I want to talk about Hezbollah and Lebanon, right? So Iran reportedly provides Hezbollah with around $700 million per year, influencing Lebanon's political landscape. So how does this financial support impact Lebanon, as well as its relationship with neighboring countries? Michael, if you want to start this off.
So is the question how they get the money, or
how is Iran? What is Iran's influence really in Lebanon with Hezbollah?
Listen, Iran is the Islamic Republic is the sovereign over Lebanon. The Lebanese government is irrelevant. The Lebanese military is irrelevant. In fact, the Lebanese military, whether via intimidation or threat, basically has a collaborative arrangement with Hezbollah. And so they have built this organization from the ground up. It has become, I think, relatively speaking, a more potent force than almost all of the Arab armies in the region. It is a remarkable trajectory. The organization is not 10 feet tall. Israel is doing, I think, what is a pretty remarkable job of degrading the command and control of the organization, key personnel, and missile. No, this is the Iranian regime's baby. It is their #1 asset. And the organization itself, Hezbollah, was not designed to fight Israel. It was designed actually to be a deterrent against Israel attacking the regime or the regime's nuclear program. And so this is why we see that, regardless of what you think about what's going on in Gaza, Hamas requested that Hezbollah intervene on their behalf and expressed profound disappointment that Hezbollah did not really engage in a fight against Israel, but rather engaged in performative resistance after October 7th, because that's not Hezbollah's mission. It's neither to defend the Palestinians nor liberate Lebanese territory, but to defend Iran.
I think what's interesting right now about what's going on with Hezbollah and Hamas, the IDF can handle Hamas. It's not a problem. The only problem Israel has when it comes to Hamas is the public relations fight, the media fight, and with Western governments who want to deny it offensive weapons, or a U.S. domestic audience that believes in the terms of genocide and these things that just aren't happening. Just real quick on the Hamas numbers, the 40,000 civilians that they say were killed by the Israelis in Gaza, 19,000 of them are Hamas or Islamic Jihad. And then in a population of 2.1 million, there are natural deaths that occur in a year, and that's at 8,000. So you could subtract those numbers from the 40,000, and you get it's sad that civilians are being killed, but is the gold standard for combatant to civilian ratio in history, especially in modern urban combat. And Iran is putting so much pressure on its friends here in the US and the West to put pressures on Western governments to tell Israel to stop so that Hamas can survive, so that Yahya Sinwar can survive. So that's a big problem for the regime. But the regime did not expect for Hezbollah to take these kind of losses. And no matter how much money the regime is pouring in, the launchers are being struck. They have more rockets than launchers now. The launchers are being targeted. And this brilliant attack using the communication systems for Hamas, a lot of people don't know that Iran is the reason Israel was able to do this, the Islamic Republic of Iran. Because Iran, the regime, provided new communications gear to Hezbollah that Israel intercepted during that supply chain. And if you look at the targeted strike, we heard the UN, condemn Israel's use of terrorism to go after a terrorist group. They were able to target key leaders at every level down to the platoon level. So if you look at Hezbollah as a 100,000-man force, and you compare that to a U.S. Army division of about 10,000 people, you would need 300 successful strikes inside of that U.S. Army division to basically degrade its military capabilities down to the platoon level, a fractured platoon level. And this is different than whack-a-mole, right? If you kill a leader, somebody else replaces it. This strike injured leaders that would have replaced the next leader, that would have replaced the leader after that. So the leadership all the way down was either injured, blinded, or killed, to include over 100 Revolutionary Guard Corps advisors. So this strike was the equivalent of taking out the command and control all the way down to the platoon level across 10 U.S. Army divisions simultaneously. And Iran did not expect that. And now you have future Hezbollah commanders that are not going to answer their cell phones, that are not going to use pagers, that are going to be worried about using radios. And that is brilliant, and Israel's not getting credit for that. And it's going to be a great movie in about 10 years.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, David, as well. Iran's baby, I think it's a key word there with, one of the key proxies from Iran as well. So now can we talk about Yemen, Iran's role in Yemen? We know Iran's support for the Houthi rebels has, of course, escalated the conflict in Yemen. It's created a humanitarian crisis, which is what this is really all about. It's about the people, bottom line. So what strategies can the international community use to address Iran's role and seek peace in Yemen? I'm looking at you, David.
Well, I'll defer perhaps to Rob on this. I'm sure he's got some ideas. Let me start out by saying, obviously colossal mistake of the Biden administration to remove the Houthis from the sanctions list, to delist the Houthis after we had designated them at the end of the Trump administration. But really, I think what's happened in the Red Sea and Bab el-Mandeb really represents sort of a break with, I want to say 150 years of U.S. policy, where the United States basically guaranteed freedom of navigation, kept sea lanes open. This is something we have traditionally done. How long has that been, Rob? 100 years, 150?
Oh, at least.
Yeah. And we have basically walked away from this because it's difficult, or because we don't want to devote the resources to this, because we want a de-escalation. The problem's not going to go away, right? After the war in Gaza is over, we will still see the Houthis, the proxy of Iran, controlling access to Bab el-Mandeb, the Red Sea. And in fact, Iran, the theocratic regime there, now controls the two key energy choke points in the world, right? With the Bab el-Mandeb and the Straits of Hormuz, right? It's unlikely, but I think quite striking development. But this is yet another proxy that has been well armed, and is it in itself, I think, a very innovative, highly ideological organization. And Iran had inroads because, of course, these are ideological fellow travelers in many ways, and while not Shiite, they are Zaidi, and which is perhaps close enough.
So I agree with David's comments completely. I'd say first why it matters. The principle of maintaining freedom of navigation, critically important. We obviously, the United States trades. That's one of the principal benefits and the pillars of our economy. But second, it's 26% of the world's trade. And as a result, it impacts the global economy, not just our own. It's chiefly east-west trade, so Asia to Europe. But again, as long as we buy and sell, the impact on containerized traffic, the price of a 40-foot container, and insurance, et cetera, we're looking at a 260% increase there. It's about a 20% global increase in commodity costs just because of this individual disruption. Number one, so we can't avoid it. It does matter, the principle as well as the practical result of it. Second, the strategy that the Trump administration previously applied, approved by the president in September 2017, announced in October, included the application of the military instrument against the axis of resistance. And I'll say, frankly, we had difficulty convincing the government to apply pretty much anything, but certainly this. And it was supposed to begin, really, on the peninsula and in Yemen, because the theory was it's the least impact that the Islamic Republic had. It was the nascent formation of its militia groups. It is the furthest, the most challenging to supply, maintain, and support. And they had not, had sufficient time as they've had in Lebanon, in Syria, and in Iraq, or in Gaza, or in the Judea and Samaria and the West Bank. And so the principle was you could, at low cost, low risk, obtain the highest impact and begin the process. We had enormous resistance to doing this for a variety of factors. We were insufficiently providing support to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, who were engaged at this time, knocking on the door of Hudaydah And unfortunately, we weren't able to make progress on this. And so a small handful of individuals from the IRGC Quds Force, led by Abdul Reza Shalahi, who was effective against us in Iraq and has the blood of 603 Americans on his hand, and he's not the only one, of course. And so we missed an opportunity to do it, and we've missed it ever since. It's shocking to know that we've inserted a significant amount of resources, chiefly naval, into the region to deal with the potential response from the Islamic Republic after the death of Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran, embarrassingly and publicly. And yet we're not using any of that capacity to maintain and restore. And the attacks against our own ships is the highest since the Second World War, and against commercial shipping, again, having the impact I mentioned. What could be done, then, to your question? I would advise the following. The first is the denial of external resources. Nothing is made in Yemen. Let's dismiss this as a fact. Nothing is actually made in Yemen. It's assembled in Yemen, in some cases, with support and expertise provided. But the materials themselves, and I mean every material, all of it, comes from outside of Yemen. That is all chiefly maritime. There are some exceptions to it. We know this. That must be disrupted. And again, we have the forces present to do it. We're just not doing it. When was the last time you heard about a maritime interdiction? Number two, we have to apply and impose costs upon the Houthis themselves and the IRGC Quds Force in the Yemen itself. The small cadre that includes now members of Hezbollah, costs has to be imposed on that technical expertise to assemble the equipment provided. Third, the financial burden. Restore the foreign terrorist organization designation, lifted immediately by the Biden-Harris administration. Before obtaining benefits, and it's famously mocked, and it should be. And then enforce that designation. Again, they don't need a lot of money, they don't get a lot of money, but they do have external support, and it should be broadly applied. Third, we need to, again, support our partners and allies in the region and make common cause against this shared adversary. And then number four, we need to develop a ground game. It can't be done from the air or from the sea alone, but we do have partners on the ground in Yemen, and we ought to restore that relationship and, again, provide them the capacity and capability necessary to do it. In other words, be better at the game that the Islamic Republic and the Quds Force have been playing against us for some time. The easiest thing to do in the Middle East is find someone to fire a weapon at someone else. In fact, it's the natural state. All we have to do is find our partners on the ground to combat our adversaries, and we'd all be better off.
Thank you so much, Robert. And, you know, talking about this conference, about the panel, we're not just talking about the problems, we're also talking about the solution. So thank you for that. So moving on to Iraq now. Since the fall of Saddam Hussein, Iran's influence in Iraq has grown. How does this affect Iraq's ability to maintain sovereignty, and what are the broader implications for Iraqi domestic politics? Does anyone want to start this off?
I'll start with Iraq. So what's interesting about Iraq is it was Iran's lifeline during maximum pressure. Everything that Iran needed, it could get from Iraq. It could get Iraq to smuggle oil and gas out. It could charge Iraq more money for watermelons than, you know, to compensate for things. Anyway, so what's happening in Iraq, and we're at the point where we have U.S. forces inside of Iraq that are there to counter the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant, right? ISIL or ISIS. And yet the biggest threat they face are Iraqi militias, the Hashd al-Shabi. And the militias are being funded by the Ministry of Defense and the Ministry of Interior, which are being funded by the United States. So we have all these levers that we could put in place to disfavor Baghdad, to punish the political parties tied to Tehran. You know, if I parachuted into northern Iraq, it would be the people that would save me from the government. If I parachuted into southern Iraq, it would be the Shia protesters that would protect me from the government. You know, if you parachuted into Iran, it would be the people that would save you from the regime. So we have allies on the ground. What we don't have are credible allies in Qatar, in Iraq. Jordan is an ally in need, on the brink of, you know, falling. And the Iraqi militias are no longer looking at U.S. forces inside of Iraq as much as they're looking at how weak Jordan is and how to open up a third front. And that's what's really concerning, because, as I said in my first statement, we cannot rely on the Iraqi military and the Iraqi special operations forces that we helped train and get to a point where they could take on high-value targets. Because if we had a meeting with them and said that they needed to take out you know, Abu Fadak, the leader of Kitab Hezbollah, or the deputy commander of the Hashd al-Shabi, within minutes, Kitab Hezbollah would know that there was going to be a raid because it would be leaked out because they're either complicit, terrified, or like-minded. We don't know. There are good people, and one of the biggest problems that we have is that we'll sit across from good people and ask them to do very difficult things, and they'll nod their heads and they'll say yes, and then we leave the room. And when we leave the room, that trust, even though it's there, what people need to do very difficult things is proximity and frequency. The more they can reach out and touch you, the more you're there to respond to something, the more likely they are to do difficult things. And I feel that we have lost Iraq, and we don't need to, and we could easily reverse that. We have allies in the Sunni provinces of Iraq, we have allies in the Kurdish north, less so in the Suleimania area with the PUK, Patriotic Union of Kurdistan. You know, when I was in Iraq, my name was Naqib Barzani, Captain Barzani, because I worked with the KDP in Mosul in 2005 against Al-Qaeda. Had no idea that Shia militias existed until I went to Baghdad. But I just fear that we've lost our, you know, what Rob and David said, we've lost our ability to push people in a direction, whether it be sanctions or the threat of kinetic force. We believe we can have a 2-hour conversation with somebody wearing a suit in DC and change their minds. And anybody who knows the culture, anybody who knows the region, is that I can sit across from somebody and ask them to do very difficult things, somebody in a suit, somebody in government, and they'll say, I understand your concerns. You're right. We need to do this. But we need more time, we need more money. And as soon as you hear those two phrases, it's the equivalent of an American politician telling you it's complicated, because that means nothing's going to happen.
If I might add, you know, I spoke earlier about some of the benefits of authoritarian states. In this case, this is another one with Iraq, and I'm not making the argument here that we should behave like this, but you know, if the United States doesn't like what you do and you are in Iraq and being pressured to do things favorable to the Iranian regime, et cetera, we will sanction you. And I sanctioned plenty of Iraqis in my day. But if the Iranian regime doesn't like what you're doing, they're going to kill you. And it gets real. It's a whole lot more intimidating. And so Iraq today, as Michael said, has about 100,000 men under arms in these militias that are backed by the Iranian regime. The Hashd gets funding from the central government, like $6.3 billion a year from the central government of Iraq. They also set up a corporation called the Mohandas Corporation, which is exactly what the IRGC has in Iran, and which is a revenue-generating corporation that gets contracts with the government. And they have missiles and drones that they periodically fire on Israel, Saudi Arabia, U.S. forces on Kuwait, U.S. forces in Jordan. Incredibly dangerous. I think every day Iraq looks more and more like Lebanon. This enormous militia that is out of the government's control, that benefits financially from the state, parasitic relationship with the state in many ways, but also dominates the state. This is not, this is, I think, reversible. It is reversible, but not without a great effort by the United States.
Is this on? There we go. There we go. So this is all really leading up to what's going on right now. Every news network's covering this. I know this very well because we're covering it every day. The Israel-Hamas war, the shadow war that Iran is really sort of puppeteering, right, on this world stage between Israel, Hamas, as well as other countries in the Middle East. So can we talk about the shadow war here. You know, the first attack from Iran was April 2024. They had sort of hidden the shadows before that. And Tehran's alliances, we know, with groups like Hamas as well as Islamic Jihad do serve Iran's strategic interests, as we have been discussing. So what is Iran's role here really to disturb peace efforts concerning the Israeli-Palestinian conflict?
I'm happy to take the first one. As David mentioned earlier, the purpose of the Axis resistance, beginning with the crown jewel of the first among equals, Hezbollah, was to create a proximal deterrent. They recognized after the Iran-Iraq war they would not be able to stand toe-to-toe, and yet this asymmetric potential existed, and they labored effectively. And I'd have to say, too, that having dealt with all of them, that their proxies are far more effective than they are themselves. It's much easier to address the Iranians and the Quds Force in particular than their surrogates. Their surrogates are always more effective. But the Axis existed for its deterrent value. But I think conversations that go back several years between, I think, Nasrallah and Qasem Soleimani and others started to consider using it in an offensive way, but it would be dependent upon an opportunity to do it in a reason. And I think that ultimately came. We saw it in October the 7th, but in my judgment, the decision was made when the opportunity presented itself. I don't think in Tehran the Supreme Leader ever envisioned he would have two simultaneous windfall opportunities. One in which the United States would not only be unwilling to use force to prevent, deter, or attack them directly and impede their nuclear weapons program, and second, when Israel might not be able to do it or willing to do it. And that I don't think they ever envisioned. And in that time period of the last 3.5 years, I think they made a decision to employ the Axis offensively for a couple of reasons. First, because they could. Second, because the idea was to neutralize Israel, and with the United States having done so voluntarily, they could then complete the weaponization program without impediment. And in fact, and probably accurately, it is viewed in the region, the United States is essentially paying for Iran to complete the nuclear weapons program by allowing them access to windfalls and revenues by not enforcing sanctions, which we already mentioned. So I think the Axis is now being employed offensively and incrementally. Is it happening the way it was originally envisioned? Nothing ever does. Is it happening as fast, or as quickly? No, but is it accomplishing the objective to neutralize Israel and to prevent the United States from taking effective action against Iran directly? And I think the answer is yes. What happens next? I think miscalculation. Ultimately, the risk increases. The next few months will be among the most dangerous the Middle East has seen since at least 1979, but probably before that. And that's, I think, now more widely recognized. And it is because there is no American leadership. There is no credible deterrent. It's all been dismantled. Israel is fully occupied. Now certainly with Hezbollah, and look, the array of threats opposed against us without the United States in support puts us in a place in which the Islamic Republic has a momentary advantage. But as it often does, I think it overplays its hand and puts itself on the horns of its own dilemma. I think in the end, it's going to confront an array of threats that it is incapable of handling, but we're not at that point yet. So the shorter answer to your question is, I think the next several months are going to be among the most dangerous if they don't effectively test a nuclear weapon before a new administration hopefully comes to the United States. Then I think we have the hope of a new administration reversing course and concluding what was started in the first term.
Thank you so much. And I know, David, you were talking about the use of drones and missiles. If we can just circle back to that, because that's kind of a big point of this, Iran, how powerful are they really, with their defense systems, with their military weapons? So how do missiles and drones, these technological advancements, really just alter regional security dynamics in the area, and what can be done to counter them?
I think Michael's the weapons guy, but what I'll tell you is that, these have really changed, I think, entirely the dynamic in the region. The United States doesn't have a good answer for drones. We can shoot them down, use a $50,000 or $100,000 rocket or missile to shoot down a $5,000 drone, right? We don't have great counter drone technology in place and widely dispersed among our partners and even ourselves. And so Iran produces these, and actually they export them, right? Who would have thought that the theocracy would become the significant arms provider to Russia, right? To be in a position where they can just pump out all these missiles and drones, killer drones, to send to Russia to kill Ukrainians. And these are a problem that we are dealing with in the Middle East and actually around the world. This is low cost, easily easily produced, and easily operated. And we don't have an answer for that just yet that is economical.
We have to look at, what Israel was able to do after that April strike. Israel was able to launch or conduct an attack inside of Iran in its most sensitive area, the Natanz area, with a weapon that Iran couldn't counter. It was the equivalent of somebody sneaking into a well-guarded house and taking a selfie, climbing in bed with an adversary, taking a selfie and posting it on social media, and then leaving the house undetected. I say that because Iran's attacks are face-saving gestures. They're off-ramping gestures. That 200 missile, drone, cruise missile attack was meant to be defeated, and it was easily defeated. And it was only the debris from one of the missiles that actually killed one Bedouin girl. If you look at the fail rate of the drones inside of Ukraine, it's about 30% fail rate. Inside of Gaza, when they launched from Rafah, of the 10,000 rockets that they fired from Rafah into Israel, 1,750 fell within Gaza, killing civilians. And again, we believe the lie when Hamas puts it out that Israel conducted an attack, much like the Shifa hospital. But when it comes to Iran's capabilities, they'll fight to the last Arab, right? The Islamic Republic of Iran is built for bipartisan condemnation, not only for the export of terrorism against our allies, against U.S. forces. To Rob and David's point, we keep shooting down the arrows, but we're unwilling to shoot the archers. We have to start hitting the archers because that's where you deter. You saw what Israel did in the port of Haida, right? Is that huge explosion that basically took out a huge percentage of their oil revenues with one strike, sent a message. That strike that I talked about in Natanz sent a message. The pager attack sent a message. And what I left out before is only leaders carry pagers, handheld radios, and cell phones that are given to them directly by the Islamic Republic of Iran. So Iran's weapons capabilities is just like David said and Rob said, that Hezbollah is their deterrent. Hezbollah is their premier proxy on the ground, and it's getting decimated. The leaders that are so close to Nasrallah have been killed. If you look at the hierarchy, if you look at the chain of command, people that he depended on, they're no longer there. And that is something that should not be condemned. It's something that should be maximized. And we don't have to get militarily involved, but we should put a big media spotlight on what's not only going on with this war, but also what's going on inside of Iran. Again, the use of terrorism to go after a population that simply wants to live in freedom. And someone said it, I think from this group about a year ago at a dinner, said that if the regime made the hijab no longer mandatory, the regime would collapse. That's how weak this regime is. It needs a spotlight on it. It needs condemnation. It's built for bipartisan condemnation based on how they treat minorities, how they treat people from the LGBTQ community, how they treat anyone who disagrees with the regime. And yet somehow we continue to court it, we continue to reward it, we continue to appease it. And if we wanted to stop this war now, we should put extreme pressure on Iran. Until Iran feels pain, this war will continue. We have to remember what happened on October 8th. Hamas knew they would have support in academia, in our political system, in our media. And our administration, the day after October 7th, started to defend Iran, started to distance Tehran from October 8th, saying they were not responsible for this. They continue to reward Tehran for its export of terrorism. They continue to protect it, and I don't know why that is. Our adversaries should fear any president. They shouldn't just be worried about a Republican one.
You know, we have a little bit of time left. I was wondering if we had time for one audience question as well. If we want to take one question.
Yeah, we'll take
Yes.
one question. We have one
great.
question submitted. It is directed towards anyone on the panel. If the Islamic Republic fell and a secular democratic regime took its place and immediately cut funding for all terrorist proxy groups, how would regional countries react, and would they welcome Iran as a partner?
Take a quick stab at if I understood the question correctly, is if there was new management in Tehran, how would the rest of the world and the region respond? I think with a massive sigh of relief. And again, looking back to what the history is, I don't think we ought to be naive and assume that everyone's going to get along fine. That's just not, I think, the likelihood. But the change in the region would be so significant as to be difficult to overstate the importance of it. The principal threat to the region is the activities and the conduct and policies of the Islamic Republic, enabled, unfortunately, by others executing bad policies. If that were reversed, if we had new management, I think it's impossible, again, to overstate the value. I think the region would welcome it, and I think we would be able to build on the foundation of the Abraham Accords and establish not just favorable economic ties between countries in the regions, including those perhaps in Tehran, but also to rebuild an enduring regional security architecture to protect and defend the region and global trade. So I think that would be the pivotal moment. And again, this is the principal threat, and absent that threat, you're looking at new horizons and real peace and prosperity, and the prospects for it, I think, become tangible and manifest, and let's hope that that's what happens.
Thank you so much. Anyone else?
Amen.
Mic drop. And how about you?
I think the gentleman from Texas spoke too long.
One last question here, if we want to just wrap this up as well. That was a great question. We know Iran's regional activities have far-reaching impacts, including on the global energy market. So how does Iran's behavior influence global economic stability, and what role should international organizations play in addressing these challenges? If I can just get a quick response from that. I know there's a lot of ground to cover, and we could go on about this for a while.
So, listen, I could dare say that Iran basically is a destabilizing force, and this has a pernicious impact on economic development, on foreign direct investment, on markets in the region, instability, energy markets, and of course, intra-regional trade. Because you have camps, you have countries that are friendly with the Islamic Republic and others that are terrified and won't want anything to do with it. So neighbors don't trade with each other. There are breakdowns along certain lines. They're really just a negative factor. And whether international organizations, well, certainly not the UN. Nothing positive. Are there international organizations that could help? The ICC, the ICJ, maybe?
I think, it's the question, too, from the audience about the management, too. New leadership is just kind of underscoring all of this conversation and the rest of the day, too. It's about the people, it's about humanity, it's about how can we separate the government from the people, and what ways can we sort of navigate that really tricky, sticky situation of, what policies can we put in place for the government, and also help the people when that government is leading the country. So thank you so much, gentlemen, and thank you as well to the audience for your questions, and I think we're out of time.
Thank you.
Thank you, David, Robert, Michael, and Alina. Please join us now for a brief networking and coffee break. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Our next panel, The New Axis of Evil, Russia, China, and the Islamic Republic in Iran, will explore military, economic, and technological cooperation that bolsters Khamenei's regime and its religious regional ambitions. Joining us for this panel are Gabriel Noronha, Fellow at GINSA and Executive Director at Polaris National Security, Carrie Filippetti, Executive Director at the Vandenberg Coalition, and Daniel Pletka, Distinguished Senior Fellow at the American Enterprise Institute. The panel is moderated by Andrew Galili, NUFDI's Senior Policy Analyst.
Thank you all for joining us for this awesome panel. As Mina noted, we will be talking about the new axis of evil, the growing alliance between Iran, Russia, and China. To start off, we will focus on economic cooperation, a little bit of a focus on China. Gabriel, we can start with you. So China is the regime in Iran's largest trading partner. About 70% of Chinese exports to Iran are either vehicles, machinery, nuclear reactors, or electronics. China makes up 15% of Iran's $65 billion in exports. But Iran only makes up 0.3% of China's exports. How important is this relationship economically, both to Iran and to China, and what strategic advantages, if any, does it provide to China?
Well, I think it's pretty clear now that if the People's Republic of China had not stepped in 2019 to provide an economic lifeline to the Islamic Republic would no longer be here today. And that is a function primarily of the only real economic relationship that matters here, which is the oil trade. Roughly $30 billion a year, maybe 25 to 30 billion, in oil trade that Iran sells to China. But if you're China, for your point, Iran is just a speck out there. Iran is number 50 on China's list of top trading partners versus Iran. For Iran, China is number 1. And so there's a question of, is there a strategic imbalance there? Is there a child-parent relationship? And we talk a lot about how Iran has all these proxies and almost vassals in the region. And the question is, for the Iranian decision makers, do they actually worry about being the vassal and the lesser partner with China? And I think there's a lot of consternation there. They've been a lot back, especially 2019, 2020. There were concerns that China was trying to buy up land and oil energy rights from China in Iran, and the parliamentarians actually tried to expel the Chinese ambassador over that deep insecurity. But then I think it's important for us to not overstate this economic relationship. Back in 2008, China had next to zero foreign direct investment stock in Iran. That rose in 2015 very rapidly up to about $3.5 billion. But for the last 10 years, it stayed almost exactly the same there at $3.5 billion. So in 2019, there was this much vaunted announcement about a $400 billion treaty between Iran and China. There's no basis for that number to ever become reality. If the FDI stock stays at $3.5 billion over the next 20 years, which it is going that way, once you actually account for inflation, the whole thing is going down. Iran has nothing to offer China except its natural resources. And for China, it's simply a question of how much of a nuisance is this going to be worth. And so I think there's a lot of opportunities, which we'll discuss later, about how can the United States actually take advantage of this imbalance and try to use that as a wedge to weaken the Islamic Republic. But what's important to note is don't overstate how important Iran is to China. And that's a blessing, a true blessing for us.
Thank you, Gabriel. Continuing on that, Danielle, the Islamic Republic's 25-year cooperation agreement with China covers economic, military, cultural exchanges. What do you see as the long-term implications on Iran's development specifically and its ambitions on the region?
Look, I see this, by the way, thank you, everybody, for having me. I see this exactly the same way Gabriel does, and I think there's a tendency on the part of analysts to overread the importance of this. China, first of all, China prioritizes diversification, so they're not going to put their eggs in any one Middle Eastern basket. They've got very substantial investments in Israel, for example, and have been buying up the self-same oil fields, little companies inside Iraq. So, I think that the bigger concern is really what we're going to dive into in a minute, which is the meat of this relationship and this axis between Russia, China, and Iran. I don't see, so the Chinese have had a nefarious role in Iran for many years. They've supported the Islamic Republic's WMD programs, but again, it's never been a big thing for them. They're helpful, but when the United States periodically goes over and yells at them about it, hey, stop helping them with their missile program, hey, stop helping them with their nuclear program, they're like, oh yeah, oh okay, and they kind of let up for a hot minute, and then they start up again. But it's not critical. It's just a pawn in their pieces. But I think the even more important thing to say is that while the Iranians have an incentive to suggest that this deal that was done in 2019 was a big BFD, the reality is that that prism is solely the Iranians' prism and not the Chinese. And even more importantly, if, when push comes to shove, Iran becomes involved in some kind of conflict, will they be able to look to the Chinese to help them? I mean, maybe at the Security Council, but otherwise, absolutely not.
Thank you. One more on this topic. To counter the effect of U.S. sanctions, the regime in Iran has sought to strengthen its economic ties with China. How effective has this partnership been in shielding the Islamic Republic from U.S. sanctions? And what can we do to undermine this economic resilience?
So I remember in 2019 at the State Department, we were trying to take Iran's oil exports legally down to zero. And so at the start of 2019, there were 5 nations that were importing Iranian oil. We ended the waivers for those, including for China. And for a few months, Iran was exporting just about no oil legally. And then China started popping up these little teapot refineries, and the Ghost Armada started taking more and more oil. We started sanctioning these entities, but the Chinese had a very sophisticated plan orchestrated by CCP leadership to build sanctions-proof entities, basically entities that did not exist anywhere on the system except ultimately tied up to the People's Bank of China. And the gambit was pretty clear. Normally, U.S. sanctions provide this dilemma. Will you do business with the United States, or will you do business with Iran? You can't do both. And these special proof entities said, that's an easy decision for us. We're only connected to the People's Bank of China. You can't sanction us without sanctioning the People's Bank of China. And they called their bluff, and quite successfully so. So now Iran is exporting between 1.2 and 1.8 million barrels of oil per day to China. And the question is, can we solve that through sanctions? Unfortunately, the answer is effectively no. They call their bluff on it. But sanctions are just one small tool in that toolbox. And I think what's very important, Senator Graham put out a proposal a few months ago where he said he had talked to President Trump, and there was a idea of using tariffs that would be tied specifically to this export of Iranian oil to foreign countries. That if any country was found to be importing Iranian oil, all their goods and services would be tariffed. I think he used 300 or 500%, which is perhaps a little higher than might actually happen. But again, how do you impose this conundrum on the Chinese Communist Party to make that choice not worth it? So the U.S. does roughly in the range of $800 billion trade a year with China. The EU does about the same. And so we talk about, if you're the Chinese government, are you willing to jeopardize your trade relationship writ large over this tiny $30 billion pile? And that's a real opportunity. The other issue is Iran is only the number 6th largest oil exporter to China. You look at Saudi Arabia, Oman, Iraq, and a couple others, Russia, those are more important to China. And so they have many ways to actually diversify off of that Iranian oil. And the question is, what leverage, independent of these individual little specs, can we use to harness to try to change that relationship? Now, the question for whoever wins in November is, let's build all this leverage against the Chinese Communist Party. But do we really want to use it on Iran, or do we want to use it over Taiwan issues? Do we want to use it over intellectual property issues, the trade imbalance? That's where it gets a really hard decision of saying we have a lot of competing goals against the Chinese Communist Party. It's the #1 geopolitical relationship. How much of that leverage do we want to extract over this, might call it an irritant, but then as we're approaching, okay, do we have to deal with a nuclear-armed Iran? That is going to elevate Iran higher and higher on that equation. From personal observation, one of the, I think, shortcomings, this is probably of every executive branch, but just personally in the last administration, was the issue of personnel siloing, that you have your Iran team here, you have your China team there. And they don't talk very often just because you're so enmeshed. And so it becomes hard for these interagency groups to go across government. I think that needs to change, and one of the good advantages about this new axis of evil is it's forced policymakers to go across silos and solve these problems in an interdisciplinary, interdepartmental way. And this is totally with Russia, which we'll talk about next. But forcing ourselves to impose conundrums on the sets of relationships as a top priority.
Thank you. Danielle, did you want to? So we'll move on to military cooperation. Carrie, Iran, Russia, China have increasingly deepened their military cooperation through things like joint military exercises. How does this growing military cooperation change the strategic calculations for the United States and its allies specifically?
Great, thank you so much. So I'm going to answer it sort of in three ways. One is how they describe this relationship in their own words. The second is what that military cooperation actually looks like, and then third and finally what this means for us and what we can potentially do about it. In terms of how they describe this relationship, in 2022, as many of you probably already know, the spokesperson for the National Security and Foreign Policy Committee of the regime's parliament essentially described this trilateral relationship between China, Russia, and Iran as built specifically to end the, quote, inequitable hegemony of the United States and of the West. And so they view this as, again, in their own words, a new world order. And I think that's critically important that we understand their purpose for this engagement. So we'll probably speak about, there are a lot of spoilers in that relationship, which are things that we might potentially consider exacerbating the lack of dependence that China has on Iran being, of course, among them. In terms of what we're actually seeing, I would describe the military cooperation as a combination of direct military and defense relationship, which we see more in the space of the Iranian-Russian relationship, and then the what I would call dual-use space, which is where we see China's involvement. And also I would say China's involvement is more security necessarily than specifically military or defense. So what I mean by that is, as has been in the news quite a lot recently, we have seen how Iran is providing equipment, a lot of military equipment to the Russian regime in their efforts against Ukraine. We have seen it from thousands of drones that have been sent over to the recent announcement of close-range ballistic missiles that have been sent. We have also seen artillery, mortar shells, all of the sort of gamut of things. Russia, it's in sort of what they're providing to the Iranian regime, they are basically taking equipment from the battlefield, Western equipment, allowing the Iranian regime to essentially reverse engineer that equipment to understand how Western equipment operates. We've seen them providing GPS denial systems and jamming systems. We've seen aid to their space program, and we have also seen a lot of nuclear cooperation as well. China's piece is a little bit different here. I do not see that China will provide direct military equipment to the Iranian regime. Where I do see them heavily involved, particularly as it relates to the military, is with surveillance equipment. So as many of you are likely aware, during the protests in which Mahsa Amini was murdered by the regime, a lot of that equipment that was identifying who are the women that should be targeted by the regime was provided by Chinese technology. We also saw last month a report that there is an increased desire by the Iranian regime to engage with 2 Chinese satellite companies. If they were able to do that, this would be incredibly significant for the United States for a few reasons. One of those Chinese satellite companies also had an arrangement with the Wagner forces in 2022, providing surveillance equipment for them to use in their operations against Ukraine. Also because the equipment that would be provided by these Chinese companies is vastly superior to what Iran currently possesses. So they can get a resolution as fine as 1 centimeter. So this is extremely advanced equipment. It's essentially equivalent to what the United States and Europe is capable of as well. You can only imagine what that would mean in terms of their ability to more specifically target the United States, to target Israel, to target our allies and our assets in the region. So in terms of what we can do about it, I do think this thing that was brought up by both Gabe and Danny about understanding that China is not dependent on Iran is a key area that we can try to exploit to try to make the costs to China high enough such that they would not want to engage in this, that they would not put themselves on the line in this way. So again, looking at those potential spoilers, and there's a lot of them, are ways to try to reduce this cooperation. But as it stands, they are very committed to this partnership, not because they agree on everything, but because they agree that the United States and the American-led system should not be the defining system for a global order.
Thank you, Carrie. Gabriel, I want to continue on something Carrie touched on, which was Iran. I mean, Russia has supplied Iran with advanced military technology. We're now seeing reports that Iran is supplying ballistic missiles to Iran in exchange for nuclear knowledge. Can you delve a little bit into the security risks this poses and how this might alter the military balance in the region, specifically with key actors like Israel, Saudi Arabia?
So we now have confirmation from US and European, and I think an Israeli intelligence, that Iran has provided these Fath, I think 360 missiles to Russia. Interestingly, that choice to provide these short-range missiles technically does not violate the UN Security Council Resolution 2231, because that prohibition is for long-range missiles that are deemed capable of delivering a nuclear payload. So it is still escalatory, massively escalatory, to be using Iranian weapons to slaughter Ukrainian civilians, destroy Ukrainian infrastructure. And Europe really has an imposition now to act. They've done, the E3, UK, France, Germany, have banned Iran Air, or announced they're banning Iran Air, which is a very important first step. But I think what's important here is also the Russian side. This transfer of nuclear, we're not sure if it's material, if it's technology or know-how, is in violation of that UN resolution. And that resolution, that nuclear prohibition, expires next October, so 13 months from now. We don't know the extent of this. I think Iran on its own was probably capable of taking the steps to go to a nuclear breakout if it wants to, hasn't chosen to do so yet. The question is, that's an incredibly escalatory act that has gotten almost no attention in the Western press. And to my knowledge, there's been zero political or other repercussion imposed by the United States, imposed by the European Union on this act, which should concern us. There's a key company that everyone should know the name of, which is almost certainly involved in this, and that's Rosatom. It's the Russian state-owned nuclear enterprise. It was the 7th largest company in Russia before the Ukraine war. They've been involved in the takeover of Chernobyl, of Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. They've been involved in production of missiles, and now they're involved, likely, in helping Iran's nuclear program. The key here is, if you're an Arab government, you should be penalizing Russia for this too, and you should be penalizing Rosatom. There are a number of Middle Eastern governments, Egypt, for example, Turkey, who do business with Russia and with Rosatom. We need to be marshaling a diplomatic plan here and saying, if you are a country that does not want to see Iran get a nuclear weapon, you might not hate them, but you don't like them and you don't want one of your neighbors to have one, you need to be going and talking to Russia. I don't see us having a diplomatic outreach campaign on this. For every single little escalatory act, we need to be going and marshaling support from a wide range of partners and saying, if you have issues with this, make it known. Provide a deterrent response. And so there's other things I think we should be creative on this front. If Russia is going to send nuclear technology to one of our adversaries, I know of some countries in East Asia who are friendly to us that have been talking about nuclear weapons for a long time. There are interesting things that can be done to balance the playing field and make Russia back down at a minimum from this.
Thank you, Gabriel. Daniel, I think if we can touch on quickly something related to this that maybe a lot of people haven't heard about, which is Russia selling missiles to the Houthis. Can you talk about what's different about that, why that's starting to happen now, and why that could be potentially so important?
So I think what's interesting, and I think because we started off on China, we in some ways misled you. China obviously is the big kahuna economically, militarily, but China's focus is in East Asia and Southeast Asia. It's not interested in the problems of the Middle East, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
You know, unlike the Russians, who I think are. You know, the fatal mistake, and we can probably pinpoint any number of them, but the fatal mistake happened in the Obama administration, when John Kerry basically went and handed Syria over to the Russians in order to avoid the president having to act on his threatened red line, right? So, the Russians are going to come in, they're going to take the chemical weapons away from Syria. They didn't do that, but they now have 2 bases in Syria. Now, this is the first time since the end of the Cold War that the Russians have a base on the Mediterranean. That's really important. Now, again, why does that matter vis-a-vis these conflicts? Right now, Russia's distracted in Ukraine, but that's not going to continue forever. And I mean, both Donald Trump and Kamala Harris have made clear that they're going to look for some sort of a solution to this early in their administrations. So we'll see what happens. But at that point, Russia will be free to refocus. At the same time, what they've done is something that they did during the Cold War, right? Which is start to sort of pick off various pieces of opportunity, right? So they're in tight with the obviously with the Libyans, certain sectors. They're in tight with the Egyptians, and in fact, I think lots of naughty behavior going on there. And now they are trying to sell missiles to, well, sell is probably a loose term, provide, let's say, longer-range missiles to the Houthis. We saw this during the Cold War when we saw these weird nexuses of groups coming together. So, you know, you'd see the PLO and the African National Congress and the Irish Republican Army all working together, training in some third country, right? And it was like, these guys have absolutely no interest in each other, but they are the resistance, right? So in the intersectionality, if I may use that expression, of Russian foreign policy, it is basically, okay, we're with the Iranians are sticking it to the Americans, therefore we are going to help the people who the Iranians are helping. Now, that is a problem. So far, what we have seen is that the Russians have not interfered with Israeli operations over Syria. So, for example, when the Israelis retaliated against the April strike, if I can call it that, failed Iranian strike on Israel, they did so over Syrian territory. And the Russians, the Syrians never do anything, but, you know, I'll shoot that down later. But the Russians did nothing either. And that all could begin to change. And that really will have dangerous, dangerous implications, because the Iranians are still limited financially, even weapons-wise, in how much they provide. And we saw this during the maximum pressure campaign. They cut very drastically the amount of money they were giving to Hezbollah, right? And so we could potentially see a very different future rising out of this if the Russians choose to begin to back the groups that are being backed by the Iranians, because they have no damn interest in Yemen. Au contraire, right? This is something where, as you say, the region weirdly has all of these interests, but Saudi Arabia, as best I can tell, has not gone to the Russians and said, what are you thinking here exactly? So, big problem.
If I can jump in, you know, I don't know if it surprised me, but what was telling was right after October 7th, Moscow inviting Hamas leadership in to go visit there. I've heard, I don't think we haven't seen reporting yet, but I've heard that there's going to be increased Russian cooperation to Hamas and Hezbollah. And then the Chinese turn against Israel. I remember a lot of us went to Israel and would say, guys, please stop please stop having the Chinese be your port operators, please stop doing this. And they would say, we have to balance. And then the Chinese just went and turned right on them right after October 7th. And some of us may have said, we told you so, but not in any positive sense, but sort of saying they have made their bed with their access. Mm-hmm. That, I think, is only going to increase, per Danny's point.
Absolutely true, and I think that leads into where we're heading now, which is more of the diplomatic and propaganda campaigns that this new axis of evil has taken up. Both Russia and China have supported Iran, the Islamic Republic, in international forums like the UN. Carrie, how does this diplomatic backing help the regime resist international pressure, and what does it mean for global governance?
Yeah, well, and that final question of what it means for global governance is very important, because ultimately the UN could be a useful player in theory, and was, right? The passing of Resolution 2231 was a critically important component that allowed any country that was involved in the United Nations to be able to ensure that Iran was not violating that resolution. And it gave us a lot of power and credibility that we wouldn't otherwise have. So there's a utility to organizations like the United Nations, but the reason why it is no longer effective in countering Iran is, I would say, twofold. One is the increase in the relationship between these three nations, and as Danny mentioned, the decision for Russia to engage in Syria, as well as the decision for the United States to allow our red lines to basically expire without holding anybody accountable, was a key factor here in Russia's increased relationship with the Iranian regime. But there's also China's increased relationship and integration within the United Nations system. And that is actually a very new phenomenon that people are not paying enough attention to. So for many, many decades, China essentially said that the United Nations is an aspect of the American-led system, what other people refer to as the liberal rules-based international order. And as a result, they didn't want to participate in it because they thought doing so would give a huge amount of credibility to the United States and our allies. She made a strategic calculation that rather than avoid the United Nations system, they could try to co-opt it and move it towards their purposes, which are essentially to undermine the United States and reorient everything towards Beijing. That decision has been implemented, and now in 2022, she referred to the multilateral system as core to their national security and foreign policy priorities. So what that has meant is this increased investment of China into the UN system through both personnel, where we saw an 85% increase in Chinese nationals leading entities within the United Nations, to also funding, where the United States remains the largest funder, but now China is the second largest and much more strategic in how it leverages its funding to try to accomplish its international objectives. And we see the direct results of that, not just as it relates to Iran. The results of that as it relates to what we all went through from 2020 until basically today with respect to COVID, right? That was Chinese manipulation of the international system through the WHO, which they were only able to do because of this takeover that she started to implement. So we've seen it in that context. We also see it in the context of language of resolutions. When I was at the United Nations, we were constantly fighting China and Russia in trying to amend languages to focus on the wrong issue. A perfect example of this is resolutions in the Security Council that are meant to counter Russian aggression in Ukraine. China always amends them so that they talk more about American sanctions that are hindering food security around the world, right? So they use this power very strategically. So the diplomatic backing is, I think, not only core to protecting the Islamic Republic of Iran, but also a key component in the antagonism and anti-Americanism that is being perpetuated by this entire strategic alliance.
So I want to underscore something based on what Carrie just said. You know, all these efforts, this has been a thread which I think the Chinese kind of doubled down on, but it's always been an element of both Russian and Chinese foreign policy to try to shift the world's focus from a U.S.-led international order to a non-aligned, or whatever word you want, the Group of 77, whatever it is, order. Those efforts almost never succeed. Okay. So you talk about, we were just chatting in the green room before, right? The Belt and Road Initiative. Talk about the effort to move away from a dollar-based global economy, right? To have a yuan-based one, to have a special drawing rights, IMF-based one, maybe the euro, maybe something else. All of these efforts have fallen incredibly flat. They've never come to fruition in the way that sort of alarmists here in the United States have suggested that they might. But that is not a compliment, right? They only have done that because of the incompetence of the people involved, right? The Chinese and the Russians are not good at this. And failed to bring along other successful countries for obvious reasons. The only reason they've had even the most minimal success, and I would especially underscore what Carrie described very correctly as a truly insidious and dangerous Chinese effort to infiltrate UN agencies that we've never heard of and never want to think about and don't care about at all. But they dominate regulatory agencies, they dominate aviation, for example, they dominate communications, all of these kinds of things. But the reason that has happened is because we have let it happen. Right? That we don't have a policy. And it is in each case, if we made an even minimal effort to stand up a coherent, all hands on deck, per your silo issue, approach to this, right, they wouldn't even have the minimal success that they have right now.
Yeah, this is, I will foot stomp Danny's foot stomping of this, because I think it's really true. I mean, in the Trump administration, and at this point, I apologize that I can't remember the specific organization within the UN, because there are so many, and we fought China on every single one of them. But there was a moment where there was a Chinese national who we knew was affiliated with the CCP who was running to try, I think it was maybe the ITU.
ICAO.
Oh, no, it wasn't ICAO, it was the ITU, where they were running to try to be the Director General of the ITU. Our Ambassador Bremberg, who was our representative, told the State Department, we have got to fight this tooth and nail. The State Department said, it's going to happen. There's no way that we can stop it. We have to just let it go. And Ambassador Bremberg, to his credit, said, I think maybe we should try. Just like, let's try. And we won, and we were able to stop it. And so we do need to put in the effort, and the best example of how we can do that as it relates to Iran right now is 2231 and making sure that the E3 implements snapback. And I know that's something that we'll chat a lot about, and Gabe has been a huge advocate of this, but we have essentially a year and a few days to make sure that they implement snapback. Otherwise, we lose all of the existing opportunities that we have to ensure that Iran is held accountable and is not able to access a nuclear weapon. And so that is a key thing. That is just on us and the E3 to make sure that that happens. And the fact that it hasn't yet, despite their advancement in their nuclear program, despite their giving weapons to the Russians, is, I think, a huge stain on the West.
Yeah, on snapback briefly, because I was going to address it at the end. We have 392 or 393 days before not only do the nuclear restrictions expire, the ability to ever again have international sanctions on Iran expires permanently. There will be no point in the future where Russia and China agree to put sanctions back on Iran. Maybe a century from now, we'll see. But if we fail here, actually, the only silver lining is that it will put the death knell to the relevance of the United Nations, which is indeed a silver lining. But it will, I think, be the death knell of the relevance of the body entirely. We actually don't even have this long. The process to then actually initiate snapback takes 35 days, 65 if you want to go through what I call the marriage counseling process to facilitate the divorce. And so we're talking August at latest, but if we take it to that end, we are asking for a disaster. We are asking for the Iranians to put all sorts of pressure on the Europeans. We are asking for them suddenly to have a charm offensive right beforehand and say, oh, please, we're actually going to end our nuclear program if you just don't do this. And so this is something that has to happen in the next few months, or we are putting ourselves in a very, very dangerous position to allow the legal importation and export of nuclear materials, ballistic missiles, tanks, planes, anything you can imagine to and from Iran across the world. We don't want to see that happen.
Thank you. One last topic I want to ask about before some closing remarks. The disinformation campaigns coming from the Islamic Republic are in the news a lot lately, but from the Islamic Republic, Russia, and China, they all have kind of the same goal. It's mutually reinforcing anti-American propaganda. How are these regimes using the disinformation? What have we seen? And what role does the Islamic Republic play in projecting power beyond the Middle East even? Sorry, for Carrie and anyone before these closing remarks, please jump in.
Yeah, so the disinformation question always reminds me of a quote that my mom used to always say. It's a G.K. Chesterton quote. And it's something, to paraphrase, it's something along the lines of, you should be open-minded, but not so open-minded that your brains fall out. And the reason I mention this is because what we're seeing is a concerted effort by Russia, China, and Iran to take advantage of the openness of the American system through freedom of press, through the multilateral system, all of these entities that were meant to protect and preserve those liberal values. They are capitalizing off of that and taking advantage. And so what we're seeing in terms of disinformation, just to give you a couple of numbers, and of course this is the best estimates from the United States. The numbers may be significantly higher than this. But the estimates are essentially that Russia spends about $1.5 billion a year on disinformation. China spends about $7 billion a year on disinformation. Iran, it's in the hundreds of millions. They obviously are much more constrained economically. But what does the United States do to address it? Well, we basically have one entity, which is the Global Engagement Center, the GEC, which now it has a budget of, I think, $61 million, and it's been the target of Russian disinformation to try to connect it to the CIA and basically get all the Republicans to stop funding it, right? So we're spending $61 million in contrast to billions of dollars being spent by our adversaries in spreading disinformation. It's about both the financing of specific bodies within the United States and elsewhere. So for example, the CCP has a propagandist that's very directly involved in a lot of organizations that you have probably seen protesting at your events. Organizations like Code Pink, for example, is funded by a CCP propagandist. I actually believe one of the co-founders is married to that CCP propagandist. And you see them all the time, probably protesting at NUFDI events. My chairman, Elliot Abrams, gets protested constantly by them. And the reason is to connect back to what you just said, which is their objective is to foment insecurity and a lack of social cohesion in the United States. So they're funding these bodies that are spreading anti-American sentiment. They're funding bodies that are spreading anti-Israel sentiment and anti-Semitism. They are helping to actively organize those entities as well. So not just giving funding, but really directly helping them with tactics. And Iran is also funding, and this is particularly true in the Western Hemisphere, a lot of Spanish language media that is promoting pro-Hezbollah and pro-regime propaganda to the very large expat population of Palestinians and Lebanese that are south of our border. So they are taking advantage of that population, attempting to not only finance Hezbollah and other Iranian proxies, but recruit for potential terrorists. And they do this through their Spanish language media. They do it through cultural centers that are established all throughout the region. And not just, by the way, Latin America, that's more my area, but all around the world. And so this is a key part of their strategy. And of course, with the rise and advancement of social media, specifically TikTok, again, another outlet for CCP propaganda, you can see how this is all connected. They are being even more effective in converting people around the world to this pro-Islamist, pro-Iranian regime ideology.
Quick show of hands. Who knows what IRIB is? Most folks. It's the Islamic Republic International Broadcasting. Under maximum pressure, they had to close 3 of their whole language programs in foreign languages because they ran out of cash. They're back now.
Thank you. That's a good final point before this last question on which can be taken as just closing remarks. But to give some hope and some sort of plan, what resources does the United States have to counter this emerging new axis of evil? And if you have a top 3 recommendations, what are your top 3 recommendations for countering this? We can go down the aisle if you'd like, or just closing remarks again, please.
Top 3 recommendations, huh? There aren't 3, is the problem. We need to recognize that we are really on the cusp of Iranian nuclear weapons breakout or Iranian nuclear breakout capability, right? Where it is just a question of it being up to them to do something. If you talk to 2 good friends of mine who represent European countries in Iran, they agree. Europe has no Iran policy. We have imposed very few sanctions on additional sanctions under the Biden administration. Europe has no Iran policy. America has no Iran policy. Having a policy is a strong recommendation. further, Karen mentioned TikTok, and I think it's really important. You know, look, we're an audience that's preaching to the choir, right? You know, you all are interested in this organization, so you are a natural person to listen to us. The problem for us is that 30% of Gen Zers get all of their news from TikTok, right? TikTok is rabidly pro-Iran, anti-Semitic, anti-Israel, pro-Russia, and so, you know, again, you cannot solve this as an Iran problem. And just because we've been talking about this, but again, hugely important, we really do need to dismantle the architecture of international organizations that exist to facilitate the domination of the Russians, the Chinese, and the Iranians, as opposed to anything else. We pay more than any other country, including China, for every single one of these organizations. And when you see the UN doing nothing, the ICC doing nothing, the Human Rights Council doing nothing, the World Health Organization doing nothing, this is where Congress actually will be responsive. It's not just having a foreign policy, it's using the tools available to us effectively.
I think you might have gotten 3 there. We have about 3 more minutes, but we can let them wait for lunch, so please feel free to.
I'll do 3. The United States and the international community can and should bankrupt Iran Air and other regime airlines. The United States and the international community can and should bankrupt Rosatom, which is funneling weapons and nuclear know-how across the region. And the United States and the international community can and should bankrupt every single Chinese entity that is connected to the oil trade with the Islamic Republic of Iran.
So I'm gonna, I think there have been a lot of recommendations, Gabe, and by the way, if you have not, Gabe is constantly testifying in front of Congress and has laid out probably hundreds of recommendations to add to those as well, so I highly recommend people read it. I think the biggest thing for me is that we recognize a couple of things. So the first thing is we need to recognize that the fight of the Iranian people is the fight of the United States. This is about morality, this is about freedom, and this is about civilization. And the problem is the United States, and Danny raised this, the United States and our European allies have failed to understand exactly what is at stake for all of us. We have viewed Iran as a Middle Eastern problem, and it's not. This is a problem for Western civilization, and if we fail to deter the Iranian regime, particularly given its alliance with Russia and China, we will quickly see the fall of other pro-freedom countries around the world. And so there is so much at stake here. We need leaders in the United States and leaders around the world that are willing to stand up for and defend our principles and not allow them to continue to get co-opted by these 3 malign actors.
I guess I'm not sure if we have questions from the audience, but if not, that will be the end of our panel here. So I guess it has to be submitted again. The questions need to be the questions need to be submitted through the QR code, and then
we'll ask 1 or 2 before lunch.
Okay.
This first question is to any of the panelists. The American public seems to understand the threat from China and Russia, but why do the American public and the media seem so disconnected from reality when it comes to the threat of the regime and when it comes to how opposed Iranians are to it?
I've always believed that the Islamic Republic's greatest successes, to quote a line from Kevin Spacey, I'm blanking. It's from The Usual Suspects. It's the greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world he didn't exist. I think what we just saw in New York over the past week is one of the most shameful things. Western media and mostly American reporters lining up to interview Javad Zarif and President Pezeshkian and asking them the most softball questions that you can imagine. That says it all. They have sorely, sorely failed at their job to confront dictators and apologists, if talking to them at all. I will say, I've looked at the polling on this for the last 6 years. 6 years ago, if you polled the American public and you asked them about the threat from the Islamic Republic, it was middling. The data has actually shown over the last 6 years a significant improvement in the number of Americans who understand the threat, who actually believe that this is one of the most significant problems, and actually say that it has been one of the greatest failings of the last 3.5 years of the United States Iran policy to not confront that. So sometimes we get a little depressed here, but when I actually look at the data, I think the public has actually recognized over the last few years in a way that it didn't in, say, 2015, 2016, the true threat from the Islamic Republic.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you all for this excellent panel. We now invite you to join us for lunch. Please keep your seats for lunch. ready to go? Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. We hope you enjoyed lunch. Our next panel, 45 Years of Terror, the Islamic Republic's War on America, will explore the Islamic Republic's hostile actions against the United States, and will explore how these activities have adapted and increased over time. Joining us for this panel are Elliot Abrams, former Special Envoy for Iran and Senior Fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations, Brian Katulis, Senior Fellow at the Middle East Institute, and Morgan Ortegas, former State Department spokesperson and founder of Polaris. The panel will be moderated by Kamran Khansarinia, NUFDI Vice President. Welcome.
Fortunately, we couldn't get Andrew Galili to moderate this panel, so I had to step in to do it for him. And for those of you who don't know, Andrew is my colleague, so we actually didn't have anyone drop, but we had to go for the B-role players here with myself. But luckily, our panelists are not B-role players, but we've brought out the A-team for this panel, and it's really a pleasure. I won't take up valuable time that you all can have listening to their responses with their bios, but let it just be said that they are illustrious, and I think that most of them, actually all of them, are well known to you. And so thank you again, Morgan, Elliot, and Brian, for doing this. I think that for each of you, this is your second, if not third, Iran conference with NUFDI. So we're very thankful that you're back with us once again, and I know that the audience and those who are watching it, whether they're across the country or in Iran, certainly appreciate it. Mr. Abrams, I'm going to start with you. This panel, as we know, is about nearly half a century of the Islamic Republic's terror and its war on the United States. And I think that it's fair to call it a war. I'd be interested to know if you agree with that assessment, even though it's perhaps not declared, but maybe in the policy of death to America, there's some direct declaration of war to be found there. You've obviously followed this issue, sir, for, if not all of, most of these 45 years. What have you seen as the trend lines in these 45 years? How has the Islamic Republic's aggression towards war on the United States changed over that time? What have been the constants? What have you noticed as you watch this over these decades?
Well, first, I'm delighted to be here with my fellow panelists and all of you. I think the trend line is pretty steady. I mean, you begin with the hostage crisis, which is an act of terrorism. And then it continues with the killing of Americans, the Marine barracks in Beirut, for example, Khobar Towers in Saudi Arabia. Sadly, the other part of that trend line is the failure of the United States, except on very rare occasions, to push back. So the Iranian regime learns from this. We can keep doing this. This is okay. And if they're not going to respond to the killing of Americans, what will they respond to? You see it during the Iraq War. So I think from the point of view of the regime, it looks like a successful policy. You can kill Americans almost with impunity. And what you hear from Washington too often is, oh, we don't want escalation. I hate to say this, but I think from the regime point of view, you've had a pretty steady and from their point of view, successful policy.
Brian, in terms of those trend lines that we've seen, Elliot talked a bit about what we've seen from the regime and to an extent what we've seen in response. Can you tell us a bit from your perspective what over these 4 decades the U.S. response has been to the Islamic Republic's aggression? Has it differed from party to party in your view? Were there times of bipartisanship or nonpartisanship? What era do you see we're in now? And if it's not nonpartisan or bipartisan, is there a way to get back to a bipartisan Iran policy?
That's a great question. And first, Cameron, thank you and NUFDI and everybody in this room who continue to fight for freedom in Iran. It's an important cause that at this time of turmoil, I know a lot of people in this room have been working for decades about that, and I hope we get to those questions about what we can do about it. If I could characterize how I see the U.S. response over these 4+ decades, it's sort of what we're seeing today, unfortunately, and it's consistent across administrations, and I say this with due respect to those who served in the Bush administration or the Trump administration or Clinton or Obama or Biden. The approach of the U.S. has sadly been reactive, tactical, and crisis management driven. I'm a football fan, American football fan, sorry. And we've been basically playing defense and reacting to the plays, and we're not doing it in a coordinated way. And the two things that I think are missing, and you mentioned one of them, and I'm going to talk about it in a moment. But I think the first thing that we need is a much more cohesive partnership, if not alliance, with friends in the Middle East to deal with this. And no administration has been very good at doing this. I often use this analogy. If you look at today's Middle East, it's kind of like the Wild West in the 19th century. And what was effective in the Wild West? The Wild West was a place where people were searching for gold and pockets of prosperity and some stability, but then there was instability. And the biggest sheriff rounded up a posse. And what we haven't effectively done, and consistently across administrations, is work not only with Israel, but with some of our Arab partners, and including the peoples in some of these countries that suffer from horrible regimes like we see in Tehran. We need to actually build and construct that posse, that team, that puts Iran on the defensive and not on the offensive. The second thing, and it's so hard to do because we're 6 weeks before our election, and we'll probably get into it with our own partisan and ideological differences, and that's fine. But it should only be taken to a certain point and extent, because the divisions, especially at our times of election, and the criticisms that are issued, not just by candidates, but also by analysts who hope to go serve in future administrations, actually does not build the relationship capital and the unity that we need here at home. And if you look at the last 10 or 15 years of US policy on Iran, whether you were a fan of the JCPOA or not, this dichotomous red versus blue, and now it's increasingly divisions within parties, as we were talking about before. The fact that the vice presidential candidate, J.D. Vance, spoke at an institute that espouses a lot of views close to the regime in Tehran. And that's a real challenge. And what I'm saying is we should fight things out in politics, but then we should come together and do the sorts of things to build unity at home. Why? Because regimes like Tehran, in addition to China and Russia, seek to exploit those divisions for their gain, to stymie and to promote dysfunction in our system. And it's not a soft kumbaya thing I'm saying right here. It's something that's core to our national security interests and those of our allies and partners in the Middle East.
And not only, I think, do regimes like the Islamic Republic and the CCP in Russia look to exploit those differences, but they look to bring them about or to manufacture them even, and that's one thing we're going to discuss later in the panel. Morgan, if we look at these 4.5 decades, I think it could be said quite fairly by opponent or proponent that the Trump administration's policy was different. It differed in several ways. And there have been since a lot of conversations about the effectiveness of it. How would you assess the effectiveness of the Trump administration's Iran policy, the maximum pressure that the president, that Secretary Pompeo, that yourself, and others were instrumental in bringing about and communicating? First, and second, it is different, perhaps, from previous administrations' policies, Republican or Democrat. How did you all arrive at a place where you were willing to try something different towards the Islamic Republic?
Well, thank you for the slow pitch down the middle. I appreciate that. And thank you for having me. It's always great to be with all of you. I think Brian makes a really good point. I would love to get to a place where we do have some bipartisan consensus in our Iran and Middle East policy. I think that's one of the reasons that Elliot and I and others were so critical of the JCPOA not going to the Senate. You know, if we're going to do negotiations like that, it needs transparency, it needs the light of day, and having to get 67 votes in the Senate is just really good practice, I think, for any administration, and maybe that's where we need to get back to if, for example, the Israel-Saudi deal ever gets back on track. That would need to go before the Senate. That's probably a best practice. this to have some continuity amongst Republican and Democratic administrations. So very simply put, in the Trump administration in the Middle East that we inherited in 2017, the initial focus was, of course, on the physical caliphate of ISIS that was in Iraq and Syria and needing to destroy that physical caliphate. We have unfortunately seen that physical caliphate come back, or the rise of ISIS, I should say, in Iraq and Syria over the past year. We see that it can now disrupt Taylor Swift concerts in Europe. So the threat, of course, is incredibly real. So that was the initial focus. And we looked at the Middle East and said, very simply, you don't need a PhD in foreign relations to get this. Maybe we should reward our friends and punish our enemies. And maybe giving our enemies billions of dollars in sanctions relief without any conditions on those sanctions relief, so they're not using the money for public health or infrastructure or schools or roads, but if they're going to use the money to continue to fund the people that kill us and kill our friends, maybe that's not a good thing. So that's why we withdrew from the JCPOA, and we, of course, as everybody knows in this room, pursued the maximum economic pressure campaign. One thing that I would say is really important as we try to be forward-leaning and to look at this, because I could go through all the reasons why I think our policy on Iran worked, even though it was unconventional. We had to reestablish deterrence, of course, after the Iranians took down our drone, and we didn't do anything about it initially, and after the Shia militias were going after our troops in Iraq. We also had to reestablish deterrence, which I think we did with the Soleimani hit, and I think in many ways that's what led to the conditions where we could have something like Abraham Accords, because our Gulf allies and Israel knew that we were going to back them. But that was, 4 years of policy. But I do want to say importantly that I think no matter, let's just say that President Trump wins the election for sake of argument, and if he's inaugurated in January, in my opinion, the fatal mistake that the Biden team made at the beginning of their administration is they sort of pretended that the last 4 years didn't happen in the Middle East. They couldn't even say the name Abraham Accords, which is just silly, right? Peace is peace. Everybody wants that. And I think they have come around, more sanctions, more actions, taking a much tougher approach to Iran. But it was sort of like, they sort of looked at the last 4 years and said, well, that was weird. We're going to go right back to where we were with the Obama administration. I don't know if former President Trump's going to win. I don't know if he would ask me to serve. But if he did, or whomever the new team is, I would say you can't pretend that the last 4 years didn't happen. You would need a maximum pressure 2.0, right? You would need new and creative ways to bring back leverage, because we have failed from a deterrence perspective. And also now we have the reality that we have this quartet of evil with Iran, with Russia, with China, with DPRK, and they have created this supply chain of terror where they can rearm themselves and resupply themselves from a military hardware, drones, munitions perspective. And we're going to have to get incredibly creative from a whole of government approach for how we actually interdict and try to stop that supply chain of terror. So I think you guys have probably heard me for 6 years at this point defending the Trump record on our maximum economic pressure campaign towards Iran, which I'm always happy to defend. But I think as we move forward, whether it's Trump or Harris, I don't know how you could look at the situation that we have right now, where we've had 4 years of the Islamic Republic of Iran trying to assassinate former President Trump, my former boss Mike Pompeo, our friend Brian Hook, Robert O'Brien, others. You can't have an enemy state with active assassination plots on former government officials happening. I mean, 4 years ago, 3 years ago, when that started happening, the administration should have been much tougher on this. Again, I have no clue if President Trump would ask me to do anything if elected, but I can promise you if he does, we will never, ever stand for the Islamic Republic of Iran trying to assassinate Biden and Obama officials on US soil. It will not happen on our watch.
Brian, Morgan mentioned this sort of quartet of the Islamic Republic, Putin's Russia, the CCP, and the DPRK. I think there are many people who thought last year that when Putin invaded Ukraine, and it became, sorry, 2 years ago, when it's been so long, when he invaded Ukraine, that it became such a cause célèbre broadly, but particularly, I think, on the American left of center. Of course, it had support from Republicans, but maybe that's dwindling slightly in some Republican circles. Why do you think that the so obvious connection between the Islamic Republic and Putin. The fact that the Islamic Republic is now supplying Putin with drones, obviously financial support as well, logistical support. Why is it that the connection is not drawn between a cause that, the Ukrainian people's cause, that I think so many left of center see as a fight for freedom and a fight against aggression or imperialism, is not drawn to the Islamic Republic, and people perhaps, maybe this is a mischaracterization, but I think perceive some on the left as saying, well, the Islamic Republic is not the imperialist, but the Islamic Republic is the opposite. It's the victim of imperialism. I know that you make that connection, but why isn't it made more broadly in your view?
Well, it's not just a problem on the left, as I was saying before. And I think there's a new paradigm in the politics of U.S. national security I've talked about before. It's not red versus blue or Republican versus Democrat or even neocons versus liberal interventionists. It's clowns to the left of me and jokers to the right. It is this big middle, actually, and if you look at numbers from politics, where the American public is at, on Ukraine, on Iran, on China especially, and there's been a great deal of consensus, thanks to a lot of people on the House side, in particular, working on the China Select Committee to build this consensus. The American public can be led there in a very, I think, real way. What we don't have, and it goes for Iran policy, but especially the Middle East and in other places. And one real troubling event for an internationalist like myself when it comes to politics that happened just in the last year is not just the October 7th attacks, and it still shakes me and should shake a lot of people more than it should. When President Biden went to Israel and embraced Netanyahu and then came back, a day or two after he came back, he gave a speech to the nation, and he called for a robust international connection between these three challenges that you raise. And he asked for one thing from Congress, which was funding to support the security of Israel, to support the security of Ukraine, and to support the security of Taiwan. And it wasn't because of the leftists on college campuses that were protesting the Gaza war, largely, not at all, that this funding measure was held up. It was held up for a different political reason and a very real challenge and threat. I'm not dismissing it, but the threat of immigration and the threat of holding 6 months of funding up for Ukraine, I actually think could be devastating for their campaign. And it was used mostly by voices on the right to actually stop for a more robust response. And that was after Republicans and Democrats in the Senate came together on a deal on immigration to solve that, and then still it was stonewalled. Finally, we busted through that. Back to your question, though, on the left, and I don't want to dodge it. I actually think there has been for decades a willful blindness. There's been forever a part of the political left that is anti-imperialist. There's also now new voices on the right, which is what I call the Blame America First crowd when it comes to the Middle East and Iran. That we're the problem and we're not the solution. I've heard this before in previous debates in my previous job when I was at the Center for American Progress, and it was bonkers to me that when, for instance, the largest attack on an oil facility in Saudi Arabia in 2019 occurred in Abqaiq, and you had two responses. First, you had no response from the Trump administration, right? And some Middle East analysts essentially say that that was the moment when the so-called Carter Doctrine of defending our partners in the Middle East ended. Now, they did do the Qasem Soleimani strike, as you mentioned, a few months later. And I'm not certain it really restored deterrence, because when I look at the Houthis and their actions, even under the umbrella of maximum pressure, and how they actually built their capabilities even stronger than it was before in 2015 and 16. So there's a challenge, a real challenge on the left on these issues. But what I'm submitting to you is it's also a problem increasingly on the right. And the hopeful news that I'm saying to you, and I get a sense of where this crowd is here, is that actually there is this vital center that can be built here politically in this country that I think has been built in some extent even under the controversial Trump administration on the response to Russia and what it was doing in the world. There was strong bipartisan support for measures to support Ukraine. I'm talking before the war, and to target Russia. There's a pathway there. But we're part of the issue of building that sort of trust and relationship, because whether Trump wins and you go in, and you know this when you were in there, I will be someone who is committed to America and its strong interests and giving my best advice to people that are in there. I'm not going into any Democratic administration anytime soon at all. You don't have to worry about that, anyone that's out there. But I will continue to give my constructive advice to those who are doing that. And my main advice is that you got to actually build the consensus here at home and build that team in the region, those partners that are so essential from Israel to Saudi Arabia to Jordan, and actually engage in the Middle East.
You know, I agree that there is a broad middle, but it needs leadership. And the only place the leadership can come from is really the president. For example, if the president, any president, said, why do we have a Navy? We have a Navy to keep the oceans free and open. And we're not going to have our Navy sitting there, sitting ducks, while Iran attacks them. I say Iran, not the Houthis. There is no such thing as a Houthi ballistic missile. Those are Iranian missiles that they gave to the Houthis. And then they shoot them at our ships. And what do? I'm sorry, I'm not going to use a football analogy. Let me use a baseball analogy. we send the Navy out there to try to catch as many flies as they can in the outfield. We never let them take a turn at bat. That's what we need to do now. And I think if a president said, we're not putting up with this, I am putting Iran on notice right now that if one of those so-called Houthi missiles hits an American ship, you will have no Navy. The Iranian Navy is gone. You know what? It would stop. And in 2020, when there was an upsurge in Shia militia proxy, Iranian proxy attacks in Iraq and Syria on Americans, the Trump administration did, in fact, tell the Iranians through a variety of channels, told the regime, if an American is killed, we are not taking our revenge on a proxy. You will pay the price directly. And guess what happened to the proxy attacks? They decreased by 90% in a couple of months. So the regime is evil, but it's not crazy. And if an American president says, here are the rules, I think there would be extremely widespread public support.
But, and just to follow up on what you're saying, we do have somebody that's doing that. The American president is not, but the state of Israel is. So the Houthis have been awful quiet for the last month, haven't they? I wonder why.
Well, they just struck in central Israel. Like, I wouldn't be calm about the Houthis being quiet.
No, they'll come back up again, of course. But I think the state of Israel, they will absolutely start back up again. I mean, we have the nightmare scenario that all of us said after 9/11 that we wouldn't let happen. What did we say after 9/11? That we were not going to let a terrorist group have the capacity and the capability to hit our homeland, to hit American troops and our interests with sophisticated weapons, and now they're shooting freaking ballistic missiles at us. Oh, and by the way, we're pissing away about a year's worth of our TLAM supplies that we're not going to be able from a production and manufacturing perspective to keep up with. So that's, we could get in a whole separate discussion of the future of warfare, and I'll let you go back to moderating. But to your point, that action would work if an American president did it, because the state of Israel is doing it. So thank God somebody has a risk calculation that they're willing to take on the Islamic Republic of Iran, because you know what, they're not 10 feet tall. They're bullies, and once you punch them in the face, they back down.
I had a sense when I was going to moderate this panel, it would be very easy work for me, and that's proven to be very true. You all, and I regret only that we don't have more time to listen to you all. But keeping on the topic of the Persian Gulf, Mr. Abrams, I want to come back to you. It seems, I think, that for most Americans, after 2 decades of some sort of, more than 2 decades, some sort of involvement in the region, I mean, you mentioned the Middle East, you mentioned any of the countries there, you mention Iran, or you mention the word democracy or human rights, I think people sort of freak out and say, look, we've had quite enough of that. We don't want to go back in. And it seems, as it is physically, it seems almost as far as it is away physically, thousands of miles away, not something that's relevant to us. Can you explain, not for a Washington audience, but for somebody in Middle America, what the Islamic Republic is doing in the Middle East right now whether it's direct or whether it's through the Houthis or Hamas or Hezbollah, and why that matters, not broadly in terms of our national interests, but acutely for an everyday person. How is this hurting them, and why does it matter to stand up to the Islamic Republic?
I think the Islamic Republic, the supreme leader and his predecessor, Khomeini, have a view of how the Middle East should look. And the way it should look is one country, Iran, should dominate it. It should dominate the Persian Gulf. It should dominate, therefore, world oil markets and world oil supplies. It should dominate the Shia shrines in Iraq and Mecca and Medina. It should expel from the Middle East the United States, and it should destroy the state of Israel. Now, when the regime comes to power in 1979 with these, I think these were the goals from the beginning. It seemed crazy. When the Ayatollah Khomeini drank the bitter cup to stop the Iran-Iraq war, again, these goals would have seemed crazy. 2024, they don't seem crazy. What would our world be like? Well, if you are interested in the Christian populations in, say, Lebanon or even Egypt, we know what their future would hold. We have seen what happened to the Christian population in Iraq. We know exactly what would happen to the Jewish population in Israel. We know what would happen to our own economy if they got a hold of world oil supplies. It's true that we are now producing much, much more, but there's one global price of oil. So we would be watching a regime take over a significant part of the Middle East directly and through its proxies, and then we see it making common cause with our enemies in Russia and China and elsewhere. And this is no longer a sort of thought experiment. They are shipping missiles to Russia to use to kill Ukrainians. So all of this is actually developing. It's no longer on the books. It's actually happening. And it will create a world in which the interests of the United States, including the security interests, change. Our economy is affected, our military situation is affected, and around the corner is an Iranian nuclear weapon that really changes not only the Middle East, but the world.
Didn't Al Arabiya report, I think it was Al Arabiya that reported just 2 days ago that the Russians are looking to also resupply the Houthis. So, to make this point about all of our enemies lining up together, working together in the supply chain of terror that I talked about, and that's why we're going to have this whole government approach to interdict it. Because if the Russians are now getting in bed with the Houthis, that's bad news.
Yeah, but your question, Cameron, if I can answer, how you explain this to the American public. I would explain the role that Iran has played in the paradigm you mentioned of these 4 countries working together. I would stop with the highfalutin language and try to draw an analogy. And the analogy is this, is if anyone's ever gotten termites in their house, and termites actually chip away at the wood and the order. And Iran and its networks are now working with other partners that are chipping away at the international order, which was already frayed and fragmented and has slipped into this period that the one thing the Trump and Biden team agree on is one of strategic competition. But the fact that they're working like termites to chip away, and they always have, I think, in many ways in the Middle East. I want to highlight, I'm at the Middle East Institute. We've embarked on an Iran initiative we should talk about, where we're putting a lot of product out, including with Alex Vatanka. I'm glad to see Patricia Karam will be on the stage. She's part of our team now at MEI. And it's trying to deal with this geopolitical problem, but the analogy is simple, and go to the American public, and they know it, right? They know it because of the history of hostages being taken in the so-called revolution, the Islamic Revolution. And I would say make this directly related to their lives. Both Republicans, especially Donald Trump, and Democrats, they're okay at it, have made China relevant to the lives of ordinary Americans. A similar thing has not happened on Iran or largely on Middle East policy. And we have this sort of sectarianism or ethnic sort of divisions in our own country over these foreign policy questions. And what I'm saying is, yes, all of these ideas actually are largely good, but you then need to communicate it outside of your circles here in this conference room and talk to those and speak in a way that I think you see this happening with Zelensky here as well. The fact that he went to my home state of Pennsylvania, and Rich Verma, a friend of mine who works at State, greeted him there. And they're talking about this issue of how Americans and American jobs are actually created in strengthening the national defense industrial base, right? And again, these are Democrats. Some people don't like them, but these are also people who are trying to serve their communities and connecting those communities and those jobs to actually a vision of American internationalism that is reformed, that has learned the lessons from the last 20, 25 years, and communicates that clearly.
Well, talking about bringing it home, Morgan, I wonder if you can talk a bit about, I know that you and your team at Polaris have been following this closely, you've written and talked about it extensively, the threat that the Islamic Republic is posing directly to the homeland in a variety of fashions. First of all, attempted assassinations of senior American officials, which you mentioned, the former President of the United States, potential future President of the United States, your friends and colleagues on this stage, senior U.S. government officials. Beyond that, which we sort of see in the headlines every now and then, what the ODNI is telling us about the regime's attempts to undermine our democracy here in the United States, to infiltrate the elections, to sway sentiment on university campuses. Can you give us a sense of what you're seeing, how widespread this is, how much of a threat is what the Islamic Republic is trying to do to our institutions and to our democracy here at home?
Yeah, I mean, you just went through the laundry list, but probably worth repeating. And we know, and I think the DNI and others are doing a pretty good job about trying to shine light on this and to show what the Iranian actors are trying to do in our election. I think that it's important. They're clearly not as sophisticated as the Russians or Chinese at doing this, but still pernicious. And so in addition, you talk about the university campus protest. Again, according to the Biden administration, these are protests that Iran is trying to fund, and for the same goal that the Russians and the Chinese have that Brian talked about, to foment unrest in the election. It's not new. They were cyber actors in the 2020 election as well. We now know, again, from the Biden administration that the regime has hacked into the Trump campaign emails. And again, I do think it's a positive thing that the Biden administration keeps calling the regime out for doing these things. But I think, when you talk about assassination attempts on U.S. soil, when you talk about what they play from a cyber actor perspective, not only of hacking into the campaign, but all of the disinformation online, and of course actually funding these anti-Semitic protests on college campuses. It's it's not good. It's pretty bad. But I think the more that we call it out, the more that both sides call it out, at least it will expose and shed light on what's happening. But the real question is, how do you deter them from doing it? And that's, I think, the fundamental problem that we have is the other side has to feel a cost in order to be deterred. So my question would be, what pain, what cost does the Iranian regime feel from the Biden administration that's going to force them to stop these actions, that's going to deter them from taking more? And that's what the Biden administration or the next Trump-Harris or Harris administration will have to determine. I would argue that we need to go on offense. I would argue that we have lost a lot of leverage in the region. I mean, listen, again, just to give another Israel example, when you saw that well, I don't know if Israel's totally claiming credit for it or not, but I think we all basically know the pager and the walkie-talkie attack, and of course the follow-up strikes that happen afterwards. You have Hezbollah basically publicly saying, Iran, hello, where are you? And Iran's giving them the Heisman, basically. It may not last forever, but again, Israel has done a much better job than the United States of actually imposing costs on people, on entities that are trying to kill their people, on entities that are going after Israelis and Americans. So again, this is not like, No one needs to go out to Georgetown and get a PhD in international relations to figure this out, right? If you don't feel that there is a cost for your action, then you're going to keep on doing it. So you got to restore deterrence by actually making the other side feel pain, and then you have to go on offense so that not only do they learn that they can't do it, that they don't even plan any other attacks.
I don't think you need to go to Georgetown. You can stop by FedEx and send off a few pagers to some people in Iran, and we'll see how that goes. Elliot, talking on the same topic about the regime's influence in the United States, a threat to democracy, as we say this, the Islamic Republic's delegation has been in New York for a week now, several days. The new, quote-unquote, reformist president that you and I discussed yesterday at another event addressed the UN General Assembly. He was mourning his sadly dead colleague, Mr. Raisi. I know we're all quite sad about that. But beyond his speech at the UNGA, Javad Zarif, the former foreign minister, was on something of a media tour. He was with Christiane Amanpour. He was with...
I think they're best friends.
Yeah, he was with Ian Bremmer, perhaps another friend. Yeah, right. He was all over the place. Why is it, and of course, I think beyond what the public might expect, why do we let these guys come here? There are, of course, diplomatic protocols that require us to have some people come here, but this was quite a large delegation. It was not Pezeshkian and a secretary and a few security officers. It was people going shopping, and they're chanting death to America at home, but here they're going to, big box stores and bringing things back to Iran, probably a sanctions violation, I would think. Why are we allowing it to happen at this level, and how effective has somebody like Zarif been in shaping the narrative, being on all these news programs 24/7?
We have an obligation to allow members of the UN to come to New York, to the UN. But as you were suggesting, how many? What's the delegation? 5? 25? 105? And what are the geographical limits? We imposed some very strict geographical limits on the Iranian mission to the UN so that they couldn't float around and, for example, go visit colleges all over the country, but they had to stay around the UN. That's what they were theoretically there for. The Soviet Union, the Chinese, the Iranian regime have always had 1 or 2 or 3 people who are very good at handling Americans. These are their barbarian handlers, and Zarif was one of them. And I mean, I'll just tell you a story. I was invited to a dinner with Zarif at the Council on Foreign Relations, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 years ago. And I thought long and hard about it, and I decided, nobody at that dinner is going to ask him about human rights. So I'm going to go. And I was right. I mean, there are, 25 people at the dinner. Nobody asked about human rights, so I did. And he gave what was, from his point of view, I guess, a clever answer that worked with most audiences. He didn't say, shut up, you don't know anything. He said, this is a real problem. I know, we all know. And I'm working on this problem. Many of us in the government are working on this problem, and we need your help. We need your help. Because when we have this terrible rhetoric, then it makes it so much harder. I just throw up all over the table. But I looked around the table, and you have, people from Wall Street and major companies and think tanks sitting there nodding. Yes, he needs our help. Zarif needs, it works. And that's why they kept him around so long. And now he's back. Now, we have the advantage of experience now. That is, we've all lived through watching, say, Khatami being called a great reformer. And as came up yesterday, there are some people who maybe, if they ever got power, would be reformist. Mousavi, Karoubi. So what happens to them? They're under house arrest for year after year after year after year. Others are killed, or they're in Evian prison. So it's on us now. If we take seriously a clown like Zarif, whose job is to lie to Americans, that is his job, then really it's our fault, because it's crystal clear that he has about as much clout, as much power with the regime and with the IRGC as I do.
I want to be respectful of all of your time, and I know you have some obligations after this. So I want to go briefly with one question, the same question to each of you, and it's perhaps slightly off topic of the panel, but generally related. We've discussed for the past 40 minutes the threats that the Islamic Republic poses to the United States and what they've been doing for decades through their proxies, themselves directly, here at home with their propaganda warfare through folks like Mr. Zarif. If tomorrow the Islamic Republic falls and the Iranian people and their democratic movement are successful, how would you see a future relationship between the United States and that Iran, not the Iran of the past 45 years of this regime? What would a relationship between our country and Iran look like if things were a little bit different? And maybe we'll start with Brian.
Yeah, I think I love that vision, and I think we should keep that in mind. And if you recall, I started with this notion of thanking you for all of your work that you're doing for freedom in Iran. And I know it's probably a rare thing to hear from somebody on the center left, but I do believe it's an essential cause, and how we think about that together to help it is important, first for the people of Iran, but then second for the reason why you're asking the question. The region, I think, is already in a period of transformation. Before October 7th, I think it was becoming apparent, and a lot of the important work that the Trump administration did in the Abraham Accords, and then finally, I think after 1 year, the Biden team started actually focusing on this and these opportunities to create not just economic and security interlinkages with partners, but at a deeply held values basis, something where I think foreign policy people, unfortunately, are uncomfortable talking about it, but I'm not, is that the religious faith that a lot of people feel, whether they're Christian, Muslim, or Jew, the fact that some in places like Abu Dhabi, where you have the Abrahamic House of Faith, or what Bahrain has done, there's a deeper sort of battle for values that move forward and try to create unity across the region. And today's regime, the Islamic Republic of Iran's regime, is against that battle to bring us together in unity. And there are one sort of manifestation in the scenario that you paint is that those green shoots, which I believe fundamentally will continue to grow, almost with or without the US. I think it's better with the US and with unified support. The new Iran becomes part of that. That becomes part of a region that isn't like the last 45 years that we've been talking about here. And I would suggest to you next year, and I'll sit on this panel if you invite me back, is let's actually have that Fantasyland panel. Let's do that work of what does that look like? Because there's a problem. I lead research for many researchers at the Middle East Institute, and there's a problem in our field, is that we get hit with the media news of the parade of horribles day in and day out. And then the constant questions we're asking is, what's next? The question I asked Elliot before the panel, what do you think is going to happen in the next 24 hours? The problem with that is that we then lose our sense of imagination, our sense of possibility, our sense of efficacy of what could be done, first and foremost by the people of Iran itself, but then importantly in the support networks that can be created to advance this Middle East. So I know I've gone on here, but bottom line, those termites that I talked about in my analogy, and the best way to deal with termites is you don't blow up the house, right? You actually give the necessary support to deal with those that are part of the problem. And to be clear, I'm talking about the regime when I use that analogy, not the people. You need to figure out how to actually strengthen the whole house. And I think what would happen is that new Iran would be a partner with the United States, but then also with Israel and with some of these pragmatic, forward-looking Arab partners that are already doing the work for themselves and for their own self-interest.
We thank you, and we'll take that as a yes for next year's conference. So I hope the team is writing that down in the back.
If you try to think of what are the issues that so deeply divide Iran, the country, and the United States, there aren't any. There is no reason for this hostility except the ideology of the regime. Why are they supporting Hezbollah, which the Iranian people don't want to do? Why are they supporting Hamas, which the Iranian people don't want to do? I could go on with that list. So once that stops, the relationship would very quickly turn upside down. The answer to many of the divisions between the United States and Iran today, I would say almost all of them, perhaps all of them, is democracy. When the Iranian people can choose their government, all of those policies, and the name of this panel, 45 years of supporting terrorism, comes to an end. At that point, we have a normal and friendly relationship, and we can talk about Iran-Pakistan, Iran-India, Iran-Azerbaijan, Iran and Iraq. But all of this 45 years of hostility that began with the taking of hostages would disappear, I think, very, very quickly.
Yeah, I would just say I hope and pray that one day I'm standing in a free and open and democratic Tehran. That's the hope and the goal and what all of you are working towards happening one day. You know, and as we pray and hope for that kind of future for the Iranian people, I think what Elliot brought up about human rights and what we really tried to, especially through my position at the State Department, tried to focus on supporting the Iranian people. And I think that's so important in our public messaging as we talk about policies towards the Iran. I always try to make sure that we're messaging to the American people, to the diaspora here, and to the world that, you know, our problem is not with the Iranian people, but rather with the regime that is holding their country and holding their culture and their beautiful people hostage. And so that's why words really matter. So this is why it's important when you have things like women being killed in the streets and women being beaten for the crime of showing their hair in Iran. That's why we need to support Iranian women, not just in words, but also in policy actions, and not give life and not give funds and not give support to a regime that would do that to their own women. So I think that through the work that all of you do, and hopefully through the work a lot of us who just care about the Iranian people are doing, we must continue to increase the relationship between the people of Iran and the United States and the American people to know, again, our beef is not with the Iranian people, it's with the regime. And when we do have these movements spring up in Iran, you know, like what happened with Mahsa Amini, we have to talk about it, we have to give voice to it. And if you're really gonna put human rights at the center of your foreign policy, then you can't ignore the plight of the Iranian women.
Well, it's such a pleasure to have three people. Three speakers, three leaders like yourself who are not the people that Mr. Abrams talked about at the CFR event, bobbling their heads at Javad Zarif, but coming to meet with the Iranian American community, human rights activists, and so many. So join me in thanking again Morgan Ortegas, Brian Katulis, and Elliot Abrams.
Thank you all for another great panel. The Iran Prosperity Project is a project proudly supported by NUFDI, offering a roadmap to building an economy that can support Iran's socio-economic needs in a post-Islamic Republic Iran. Please join us in welcoming Amir Sharif Emami to present IPP.
Thank you, NUFDI, for having us. The Iran Prosperity Project, IPP, is a roadmap to building an economy that can support Iran's socioeconomic needs in a post-Islamic Republic Iran. Through a series of white papers, presentations, and other media, we strive to present a viable path for Iran's future reconstruction. Next slide. We'll get started with a project overview, followed by a quick look at the sections of the financial and social stabilization portion. Sorry, 1 second. Just back 2 slides, please. Thank you. So the purpose of the project is to plan. We know that no plan survives contact with reality, but by failing to prepare, we would be preparing to fail. So Iranians have the appetite for change, but when they see what has happened around them, they hesitate to sign up for a possible worse outcome. We're working to show the people of Iran and the international community that there is a way to set up a stable interim government and to reconstruct Iran in the event that there is a change in government. Next slide, please. The time frame for the implementation of the project is after a change in government. We have assumed a mostly peaceful change in government. The work is being done with imperfect information. The data the researchers have had access to is scarce and not very reliable. Instability is the central challenge Iranians have faced. This plan looks to draw the path to a stable future. First, we have worked on some of the elements on the financial and social fronts. We will be proceeding shortly into the political and legal domains. These are the foundations of a strong and future stronger Iran. We will also be looking at the needs for economic reconstruction across key industries, aiming to build a more diverse, sustainable economy that protects the ecosystem and, most importantly, returns Iran to a country that invests in improving its people's lives. Next slide. The project is currently broken into 3 parts: financial and social stabilization, political and legal stabilization, and economic reconstruction. Some subjects require contemplation across multiple phases, such as the restructuring of the bunyads. There are financial and operational aspects to the movement of these. For phase 1, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, so give me 1 second. Yeah, here we go. Financial and social stabilization. So the project is, for phase 1, the focus is on the budget. It consists of 4 sections consisting of 6 papers: the budget, currency, banking, and financial markets, privatization, and welfare, consisting of healthcare and pensions. For the budget, next slide, the analysis seeks to contemplate what it would take to balance the budget, giving various negative shock scenarios to the economy. Attempts to identify areas where there are excesses in the current budget, where revenue shortfalls may come in, and how to unlock capital to make a transition less bumpy. The stability of the currency is one of the central concerns of bringing a sound financial backdrop to Iran. The work looks at the sources of inflation, how the money supply has expanded over the years, the state of foreign currency reserves, and the national debt. The banking sector is tied to the currency crisis, and the abuses by the current regime have resulted in bad loans throughout the system. The assessment looks to identify the amount of non-performing loans and tries to locate the institutions to prioritize a cleaning up of the sector. The long-term proposals contemplated include the systemic improvements required to prevent future mistakes. For financial markets, the scale of the market, measured by the variety of industries represented, market cap, and liquidity, are key to understanding what is possible. The access to the market by different groups, from institutional investors, pensions, all the way to retail, are contemplated. Much of the work has gone to comparing what is and what needs to be implemented as far as transparency and regulatory oversight on the markets to make them competitive regionally and globally. For privatization, the afaq and bunyads were looked at. This is one of the darkest areas to try and decipher. Their assets and income are the area of focus in order to identify the privatization schedule. This work involves a whole-of-government assessment of capital needs and availability. We want to be careful not to create a fire sale. The privatization strategy is also an area with many paths and a need to be prepared for whatever comes our way, but to attempt to do so with a prioritization strategy in mind is key. For healthcare, the spend from per capita, who is and is not included, who provides the coverage, whether it's government, insurers, or out of pocket, how much does each type of payer pay, what services are covered, how different systems impact the constituencies from providers to patients, all have been thought through careful detail. As far as the pensions, the system health, the structure in terms of the defined and contribution versus benefit, the cyclicality of external factors from the population pyramid, the macro environment, and other and constituents, who provides the pensions from government, corporations, and individuals, have all been looked at. Again, we are nearing completion of the first phase of the work, which I have touched on in this presentation. We are beginning to map the subsequent parts and looking for interested contributors for the next phases. Please join us in early 2025 for the unveiling of phase 1. Thank you, and I'd like to turn it over to our distinguished panel.
Thank you, Amir. Please now join us in welcoming advisors to this project, Saeed Qasim Nejad, Senior Economics Fellow at FTD, and Senior Economist Mohammad Jahanparvar, along with celebrated investor and founder Shervin Peshawar, in a conversation moderated by NUFDI Vice President Kamran Khansarinia.
One is not working, so two bad news. Okay, good news and bad news. Bad news, I'm back, so I apologize. Good news is, for the first time, I think, at the NUFDI conference, and perhaps the first time in history, we're going to have a discussion about economics, which I hope will actually be interesting. And we'll see if these panelists are up to the task. You heard Amir talk about IPP. It's something that at NUFDI we're extremely proud of, and something that our next speaker, who I'm sure you're very happy to hear from, will be speaking about in some length as well. It's not just about getting rid of the Islamic Republic. It's about the day after and the plans that we have for the people of Iran, the preparations for the people of Iran to ensure that their needs are met, to ensure that Iran can return to its rightful place among the community of nations, as a leader of the community of nations, both within the Middle East and in the broader geopolitical community. And at NUFDI, we take that extremely seriously, and that's why we're proud to support the work of the Iran Prosperity Project, and we have two of the senior advisors to the project to discuss that project with us, and also somebody who has experience doing exactly what we're trying to prepare for the future of Iran. So this one will be a bit shorter, because I know that you are anticipating our next speaker, but also how long can one talk about economics, with all due respect to Mohammad and Saeed. But we'll start there out of due deference to you. Saeed, you were involved in the creation of this project, IPP. Why is it important to start with something like this? Tell us a bit about the backstory of this project, why you are putting so much time into it. You have a full-time job at FTD, where you are one of the world's most renowned experts on sanctions on the Islamic Republic. Why are you taking time out of your day, you're not being compensated for this, to work on a project like this? Why does it matter to you? And tell us a bit about how it got started.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I'm generally pessimist, not a good person to have a beer with. Usually dooms and glooms come out from me. But I'm pretty optimistic about Iran, the future of Iran's economy. Iran is the last untapped market, large untapped market in the world. We have a quite large diaspora outside, very well connected, very well off, very well educated. We have tons of resources. So, and in 2015, I was on the other side. A lot of people were trying to get into Iran, and we were mapping them to try to make sure they are not going there. And that's actually the list of the companies that the moment that the regime is gone, you can have them to go back. But it's important I think for the Iranians inside Iran, for the Iranian diaspora, and for the international community to see that there is a plan out there, that when the regime falls, Iranians know what to do. There are Iranian experts who have thought about that. So that helps the Iranian inside Iran to be more optimistic about their future. That helps the diaspora to be more engaged. And that helps the international community, whether it's governments or business people, to be more optimistic about the future of Iran, the fall of the regime, to know that they can actually engage with the Iranian opposition. So what we are trying to do is to have a plan. We hope that different factions of the opposition will see this plan and they can actually unite around this plan, because the plan is really not ideological. It's quite it's a common sense plan. So that's our goal.
I think that's so important to know, because I think there's a lot of people who are accustomed to fighting amongst different groups and a quote-unquote lack of unity that we're told so often about, but to see a project which is not ideological but is focused on practical solutions for the people of Iran, I think, as you said, it serves as a hopeful opportunity that people can come together around that. It's not about left-leaning or right-leaning or future form of government, but really about the needs of the Iranian people. So with that sort of expectation set, let's talk about something a little bit less hopeful and exciting for the future, but the reality and the facts. Mohammed, can you tell us what has Iran lost in the past 45 years from an economic perspective? Because you can answer that question ad nauseum, obviously. But economically, tell us where we were just prior to 1979 and where we are today, and what ramifications has that had for the people of Iran and for the market?
Well, thank you very much for having us here, and thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the IPP project. So as usual, the disclaimer goes, these are my personal opinions, but they are also common sense, essentially reading the data at this point. So the high point of from the individual Iranian's point of view, the high point of prosperity came sometime around between 1976 and 1977. At that point, after about 2 decades of double-digit growth and very low inflation, Iran was about to break into the ranks of upper middle income countries in the world. It was slightly poorer per capita than Spain, substantially more prosperous than Turkey or South Korea. And then the country went into a tailspin. So about 45 years later, Iran stands at 117th place out of about 190 countries in terms of income. So to give you an idea that what it means that based on some estimates, let's say IMF estimates, El Salvador is slightly better off than Iran. Iran is about as well off, slightly better off than Indonesia. So the goal, if you want to think about that, what it could be, Iran could be at least about the average income in the world. So right now, the per capita output for Iran is about $4,500 per year. It could be about $13,000. At $13,000, which is the average for the world, Iran would be like the 22nd or 23rd largest economy in the world. So this is the magnitude of loss that you're looking at. Now, you compound that by every Iranian family over 45 years, and you're looking at a mind-boggling number. So by being kept as a policy choice outside the world order, Iranians are substantially poorer than their neighbors and their peers as of like in 1976. The point of reference, counterfactuals are cheap, and it is a fool's errand to try to estimate that what it could have been. Things can go right or wrong for various reasons, but it is reasonable to expect that Iranians would be better off had they continued as the economic performance close to the average of the world, rather than being the big sick man of Middle East. I think that would probably answer the question. I do not want to put an exact number on that because, again, running counterfactuals is difficult. But think about all the hospitals not built, all the mines that were not up to standard. So as a result, Iranian miners die for completely preventable accidents. Think about all the children who could have gone to world-level standard schools, all the women who could have had access to basic health care, and they do not get it right now, and all the houses, cars that are not bought, and the structures that are not, that could have been up to standards such that, like, small earthquakes in an earthquake-prone country would not actually lead to wholesale slaughter of entire cities. BAM comes to mind. I'll leave it at that, and we can come back and discuss this a little bit more.
Economist. We would have been the South Korea of Middle East. We became the North Korea of Middle East. I think we could have been easily at the level of South Korea.
Shervin, in terms of what's been lost and what could have been, I think you and so many other Iranians who are unfortunately not in their own country but forced to be abroad are examples of what could have been. So can you tell, I mean, your background is quite well known, I think, to most people, an early investor in some of the greatest companies today, from Uber to so many others. What is it that Iranians are so good at in business? Tell us a bit about your experience as an Iranian business person abroad, and maybe then after that, what would that look like back in Iran? Let's say 1979 had never happened, or tomorrow, as I asked the previous panel, the regime falls. What does it look like bringing all that human capital and potential back to a country like Iran?
Thank you. In Silicon Valley, we have a technique called A/B testing, and A/B testing allows you to, basically test whether one output or a second output is different based on the fundamentals of the experiment. And we've had the A/B test. The A/B test is Iran, the Islamic regime, under the Islamic regime, as you guys have very wisely explained, has really destroyed value and destroyed the lives of 88 million of our brothers and sisters. At the same time, the diaspora of Iranians, the millions who escaped the Islamic regime and came to America, Europe, Australia, all over the world, you look at their success, and that's the A/B test. That's what Iran would have been. And I was putting some numbers together because there's, some of these are my friends, and some of these are companies that I helped either invest in or serve on the board of in the case of Uber. But I added up the value of companies that Iranian Americans, just Iranian Americans, have helped create and scale. And the number comes out to $5.85 trillion of value, of company valuations. This is Dara at Uber. This is Hadi and Ali Partovi funding Facebook. This is Omid Kurdistani building Google from 5 people, and Salar Kamangar building AdWords and AdSense. Pierre Omidyar inventing eBay and then doing PayPal. Anousheh Ansari, SpaceX with Omid Afshar. That adds up to $6 trillion. So that, I think, is probably the best example of what could have been, but also I am a techno-optimist, and I actually am an optimist about the Iranian spirit, because we've been around for 4,000 years, and the Islamic regime will end up being a blink in the eye of our history once they're gone. And once they're gone, the diaspora will all go back and invest and help our people build Iran quickly under, what we need is we need a Vision 2030, the way MBS and Saudi has. We need a Vision 2040 for Iran. And if you look at all of the things that are possible, we could build Manhattan projects for quantum computing, for AI and AGI, for biotech, longevity. I think you look at the examples against A/B testing this. Look at the UAE, look at Qatar, look at Oman, look at Saudi Arabia since 1979 and what they've done with their economies. I just came back from Qatar, and The level of infrastructure, the level of investment in their people is so inspiring. We can do the same thing. I think we could turn things around in Iran once we have democracy and once we have the Crown Prince back helping build the future of Iran. Iran will become a major source of hope and peace and prosperity, not just for Iranian people, but for the world.
Let me stay with you for a second, Chair. I mean, you listed those people and their immense accomplishments. With all due respect to them and all the work that they've done, all the value that they've built for consumers, for markets, it's you who I see on this stage, and it's you who I see consistently in the media talking not just about markets and the companies that you've built and the companies in which you've invested, but talking about this very topic, which is the people of Iran and their democratic aspirations. Why have you chosen to be so public about this? Why have you chosen not to? It's quite easy, obviously, for people to stay silent. That's the sort of the modus operandi. Why have you chosen to talk about this so publicly and to put your sort of your personal business credibility behind something like this?
Thank you. My first answer is because of my parents. My father, Abraham, and my mother, Ashrat, raised me to be a patriot, a deep believer in the Iranian people and our culture. They made me deeply believe in Iranian exceptionalism. We're really talented, brilliant, amazing people who has contributed so much culturally and civilizationally to the world. And so my parents imbued that in me, and that's why I'm so involved. That's why I reached out to Elon during the Women Life Freedom movement and said, hey, I'd like to smuggle Starlinks into Iran and get it to the women so that no government can block their communication to the world. And that's why we were able to get all those videos out. But that's the main reason. And I don't fault any of my friends in tech for staying silent. However, when history starts calling, they need to open up their checkbooks and they need to invest in the Iranian people.
Mohammed, you're a numbers guy, both you and Said, and of course Shervin. Shervin mostly zeros after commas and the dollar sign. But tell us about the future potential of Iran. You talked about what we've lost in the past 45 years. Obviously, as Amir outlined and as we will outline in an entire day dedicated to the Iran Prosperity Project in each of the papers that were written by our expert researchers and authors from universities across the world. They'll go into an immense amount of detail next year, as Amir said. But give us a high-level view. You gave us the rear-view mirror. Going forward, what opportunities are presented to Iran should there be the fundamental political change that we all seek?
So obviously, nobody's asking me to do anything about it, but if they ask, this is what I would answer. So first of all, remember that, as I mentioned, Iran is not doing that well in terms of the league tables of the per capita output. However, the country has immense potential. So think about it that, again, looking back a little bit, back in 1974, Iran was the pivotal player in the energy markets. When the first oil embargo went into effect, Iran could actually amp up production to address at least part of the shortcomings of the market. Nowadays, it's a marginal player. I mean, it has almost zero impact in the international oil market. Just opening up of the economy to the oil and gas market and the investment that it requires would immediately elevate the position of Iran in the energy markets. Recall that the country is, by some measures, the second largest, has the second largest reserves of the natural gas, and probably third or fourth largest reserves of oil. So this is the traditional part of the economy. However, we need to constantly remind ourselves, Iran is the last remaining untapped market. So just opening up the economy of 85 million, by some measures, 88 million, educated, actually highly sophisticated consumers would immediately open up opportunities, both in terms of services and industries, that would allow very quickly for these people to get brought back into the world, get employment, start innovating, start investing, having meaningful relationships, like deep relationships with the neighbors and countries close and far, and that would generate growth. So the one important thing that you want to keep in mind is that Iran for years has suffered from chronic unemployment. You want to help people, the first thing that you want to do, provide them opportunities to have gainful employment for long periods of time. That would immediately alleviate underemployment and unemployment among young people, and particularly women that actually comprise about 60% of the university students in the country. So there are structural barriers towards employment of women in Iran that would immediately, almost overnight, it would go away. The investment that you have to have in terms of infrastructure, security, new industries, given the large number of engineers and tech technicians in the country, would almost definitely help to sustain growth for a long period of time. It is important to keep in mind, going back, looking forward, culturally, Iran can be an exporter of cultural goods. Even under the Islamic Republic, it had an impact on world culture. Imagine what it would have meant if it actually could engage in cultural exchange with the rest of the world. I want to actually tell you an anecdote about something that I heard the other day. So a friend of a friend they are active in the music scene in France. They had gotten their hands on records of Iranian singers prior to the revolution. And it was asking us that, okay, what is the newest version of these things? Because this music was actually quite good. We can actually use it now. And our answer obviously was that okay, the revolution happened. It all stopped. Open that up, and you will see that Iran is going to have a place, not unlike South Korea, in just cultural exchanges. And this is employment, this is wealth, this is creation. Let people create. They won't only create Persian carpets, they will create a lot of other things that would lead to mutual prosperity for people inside, and then also the global community. We have enriched, Iranians have enriched the world for millennia. They can continue doing that. It was somewhat sad to hear that all the panels talked about the threats that Iran emanates right now. The tables can turn. It could be prosperity. It could be a future. This is actually interesting to anticipate and interesting to watch as it unfolds.
I don't mean to disappoint all of you, but I have to get one boring economics question in, but it relates to policy, so probably some people here will appreciate it. To you, Saeed, which is, we hear so much about the Islamic Republic's current violations of international financial protocols, not being part of the global financial market, whether FATF, not being part of the SWIFT system, et cetera. Can you give us a vision of, again, the change happens next week, and you and Dr. Jahanparvar, thank God, are now running economic policy in Iran as opposed to a bunch of clerics. What would be the first few steps that Iran has to take procedurally and in terms of international organizations and qualifications to return to the global market, and how feasible is that?
So the first thing would be to join the FATF. The next thing would be we need to remove all these sanctions. If we don't do it, we cannot join the international community. The good news is that it's quite easy. A lot of them can be suspended through executive orders. So executive order, the sanction will not be removed from the law, but the effect will be gone. So that actually depends on you stop financing terrorism. That depends on the new regime not wanting to destroy Israel, not wanting to kick the United States out of the region. So the financial decisions, economic decisions are important, but what's more important than them is the political vision. And I think we are very lucky to have a leader like Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, who has immense support inside Iran, who is a statesman on the international, in the international community. When he talks here and there, everyone really appreciates that. I have seen that. So we are actually very lucky to have someone like him. The Iraqis unfortunately didn't have that. The Afghans had someone like him. The Americans unfortunately prevented his return. But we have that person right now. Who knows? I hope like he's active and alive for 100 more years. But we also need to understand that our window of opportunity is limited. So if that happens, if that political change happens, if you bring that new political perspective, then the economic decisions are not that difficult. These are like very common sense economic and financial decisions. You just go and take what IMF tells you to do, and you are 90% fine. So sorry, the answer was not very economic, it was mostly political, but the problem in Iran is really mostly political.
I want to actually add a little bit of economics to that. Sometimes the mistakes of your adversary are opportunities for you. For many countries that actually go through transitions, one important constraint that they actually have to face is the fact that they usually, through mismanagement, they have large external debt. Islamic Republic, due to its very aggressive international stance, has actually cut Iran off from any type of financial interaction for 45 years. So one thing that the next government, the transitional government, is going to have at its disposal, and it is important, is that it will start with almost no external liabilities that are going to crush the finances of that government in the initial phase. So you have to take the win there. What happens next would be to essentially removing the barriers, political barriers first, followed by economic barriers from the ingenuity and the business spirit of Iranian people. They will do the rest. You do not need to do much.
On that topic of the spirit of the Iranian people and the business spirit, you talked a bit about it, Shervin, but you've obviously invested in so many companies, helped build them. You know, to a great extent, what makes good founders, what makes good companies. Looking at Iran now, obviously, perhaps it's difficult to imagine, and to some extent, given the Islamic Republic, I mean, as Mohammed was pointing out, 60% of college graduates are women in Iran, but so many of them are denied places in the workforce because of the regime's laws. When you look at Iran as a potential market, not as a country, you describe yourself as a patriot, you're a patriot, but you're a businessman as well. When you look at it not as a patriot, but as a businessman, what opportunities do you see in Iran for companies? What industries are you drawn to immediately? What sort of companies immediately make you want to be investing in them and be part of the next big thing in Iran?
The great thing is, we all know as Iranians, our moms and dads really push education on us and want us to be doctors and engineers and lawyers and so on.
I think I'm the only non-doctor and non-millionaire on this stage, which is unique for me.
I was supposed to be the doctor of the family, and I rebelled. But I
think you did pretty okay.
my brother and sister became, lawyer and PhDs. So they made up for it. But if you look at just the human capital in Iran, you look at Sharif University, I think Stanford University's engineering program at one point in the last 10 years, out of 35 PhD students, like 28 of them were from Sharif University. So most of these incredible minds are there, they're educated, they're ready to build, except they're in prison, essentially. And so once freedom comes, some of the things I've thought through is, and learned from Silicon Valley is, first of all, Silicon Valley is not a physical place anymore. It's an idea that's gone viral. And I know many, many Iranians in Iran have the aspiration to be entrepreneurs. I get emails and messages from many of them. And they're waiting for that opportunity to be mentored, for there to be incubators and venture studios, YC programs where we can actually mentor, invest, and train young entrepreneurs to build the next Google out of Iran. That potential is there. We just have to systematically build the ecosystem. The good thing is the university system is very strong, and you need to have a university and educational system to be able to build something like Silicon Valley in Iran. But I think that potential is tremendous. Also, if you look at the diaspora and the number of people that could come and invest and build companies and hire people and mentor people, there'll be a renaissance of economic activity in Iran.
You recently started a new position as the co-chairman of, I won't mention the name, I'm not sure if your company's lawyers would appreciate that, but you've started a new position as a co-chairman of a very important crypto-based financial institution. So first of all, congratulations. But in terms of the potential of technology in Iran, a lot of things have been missed, unfortunately, in the past several decades. Iran has been unable to take, or the Iranian people have been unable to take advantage of certain trends or opportunities that the rest of the world has been able to take advantage of. What sort of technologies do you see being able to be brought to Iran to improve the lives of Iranians? What sort of tech companies can be built there? I mean, as you said, out of 4 Iranians, 3 of them is an engineer. So what sort of things can be built in Iran? What sort of companies and technologies can be used or built to better the lives of the Iranian people?
The historical coincidence is the timing of this potential kind of freedom for Iran, hopefully sooner than later, is happening at the same time of the greatest revolution that's going on, I think, in human history, which is artificial intelligence, and what's coming, which is AGI, artificial general intelligence. And so we're about to achieve a huge milestone, which is AGI will get us to much higher than human intelligence, and even the collective intelligence of all humans. And so in the same way that the mutations that happened millions of years ago that gave us our brains and gave us our ability to have language, that was essentially the creation of an AGI inside the human brain. Now we're inventing something that is what I call superintelligence. And so the timing of what could happen is that you have a huge amount of Iranians who have technical talent. There's many AI researchers and engineers who are Iranian. And I actually think that what we should do is make Iran into the AI leader in the world. Because as a sovereign, that is going to be the biggest advantage any sovereign could have, is to have sovereign supremacy around artificial intelligence. We need to build AI supercomputing centers in Iran. We have the power for it. We have the brain power for it. All of those ingredients are there. And that's why I think by 2040, Iran could surpass what we could have done in the last 45 years.
Last question to each of you, because we are past our time and I don't want to keep our keynote speaker waiting. Tell us, if you can, in 1 or 2 sentences, beyond what you've said thus far, your outlook for Iran's economic future, both as it relates to the Iranian people and as it relates to the global economic community and global markets, if this political change comes about. Saeed, let's start with you.
I think as a last large untapped market, with a, as I said, well-educated, well-off, well-connected diaspora, Iran actually can become a developed country very fast and very quickly, much faster than many think. The day after the Islamic Republic falls, if we can actually put that political transition that does not create a foreign war, that does not create a civil war, if that happens, the economic part is quite easy. It will happen very fast and quickly.
So what I want to say is something similar to what a doctor would say. You get an opportunity, don't squander it. So if the political change comes, Iranians are going to get one chance to set it right and do it right. Don't try to reinvent the wheel. There is the collective knowledge of several countries that have gone through similar transitions at your disposal. Don't try to do things, very exciting things. Try to be as normal, as prudent, and as data dependent and experience dependent as possible. You'll see that it will bear fruit. What you want to be is that you want to be a normal, liberal, democratic member of the global community. You do not want to be the unique country that either in one direction or the other direction, you're going to surprise everybody. Avoid surprises.
Yeah, make Iran boring again.
It's hard for Iranians not to be unique. So
you can be unique, but you can be productive.
Yeah, uniquely productive. Again, I believe in Iranian exceptionalism, and I think what they're saying is exactly right. The speed at which Iran can recover and excel and exceed anything that happened in the last 45 years and go beyond it. We will forget this ugly history and we'll move forward to a new day for the Iranian people and for the world.
Well, NUFDI will proudly share more information about IPP with you in the coming weeks and months. Until then, before our keynote speaker, please join me once again in thanking Shervin Pishevar, Saeed Qasim-Nejad, and Mohammad Jamatarov.
Ladies and gentlemen, please keep to your seats as we wait for our keynote speaker. Please keep to your seats.
Check.
Please join us in welcoming the foremost advocate for secular democracy in Iran and a symbol of hope for millions of Iranians at home and abroad, our keynote speaker, His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi.
سپاس و درود به همگی شما. سپاسگزارم. مرسی. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Mr. Ramzan, Dr. Ganji, members of the NUFDI Board of Directors, thank you for having me. It is a pleasure to be back with all of you and to speak for the first time at the Iran conference. I would like to begin by commending NUFDI on the remarkable progress it has made in the past few years. As recently as 5 years ago, the Iran conversation in Washington, D.C. was dominated primarily by the Islamic Republic's nefarious lobby and secondarily by fringe groups. In only a few years, those two well-funded, state-backed interest groups were given a run for their money by an underdog, NUFDI. Now, finally, there's a true and honest voice for Iranians in Washington. You should be proud of what you have accomplished, but there's much more to be done. Our challenge today in the fight for Iran's liberation is not only political, but also economic. It is not only about freeing our people from political repression, but also from the shackles of poverty. That is why I am so pleased to speak about the Iran Prosperity Project and the plan for and path to our nation's economic reconstruction. Nearly half a century ago, Khomeini, ever eloquent, defined the Islamic Republic's economic strategy by proclaiming that economics is for donkeys. اقتصاد مال خر است. It was this ignorance and arrogance, beyond his brutality and backwardness, that destroyed the lives of millions of Iranians and cost the world a valuable trading partner, promising market, and reliable creditor. Today, Iran should have been the South Korea of the Middle East, but it has instead become the North Korea of our region. The gross domestic product numbers prove it. In 1977, Iran's real GDP per capita was more than twice that of South Korea. Today, South Korea's is more than 7 times that of Iran's, and devastatingly, Iran's real GDP per capita has never reached its pre-revolution level. As a result of an economic policy determined by those who believe it should be guided by livestock, Iran has missed out on the digital and internet revolutions, the globalization age, and we are in the midst of missing out on the artificial intelligence era. In addition to foregoing such new opportunities, Iran has given up our natural advantages, losing our leading role in the world's energy market. Far from the pivotal supplier of energy we were 50 years ago, Iran is merely a marginal player. A corrupt few have prospered, while a nation has suffered. But there is hope. Indeed, much more than just hope. Unlike Khomeini, I will make no promises of free water, free buses, or free utilities. What I offer instead is a vision informed by ongoing consultations with renowned economists and successful business leaders. It is their expertise and knowledge that has helped me form the principles I believe should brace up our economy in a secular, democratic Iran. First, economic policy must trust citizens to make decisions based on their own interests. Second, the government should create opportunities for all citizens to thrive. Third, policies should empower individuals by fostering personal responsibility and innovation. Fourth, a dynamic economy depends on respecting private property and safeguarding it from interference. Fifth, market mechanisms should guide economic interactions between citizens whenever possible. Sixth, the government must remove barriers and foster conditions for domestic entrepreneurs by ensuring investment security and creating a business-friendly environment. Seventh, controlling inflation requires fiscal discipline and the establishment of an independent central bank. Eighth, barriers to women's participation in the labor market must be eliminated. Ninth, productivity driven by enhancing human capital and adopting technology should fuel economic growth. 10th and finally, Iran must rejoin the global economy and create conditions that attract foreign investment. There are existing international protocols, organizations, and fora that provides the framework for Iran to immediately and effectively re-enter the global marketplace, including the Financial Action Task Force, the International Budget Partnership, the International Labor Organization, the Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency, and the Stockholm Arbitration Institution. In order to rebuild our economy, restore prosperity, and revive our nation, Iran does not need to reinvent the wheel. But we do need to abide by the economic principles that have helped other countries and regions to achieve economic revitalization. In order to achieve that aim, both our people and basic practicality demands a roadmap for economic recovery and national reconstruction. It is for that reason that I am so pleased to be here for the unveiling of the first phase of the Iran Prosperity Project. This team of economists and subject matter experts are doing more than talking and philosophizing about Iran's economic woes. They are developing concrete and implementable solutions. As we have just heard, in the first phase of the project, which they have just completed, they have outlined the immediate financial and social stabilization plan for the first 100 days after the collapse of the Islamic Republic. Shortly, they will begin the second phase of the project, focused on the transition period and the necessarily political and legal stabilization, and the third phase focused on long-term economic reconstruction and investment opportunities. As IPP will undoubtedly document in the next phases of its work, Iran is perhaps the world's last significant frontier market. With 85 million extremely well-educated, young, talented people, it is yearning for investment and teeming with opportunity. Around the world and in all sectors, it is Iranians who are running some of today's greatest and most innovative companies. And these are not mere standouts. Iranians in the diaspora consistently rate among the highest educated and highest earning of any group. That natural ability, combined with the drive and desire of today's youth in Iran, who have been deprived of so many opportunities, can propel us to become one of the world's most advanced startup nations. We can turn our universities from centers for indoctrination of our youth and segregation of women into leading global research centers, using the ties of leading Iranian academics in the West with so many other brilliant academics, researchers, and scholars. Our vast nation, from the shores of the Caspian Sea to the meadows of Deilam, to the snow-capped peaks of Sabaland and Sahand in Azerbaijan, to the lush green mountains of Zagros in Kurdistan, to the plains of Baluchistan, to the Arvan River in Khuzestan, to the deserts of Khorasan and Kerman, to the coastal towns and villages of the Persian Gulf, Iran can become a hub for regional and international tourists. Of course, we need not turn our back on oil, natural gas, and petroleum industries. But instead of using it to fund terror, death, and destruction across the region, we can use it to invest in our people, rebuild our nation, and diversify our economy for the long term. Iran's greatest untapped resource isn't oil. It's the talent and drive of its people. And all of our people must be able to thrive. This economic recovery is of special importance for underserved areas of our country, from the Kurdistan province to Sistan and Baluchistan, Khuzestan, Lorestan, and Kermanshah. These provinces and the Iranians who call them home have for 45 years been denied the most fundamental economic opportunities. In a free Iran, that must not stand. Our national wealth and opportunities must serve all Iranians. Furthermore, disasters like the recent coal mine explosion at Tabas that killed at least 50 workers are all too frequent in Iran. Workers risk their lives on a daily basis, and yet they are denied the fundamental and basic dignity that their critical work demands and their efforts have earned. The reforms outlined in this project would prevent such crimes against Iranian workers. The necessity of this economic reconstruction is not just a matter of welfare for our citizens. It is a matter of security for our nation and stability for the region. It has been proven time and time again that governments that cannot provide the framework and opportunities for their citizens to thrive and prosper have been unable to sustain their democracies and their security. The plan being developed by IPP and our path to economic reconstruction are quite literally safeguards for the democracy we are striving to build. This, my friends, is the opportunity the future holds, both for Iranians and for the outside world. But first, the Islamic Republic must go. For in the past 2 decades, Iran has seen no measurable economic growth. This is simply not sustainable. That is why this plan and roadmap are so critical. As I said last week in my address at the IAC National Summit, we seek partnership with the world. That partnership is not limited just to the political realm. Iran, when given the chance, will seek to again be a partner for investment, trade, and commerce. This is the path ahead of us. This is how we can rebuild our nation and renew our ties with the world. not through the tired old drivel that Khamenei's henchman, Mr. Pezeshkian, has been sent to New York this week to deliver. Iran is not only ready for fundamental change, Iranians are risking their lives to bring it about. The time will come, and when it does, it will present a historic opportunity, an even greater responsibility for the Iranian diaspora. It is them, those of you gathered here today, that I would like to address in closing. In the aftermath of the Second World War and the Axis powers' destruction of Europe, the United States launched a Marshall Plan to rebuild the continent. Iran, too, after the destruction the Islamic Republic has wrought, will need a Marshall Plan. The fall of the Islamic Republic is not the end, but the beginning of Iran's renaissance. This is what I, along with experts and business leaders, am planning for and working to bring to fruition when the transition happens. Be it for Iranians inside the country, the diaspora, or global investors, after nearly 5 decades, Iran will be open for business again. This is a project not just to bring down the Islamic Republic. It is a project to build up Iran. Soon, we will be able to rebuild our great nation together. Thank you. Thank you very much. Shafas.
Thank you very much to our keynote speaker. Our next panel, The Path to Peace, from Abraham to Cyrus Accords, will discuss the potential for a secular democratic Iran to bring about the Cyrus Accords to foster cooperation and stability. Please join me in welcoming panelists Victoria Coates, Vice President for National Security at the Heritage Foundation, and Saeed Qasemnejad, Senior Iran and Economics Advisor at FDD. This panel will be moderated by Emily Schrader, an Israeli-American journalist for ILTV. Please join us in welcoming our speakers.
Hello, everyone. Difficult speech to follow, but we'll do our best here. Looking forward at the future. So as stated, we will be discussing the impact of the Abraham Accords and hopefully the future Cyrus Accords, something that, of course, would require a future secular democratic Iran, of course, in a broader regional peace framework. Such an agreement, as I'm sure all of you will agree, could really transform the entire Middle East, as well as the cooperation between Israel, Iran, and other Arab nations. So I want to start by asking a question that I'd love to actually hear a response from all of you on. What are the lessons that can be learned from the Abraham Accords that could be applied to the or a future Cyrus Accords?
Should we go by height? Or?
We can start with you. We can start with you.
From the wisest to the youngest.
Excellent. Thank you, Emily, and thank you to NUFDI for putting together this conference. Wonderful to be with Saeed and with Lisa, two dear friends, and thank you, Dr. Ganji and Cameron. I've recently learned that we have now an intern at Heritage who came to us from NUFDI, which would be the reverse of what my daughter did, which was go from NUFDI to Heritage. So I hope this helps us increase our coordination and cooperation. So we've been thinking so much about the Abraham Accords. In recent days, we had the 4th anniversary of the wonderful ceremony on the West Lawn of the White House on the 15th of September. And of course, we're looking at the anniversary of October 7th coming up in a couple of weeks, which was one of the more brutal outlashings by the Islamic Republic. And so, what I think we can take from the success of the Trump-era policies and getting to those historic peace deals is that this is possible. Even when we started the Trump administration, nobody thought that was possible. But as circumstances changed and the president began to think it was, we went for it. So that can be done. And I'm sorry Len Kordakovsky isn't here with us today. Len and I have written about this. The Cyrus Accords, very much in line with what the Crown Prince was just saying, this should be the offer to the people of Iran, that the United States is not your enemy, Israel is not your enemy. The three of us can form this extraordinarily strong trilateral relationship in security, yes, but also economics, technology, all the wonderful things at which our people excel, which is why we're sitting here on the stage together. So I think there are tremendous lessons learned there.
Thank you so much for having me. And as Victoria said, she and Len wrote about this extensively, and I had both of them on my show days after the idea was conceived. And it was, such a logical progression from the Abraham Accords. And from the Abraham Accords, we learned many things. One of the most important things was that it completely busted the myth that path of peace or prosperity in the Middle East is going to be, what stands in the way or the obstacle is the peace between the Palestinians and the Israelis. And what the Trump White House was able to do is to bypass that and say, we can leave that issue on the side and we can focus on the evolution of the people of the Middle East. And the people of the Middle East showed us, not just through concept, not just through a piece of paper, which is what perhaps the JCPOA was, but actually through practice, that there can be private and public deals and relationships built between the people of the Middle East and not through their governments, but really that people want prosperity. More than anything, they want to have better lives. Whether it's you can, credit social media or technology or just moving on. When I started over 20 years ago at this point writing and talking about things in the Middle East, I used to write about how I'm for sanctions in Iran. And so many Iranians would say, Vatan furush, tahrim bezarim mardom Iran. Yeah, are you going to, they'd call me a sellout. Are you going to sanction the people of Iran? How can you say that? But it has to be explained well. Why would we sanction the people of Iran? To actually get them a better life, to remove the regime. And now we see an evolution in the people of Iran who are calling for sanctions, who are calling for regime change. And we see this evolution within so many different societies. And the last thing I want to say is many people think that the Abraham Accords came about because of the Arab Spring, that it was a coming of age of the people in Arab nations. But the real Arab Spring was actually the Persian Spring of 2009, the Green Revolution, that actually told the world that the people of the Middle East, particularly led by the people of Iran, were ready for better lives, that they had outgrown from day one, but outgrown the patriarchal society or the dictatorial regimes that were leading them, and that's what led us to the Abraham Accords. So, ergo, the last bottom line, it should have been the first step, is to remove the regime and to actually have a relationship, which the Cyrus Accords would really fortify, a relationship between the people of Iran and the rest of the world.
I'd like to thank NUFDI and thank all of you who are here. I know it's very difficult for you. It's my second appearance in like 1 hour. Believe me, it's hard for me too. While Yasmin and my wife, both of them have diagnosed me to be a little bit on a spectrum, so so it's difficult for me too. I think what we have learned from the Abraham Accord is that if you think outside the box, you will have success, and I really hope that we take that lesson and employ it and enforce it on Iran policy. We really need to enforce it. And if we do that, I think a lot of good things that can happen. As the regime in Iran is quite weak now, and if we really go for a policy of regime change, not through military intervention, but through max pressure, max support, max defection, the regime in Iran can fall very quickly, very easily, and then the Middle East will be a much better place, and it would also help the U.S. general policy in the world. A lot of people talked about the pivot to Asia, but if you have the regime in Iran in the Middle East, dominating the Middle East, how can you pivot to Asia? Because the regime in Iran, Putin's Russia, and the Communist Party in China, that's a new axis of tyranny. So my hope is that we take that lesson from the Obama Court and really use it for our Iran policy.
Now, we know that the Iranian people largely reject the propaganda of the Islamic Republic and this obsessive hatred and focus on the state of Israel. But what challenges do you think might arise in negotiating or implementing the Cyrus Accords? And more specifically, do you think that October 7th and what happened has set that further back, or perhaps even made it come closer because of what we're seeing in the world kind of waking up? I'll start with you, Victoria.
I think I'd go off of something Saeed just said, which is the very bad problems environmentally, economically, socially in Iran right now means they're not 100 feet high. But at the same time, they are receiving this backing from China. And China is inserting itself into the Iranian infrastructure in ways big and small. They are the primary architects of the very repressive regime that's being used to control the Iranian people through the internet, communications, all sorts of different, the besiege, all sorts of different tools that they're using. Those are largely Chinese imports. And so when and if we have this opportunity, we all pray for, that Iran has new leadership that is more interested in peace than in destroying Israel, more interested in prosperity than chanting death to America. In this happy event, we're going to have a great deal of work to do just so we can simply talk to each other in a secure way, because China's not going to give this up lightly. I think China is thrilled with the progress they've made over the last 3.5 years, cementing these new relationships. Their relationship with North Korea, well known, and I actually consider North Korea a wholly owned subsidiary of the People's Republic. But Russia and Iran, to be this clearly out in the open and then facilitating the transactions between Russia and Iran, particularly for nuclear technology and weapon systems, is a huge problem. So I think one of the things we have to start thinking about is how do we extricate physically Iran from the grips of China? Who knows what kind of financial arrangements have been made. So that was something I would flag.
Lisa, did you want to add anything?
Sure. I actually want to talk about Iran, the regime's being behind October 7th, not just militarily, but in terms of the propaganda war, and really taking advantage of that here in the United States, in not just the media, but when you look at the college campus protests, we know that the regime is behind that as well. And in that, the irony of it obviously being that they are supporting the useful idiots, the college students that are willing to carry a Hamas or Hezbollah flag here, but then college students back in Iran are not allowed to protest, and if they do, they risk their lives for it. And we try to underscore this juxtaposition. But the reason I bring this up is because the Iran regime knew the value of the Abraham Accords, and they were fearful that Saudi Arabia was going to be next, and they will be next. October 7th is a small, visual obstacle in the timeline of the Abraham Accords, because the Abraham Accords proved geopolitically and in terms of the relationships that were built how it will be the future of the Middle East. I did a documentary on the Women Life Freedom movement inside Iran, and one of the scenes that we portrayed in that documentary was that in the middle of a university they put the flags of America and Israel, and they wanted the students to walk over it. 99.9% of the students walked around it. They wouldn't step on the Israeli flag or the American flag. Remember, from day one, 45 years ago, they came in, Khomeini Khomeini said we have two enemies, the big Satan, America, the little Satan, Israel, the Zionist project of America. The Iranian people are savvy. They have woken up to this. So October 7th, I think, will just be an obstacle. Even the Saudis have said, Prince Salman came out and said, my life is on the line. I get death threats, but I'm still interested in normalizing relations with Israel. So I think the time is ripe, and I think a lot of people, both inside Iran, looking at the Cyrus Accords, and in the other moderate Arab states and Saudi Arabia, are looking towards the future, and the continuation of the Abraham Accords and the Cyrus Accords will be the way of the future for the Middle East.
I believe that the very tragic event of October 7 actually forced Israel to liberate itself from the shackles which have been put by the West, especially the United States on it. And over the last year, it has actually shown to us that the regime in Tehran and its proxies and partners are quite weak. So Israel almost has destroyed Hamas. It has been really battering Hezbollah, and Hezbollah is not responding. And it showed to everyone, the regime right now, it's really in a strategic impasse. It showed to everyone that the missile program, that they spend tons of money on it, it's really nothing if they don't have chemical or nuclear weapon installed on it. They couldn't even target one strategic target in Israel. And the reason that they are not doing anything now is that they know it. And Israel over the last week showed that, so we thought, okay, the regime in Tehran cannot do anything from Iranian soil. Hezbollah is going to do something. And Hezbollah cannot do anything. We have seen that over the last few days. And I think that tragic event actually, the only good thing that came out of it was to really help Israel to release itself from those shackles, and those shackles have been put, unfortunately, by Europe and the United States.
Well, the good news is that Hezbollah is having a very bad week. So may they have many more bad weeks in the future. Saeed, I wanted to ask you, we know that the Abraham Accords has brought about $2.5 billion in trade between Abraham Accords countries and the State of Israel. I'm wondering if you could speak a little bit about the potential economic and strategic benefits of the Cyrus Accords. What would that look like, and how can it benefit Israel, Iran, and all of the Middle East?
I think the benefit to Israel, Iran, and the Middle East is quite evident. The regime in Tehran is actually the main problem in the region. So all the bad things that are happening, most of them are caused because of the regime in Iran. Even the Sunni jihadist groups, they have been inspired by what happened in 1979, because the 1979 was the first time that they all saw that they can have a government, that they can control the state. So they learned a lot from it. But I want to mention something about how it benefits the United States if the regime in Iran falls and if you have the Cyrus Accord. So the United States is the global superpower. It's a global hegemon. The main thing that any global, and being a global hegemon is actually helping us. It has its cost, but why is the US dollar is the currency of the world? It's because we are the global superpower. If we are not, the British found out that very quickly, that if you are not the global superpower, your currency is worth nothing. So the task of a global superpower is not to allow unfriendly regional hegemon rise. You have the regime in Iran wants to dominate the Middle East. You have Russia wants to dominate Eastern Europe, and you have China wants to dominate Eastern Asia. Iran is the weakest part of this axis of tyranny. It's really ready to fall. So if it falls, everyone correctly says we need to do a pivot to Asia. If the regime in Tehran falls, you can actually pivot to Asia and to Russia a lot easier. And the second important benefit that we will have is in the war on terror. So the regime in Tehran is financing all these terrorist groups, a lot of them Shia, some of them are Sunni, like Al-Qaeda. And if it falls, the new regime in Tehran won't do that, and it actually will be a partner. And because you will have a trove of information of what they have done, it's much easier to fight these radical Islamist terrorist groups.
Victoria, do you have anything to add about how it might benefit the United States to have the Cyrus Accords?
Oh, I think it would be a massive benefit to the United States. I think the trade that has been achieved so far under the Abraham Accords would be dwarfed by what could potentially happen if Iran entered into the group. Because bear in mind, I mean, part of the trade, the positive trade numbers that have recently been reported, that encompasses a year of war in which that kind of trade was extremely difficult, but it kept going. And, in these very dark and turbulent times, and this has all been very, very hard to watch for the last year, one of the things that's given me significant hope is that the Abraham Accords have endured and even grown a little bit. And visiting with the UAE ambassador to Israel when I was there in July, a very hopeful moment. The fact that the Arab street has been rather remarkable for its calm over the last year. I mean, we've had much more protest and foment here in the United States than we've had in the Arab world. And so, I think that shows the durability and potential of these things. But to add a country of the scale and resources of Iran into the mix, and the cultural history, and I was having a conversation last night about the kind of tourism that we could put together, between these countries, which have historically been stovepiped. So the upside is huge. The United States would participate in that as both a leader and as a partner. But I think it would be massively in our best interests if for no other reason than a terrible irritant for almost 50 years would be removed.
Lisa? Lisa, is there anything you wanted to add about the potential benefits for the Middle East or for the United States?
Sure. I'm almost done with my PhD in this arena, but I will quote something my grandmother told me when I was 4 or 5 years old. And I said to her, "Chara inqilab kardan?" Why did the Iranian people cause a revolution? And in one sentence, she said to me, because the West never wanted Israel and Iran to work together. And that really has stayed with me for such a long time. The Cyrus Accords would only be putting together such a natural and organic relationship that has always existed in the Middle East. Two modern, progressive countries that value women, that value human rights, that value prosperity and the economy, and how much we could get from that. To go back to your earlier question, did October 7th really deter the future of the Cyrus Accords or Abraham Accords? No, it made the case for it. It is absolutely, the October 7th, thank you. October 7th has a very different perspective in the Arab world. Yes, they will talk about how they support the Palestinians' rights, but do they want to inherit that problem? No. They see it as either you're for terrorism or you're against terrorism. They may not be Zionists, but they don't want terrorists on their soil. And that's exactly why the way of the future of the Middle East will be through that prosperity and to stop the Iran regime from marching forward in the region.
I would love to get an answer from all three of you on this question. How can the international community support the expansion of the Abraham Accords and, of course, eventually the Cyrus Accords as well? I'll start with you.
I think there is a great deal that can be done in terms of vocalizing support for the Iranian people and then doing non-kinetic things to give them the ability to communicate. So, we have the horrible missed opportunity of 2009 and the deliberate decision of the then Obama administration not to assist because they had already decided that they were going to work with the regime in Tehran and this was going to be their path towards diplomatic engagement. So that regime needed to stay in place. And to have millions of people pouring into the street crying for liberty was a little bit inconvenient. So that, looking back at that and what that could have meant is daunting, but we want to try not to miss these opportunities again. And so one of the things that I would hope, if there were a new American administration that was more interested in this kind of work, that we would really focus on is how do we export free speech? How do we give the folks in Iran who want to coordinate, who want to peacefully change their government, how do we give them those tools? This should not be beyond our means. If we can pipe internet into Ukraine during a war, we should be able to figure, it's a little bit more complicated for Iran, but we know it can be done. And it's easier now than it would have been 4 or 5 years ago. So figure out how you do these things that are not bombing Iran. I think one of the hard lessons for the United States is that imposing democracy militarily is an uphill climb, but when the people within a country want democracy and are taking matters into their own hands, for heaven's sakes, at least get out of their way and give them some tools that can help and support them. So that would be my feeling about it.
I'm just going to continue where Victoria left off, not to usher in political Islam as a viable government. We let the Taliban in Afghanistan. We look at Hamas in Gaza. 45 years ago, President Carter helped usher in this Islamic regime in Iran, toppling the Shah. I think these are huge mistakes. This is either a naivete or by design. We don't have time for that on this panel, but you guys have your own opinions, I'm sure. It has to be, the rhetoric and the deterrence has to start at the podium at the White House. We can't, in a previous panel, he talked about, stopping the Houthis in the Red Sea. That's too late. Why are they shooting at us to begin with? In very indirect ways, there was, we funded October 7th. During the Trump administration, there were actual charity boxes in Lebanon in the supermarkets to raise money for Hezbollah. Imagine from that going into, from October 8th, putting thousands of missiles into northern Israel from southern Lebanon. Look, it has to be the policy of the White House. We know exactly what needs to be done. We know that the region is ripe for it. And again, I'll say this so many times because it's such a crazy thought to believe that the people inside Iran understand the need for this type of policy in the Middle East more than the people in the White House do. And that's an absolutely crazy, it's absolutely crazy. So there are a lot of useful idiots here that are doing the work of the mullahs right here in Washington, D.C.
I think we need to do max pressure, max support, max affection. There are things that we can do. On max pressure, for example, or since Biden took power, Tehran has exported 1.75 billion barrels of oil. That's, if you consider a 50% discount, that's like $122 billion. And their non-oil export actually reached its highest level since 1979. So basically, right now there is really no sanction. They don't enforce it. So we need to have that back. Zarif is on sanction list, and he's really not, he's not a foreign minister anymore. Why is he here? So they could easily tell him, we won't let you. That's another type of max pressure. The regime in Tehran has all these proxies. They are shooting at us in the Middle East, and we really don't respond. It's not that we can't, it's that we don't want to do it. So if you actually respond to them, that's the type of max pressure on them that we have seen. Israel is doing it. And Israel is much weaker than the United States. And Israel is not paying a high price for actually responding to them. Israel paid a high price when it didn't respond to them. So that's the max pressure. FDD has a long list of what to do on max pressure. The second part is max support. FDD and NUFDI together put memos on that. One, what Victoria said about communication, that's very important. The other one, what Lisa said, you need to show support. Rhetorical support should come from the top. So the previous administration was very good at that. This administration, you know, they have actually, so they had a very good, the previous administration had a very good social media operation. This new administration came in, literally destroyed it. So when you look at the reach, they literally destroyed it. There are tons of things that we can do on max support. You can go and read our memo. I don't want to take your time. And then you need to do max affection. You need to help those people who want to defect from the regime, vet them, and then connect them to opposition so they can work together to bring down the regime. What we do now is that the people who are in the regime and they are loyal to the regime, we help them to bring their money out. We help them to infiltrate all of our institutions, and we help them to lobby for the regime. So if we change those things, I think, as I said, the regime is very weak these days. And its fall is not something it's not impossible. I think it's very possible that if we do these things, if we help the Iranian people, the regime can fall very easily.
I just wanted to add one quick thing I learned today. We were honored to host the governor of Alaska, Mike Dunleavy, for an energy discussion and a lunch. And one of the things he told us is that the current administration has leveled 66 punitive actions against the state of Alaska for energy production, which is significantly more than all of the actions that they've leveled on the Islamic Republic of Iran. So, I mean, that's where they're putting their maximum pressure. You can tell by the numbers. And the governor has a card with the 66 actions if you're interested.
Shifting gears just a little bit, obviously the Islamic Republic has been very active even in recent months in the disinformation campaign, and radicalization in general is something that they actively promote, in particular on US campuses as of late. I wanted to ask you, given that the Abraham Accords had such an element of de-radicalization in some of these Arab countries, I mean, we have Holocaust education that was introduced into curriculum for the first time in some of these countries. How can de-radicalization, what part will that play in the Cyrus Accords, and how can that help advance peace regionally and globally? I'll start with you, Lisa.
Okay. What's interesting is that de-radicalization has to happen here first and then move to the Middle East. What's happened in the Middle East over the last decade is de-radicalization. You see, a lot more among people, I should say, not, the regimes are different. But I think there's such a profound, and I think my co-panelists alluded to it as well, influence campaign by the regime. And I said this at a talk the other night, and I'll say it here. You see other philanthropists, whether they're Jewish or American or Swedish or whatever they are, when they give money to a university, they put their name on the outside of the building. When you see the Chinese, the Qataris, the Iran regime, what do? They go inside the building. They want to control minds. They want to control hearts. They want to control the chairman. They want to control which professors get hired. I know this because I had a front seat at the jihadification of America for the last 20 years. At Rutgers University, I was a Middle Eastern Studies major. That's where they start, in the Middle Eastern Studies departments, because there are many useful idiots there. Then I went on to get my master's in journalism. Where do they go next? The journalism schools, of course. These are the future journalists that will be controlling the newsrooms and therefore controlling the media. It's unbelievable what goes on in America, and it hasn't just been since October 7th. I used to be an undercover investigative reporter, and I used to wear my keffiyeh and go on college campuses when they would have these jihadi speakers. And a series of talks that I attended undercover was in the UC school system, UC Irvine, UCLA, where they would actually, and again, I say UC, why? Because these are taxpayer-funded state schools. And they would have jihadi speakers stand in the middle of campus telling the students to cause jihad, to raise jihad against America. This is maybe 10, 12 years ago. We tried to bring this to the attention of the schools. The schools didn't want to hear it. They filed it away as either they don't want to deal with it or it's free speech, right? It's free speech. Fast forward, it's not surprising to me that we now have Hezbollah and Hamas flags on US campuses. The jihadis, the Iran regime, this element, the Qataris, they have been working at it for 20 years. It's just many of us that have just woken up since October 7th and really give credit to, oh, it's October 7th, it's what's going on because of the war. No, it's not because of the war. This is an influence campaign. There are people working in the Pentagon at this moment who have security clearance and send emails to Javad Zarif saying, what can I do for you? It was brought to the attention of the government, and they said, we're okay with it. Then there was more pressure, and they said, we're going to look into it. She still has security clearance, and she still works for the Pentagon. This is a problem. This is a problem, and until we correct this radicalization inside America, we're not going to fix anywhere else or be involved in the Middle East. The Middle East might go on without us, and I think that's a nod to the Cyrus Accords and why it's so important for the people of the Middle East to go forward, and hopefully the United States under a new administration will wake up, will come to their senses about where we should be standing.
Saeed, do you have anything you want to add?
I'm going to be careful. I don't want to be FOIA'd and sued again. So, but I agree with Lisa. I think we need to radicalize our own universities here, our own institutions here. And as far as the Iranian people are concerned, I think they have been de-radicalized a lot over the last 45 years. The majority of Iranian, I mean, not the small minority who are radical Islamist or radical leftist. And you heard like 15 years ago, they chanted no to Gaza, no to Lebanon, I give my life for Iran. And they just chanted, shove the flag of Palestine up here. And in between, they have been chanting, I'm not defending it, I'm reporting it, that they have been chanting death to Palestine. So that's the result of what the regime has done. That's the result of, if you go back to the history of the Islamic Revolution, who was the first foreign dignitary who came to Iran? Yasser Arafat. And he has been embraced by all the factions of the Islamic Revolution, supporters of Khomeini, backers of Mossadegh, members of the Marxist Fedayeen, members of the Islamist Marxist Mujahideen Khalq, MK. And so Iranians see that. Iranians know that this Palestinian terrorists, actually, if you again go back and read the history, what these groups themselves wrote, these Palestinian terrorists played a very significant role. It's not conspiracy theory. It's in the books that these groups themselves wrote. Trained the radical Islamists and radical Marxists who actually led the Islamic Revolution, connected them to the Soviet Union, to Gaddafi, to Assad, and then promoted them. So that's why, that's one of the reasons that the Iranian people right now are so much philo-Semitic, unlike their own regime. And there are other reasons, like if you go back to our history, go back like Iranian Jews have been living in Iran for more than 2,000 years. So we have a very ancient bond between the Iranian people and the Jewish people. And what you have seen over the last 4 decades, it's not in our DNA. This is something that happened because of the action of what the Shah of Iran called the Black and Red Alliance, the radical Islamists and the radical leftists, and that's what you actually see today in the United States. You see it in Europe, so they are coming for you now.
Well, I'd like to very much associate myself with both of my colleagues' comments. I mean, what's going on here, you know, if there's a silver lining to October 7th, it's that it's been revealed, and the scope and the scale of it cannot be denied, and that it's a huge problem we have to get after. I wanted to make a little bit of a tangential point, though, about de-radicalization that has to take place, and that is with the Palestinians. You notice, I mean, there has been this effort to differentiate between the Palestinians and Hamas, and then you've gotten the fact that the international community, led by the United Nations, one additional sort of blight on their reputation is the institutionalization of radicalization that has taken place under UNRWA now for decades. And that is what produces October 7th. You don't make 1,500 people that vicious simultaneously without working on it for some time. That's a big project. And so there's a reason the Egyptians won't even take the women and children from Gaza. They're like, absolutely not. The Jordanians, absolutely not. The reason for that is that the entire population is severely radicalized. It's a disease, it's a sickness. Now, there is good news in that, as we were saying, there have been very strong de-radicalization programs, particularly after 9/11 in, say, Saudi Arabia, also in Morocco. And Morocco, an Abraham Accords country, stands by, ready and willing to try to help. And given the king's position in Islam, that is a position of authority that could carry some weight with them. And this would be a generational change, and it would be a lot of work. But I think for those who claim to support the Palestinian cause, this is the only thing that will save these people from this endless cycle of violence and misery. And that would be the project I would hope we could look at.
I know we have some questions from the audience, so is there anyone who would like to ask? We have a couple more minutes.
We have one question from the audience that was submitted. This is to Said specifically, or to anyone else in the panel who'd like to answer. What action items for maximum support specifically should be a priority and can gain support from Congress to introduce legislation?
I think the communication is very important, very easy. It's hardware. It's being taken care of to a certain degree right now in Iran through market mechanism. So you have these Starlink devices being used in Iran. As more and more these devices are going to be used, I think there may be Starlink may feel it's going to have problem with the U.S. government, with the OFAC. So I think that's something we need to think about right now. The other one is like if we can actually enforce our sanctions, then use the revenue. It has happened in some instances that the U.S. government confiscated these tankers, then sold it. So the suggestion is let's use this revenue to fund, for example, a labor strike fund. So if we want to bring down the regime, having labor strikes, it's something very useful. It can really, if you can actually have fund like 4 to 6 months of labor strikes in key strategic sectors, it becomes much more easier to bring down this regime. And we are not saying that the U.S. taxpayer should fund that. Let's enforce the sanctions, use it to fund this. I think these are like two items that can be done. There are a lot more like really using the rhetorical support coming from the top. It doesn't have really any cost. So these are like, as I said, these would be my top three for now.
Thank you very much to our panelists, Victoria, Said, Lisa, and Emily. We now welcome you to a very much needed but brief 10-minute coffee break. Thank you.
We're done.
Yep, that's exactly right, you know.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats. The program is about to begin. Welcome back. Please join us in welcoming the CEO of one of America's most storied civil rights organizations, the Anti-Defamation League, Jonathan Greenblatt.
How about now? So I have a professional reason for being here today, but also a personal one. As some of you know, my wife, Marjan, was born and raised in Iran. She fled the country as a 14-year-old. On her own, and then lived for years. Years after the revolution, she left, and then lived in France with relatives for years, and finally was reunited with her parents. They all eventually settled in Los Angeles. Marjan and her family, like so many of you here in this room, have thrived in the diaspora. And I'm proud that we have 3 beautiful children, a warm and loving household, filled with lots of choresh and kebab, tachin and tadik, sangak and shirin polo, you name it. Like many of you, Marjan and our whole family are incredibly proud of our Persian heritage. And I am immensely proud of the fact that she is a fierce advocate for the rights of women and other minorities in Iran. I am so proud that all of our boys speak Farsi, and I hope one day that all of us will have the opportunity to walk the tree-lined streets of Tehran, to picnic in the mountains, to drink chai in the country that my boys have heard so much about all of their lives. Now, Marjan will be on the next panel, so I'm going to be brief, because I'm also here for a practical reason, tied to my job as head of the ADL. For more than a century, ADL has been fighting anti-Semitism and threats against the Jewish people. And for the past 45 years, the Islamic Republic of Iran has been the largest state sponsor of terrorism, the most significant exporter of anti-Semitism, and the primary actor in the field of Holocaust denialism anywhere in the world. For decades, Tehran has cultivated a network of terror proxies across the Middle East who are bound together by a shared ideology of anti-Jewish racism. And it rests on a few key planks: dehumanizing Israelis, rationalizing anti-Semitism, and working actively, relentlessly, unapologetically to destroy the Jewish state. This hatred, this animus, was an animating element of the Islamic Revolution as framed by Khomeini. The clerical leaders who cling to this mantle, still today, they hold on to these genocidal objectives in order to sustain the fraud of their empty, impotent revolution. But the results are real: a bloody trail of deadly acts and foiled plots against Israeli interest and Jewish sites all around the world. The globe is littered with the debris of their designs. From Argentina to Bulgaria, Colombia to France, Sweden to India, Thailand to right here in the United States. And of course, the regime has been the main sponsor of Hamas, the Palestinian chapter of the Muslim Brotherhood, for decades. The brutality we saw on October the 7th was straight out of the Islamic Republic's playbook. They saw the rape of women, the slaughtering of seniors, the torture of children, the annihilation of communities, the kidnapping of innocent civilians, and they cheered. While Israel battles Iran's proxies across the region right now, we at ADL are committed to do what we can right here to play our part in this fight. That's why this summer ADL took legal action against the Islamic Republic of Iran. And we filed a landmark federal lawsuit on behalf of 180 American citizens who were affected by the massacre on 10/7. We've assembled an all-star legal team that has won these kinds of cases before. And let me tell you as clear as I can, and if you take away one thing from my remarks, let it be this: that ADL will do everything in our power to demonstrate how the Islamic Republic, along with Syria and North Korea, provided material support to Hamas to commit their atrocities. We will make that case, and we will win. Now, some people might ask, they might say, well, who cares? Do you think the mullahs in Tehran are interested in what happens in federal court just down the street here in DC? But it matters. It does matter. And let me explain why. First, in a world in which 10/7 denialism took hold almost immediately after the attack, we hope this case will set the record straight about Hamas's heinous brutality, perpetrated with the direct support of Iran and other state sponsors of terror. Second, in a world in which and where Jewish pain is too often erased, I believe this case has the promise of bringing some measure of justice. When we win this $4 billion lawsuit, and again, we will win, we will be able to provide the families with some degree of compensation, despite the fact that they lost everything. It certainly won't fill the holes in their lives. I don't think anything can do that, but we still want justice. And finally, for those, certainly not in this room, not here today, but for those who defend the despotic regime in Tehran, for those who downplay its destructive role in the world, or who try to sugarcoat what they do, we will prove in court definitively, with evidence, the role that they played, and bind this regime to the history books so that history will know that they were behind one of the most barbaric acts of the 21st century. So if nothing else, we need to win this case, partly to counter the propaganda pumped out endlessly by this regime. And by the way, I would say to you that this is arguably today Iran's most consequential export. It's not UAVs to Russia, it's not petrol to India, but anti-Semitic Western propaganda that is poisoning the public conversation. Whether via press TV in North America or Hispan TV in Latin America, whether via the fake news websites they've put up or the bot armies on social media that they command, the regime broadcasts like an IV drip a steady flow of Holocaust denialism, anti-Jewish conspiracies, and toxic lies about America to the scores of millions of viewers and hundreds of millions of users who consume information on these platforms. Now, you know, some scoffed at ADL and at me personally when we reported earlier this year that we saw worrying indications of the Iranian regime's influence on the anti-Israel, pro-Hamas protests on college campuses. I remember being attacked by so-called extremism experts on X when I pointed out that campus activists were acting like Iranian proxies, promoting regime talking points and spreading their lies. Interestingly, this past summer, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence confirmed DNI Haynes reported that Tehran is encouraging the protests, even providing financial support. Funny enough, none of those analysts reached out to correct the record. Earlier this month, that same office, along with the FBI and the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA, published a rare joint statement, all three together, laying out how Tehran is seeking to, quote, stoke discord and undermine confidence in our democratic institutions. And wait, there's more. Google reported that they recently discovered Iranian hackers tried to penetrate former President Donald Trump and Joe Biden's campaigns. And it was reported that the Trump campaign had documents stolen from them by Iranian hackers they tried to sell to the Harris campaign. As Axios put it, Iran, not Russia, is proving to be the biggest nation-state threat to the U.S. presidential election. And we've all seen the reports how the regime plotted to assassinate President Trump. And so make no mistake, this conflict I'm talking about with the Islamic Republic isn't just about Israel, and it isn't just about the Jewish people. This is a struggle pitting militant Islamism, religious extremism, and violent terrorism against Western nations and our values like democracy, pluralism, religious tolerance, and the individual freedoms that we cherish here in the U.S. These principles, these very basic liberties, undergird our secular shared society. Unfortunately, much of the media, the same outlets that breathlessly describe Hamas as a, quote, resistance organization, or call Hezbollah, quote, an influential Shia Muslim political party. That's the BBC, if you want to check. They don't acknowledge the reality that the Islamic Republic of Iran has rebuffed appeals for détente and peace. It doesn't matter how their leaders dress, or what degrees they have, or what their prior occupations might be. The leadership of this regime and all those in the so-called axis of resistance prefer to menace and threaten America and our allies and our interests. And the regime apologists and useful idiots in the West who minimize their intent truly have no ground to stand on. And so I believe it's time for a new approach to the Iranian regime. Ideally, one that comes out of a new grand theory of the region. This is what we need: a framework that's informed by history, but that's rooted in reality, that sees the world not as we want it to be, but as it is, and that pursues our interests zealously, that stands with our allies unapologetically, and that lays a better pathway for our children. And it's time, in my opinion, it is time for all those who stand with the values that I laid out to join together to oppose this ruthless regime that slaughters its own citizens and spreads ruin across the region, and that champions the idea of genocide against the Jewish state. That's why it warms my heart, not just to be here, but it makes me feel encouraged when I see hashtags trending, like hashtag Iranians stand with Israel. And it will make me even prouder when this is not just a nice-sounding slogan, but a sustainable reality. When we can restore the once warm ties that united Israel and Iran, and even better, even more importantly, when that is the first step on a process of true healing and reconciliation. Indeed, it will make me most proud when all of us can contribute to rebuild the pluralistic and positive legacy of one of the most civilizing civilizations in the history of the world. That's the legacy we're talking about. One that openly embraces all segments of society. One that treats men and women equally, as equals. One that genuinely accepts and appreciates all religious minorities, including Zoroastrians, Baha'i, Christians, Mandeans, Muslims, and those that don't have any faith at all. One that equitably values all ethnic groups, including Persians, but also Arabs and Azeris, Baluchis, Kurds, and all people. This is the Iran that I want my children that I want all of our children to visit one day. So thank you so much for inviting me here to speak. Thank you so much for the work that you do at NUFDI every day, despite what the critics say, to create a more hopeful future for the people of Iran. Thank you so much for your commitment to this cause of freedom. And thank you again so much for your hospitality. Now I would invite you to stay tuned for what undoubtedly will be the best panel of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Our next panel, From Protest to Revolution, Women, Life, Freedom, 2 years on, will examine the evolution of the movement and evaluate its current status, highlighting the resilience of Iranian women and the broader struggle against the Islamic Republic. Joining us for this panel are Parmida Barez, an author, songwriter, and activist, Ghazala Sharmaht, a German-American activist, and Marjan Kapoor, founder and director of Alliance for Rights of All Minorities. The panel will be moderated by Nina Khoshkish, NUFDI's communications associate. Please join me in welcoming our speakers.
Thank you all for sticking around for such an important panel. You know, in the last 10 days, we saw the second anniversary of Massa, of Nika, of Hadith, and since then, hundreds of people have been murdered, tens of thousands have been arrested and tortured by the Islamic Republic. This panel is more relevant now than ever, and some people seem to think that this revolution started and ended in 2022, but 2 years on, and the people of Iran are still fighting for freedom, whether it be through social media or through strikes. This revolution is far from over. So I want to start off with your personal experiences in this movement, so we can just go down the aisle. What does woman, life, freedom mean to you? And aside from the obvious, of course, and what roles have you taken on during this revolution?
Well, I just want to say hello to everyone here today. Thanks for sticking around for the last panel. As an Iranian woman, born in Iran and raised in the diaspora, this is a deeply personal mission for me. When it comes to thinking about what roles have I played, anything and everything that's required. I think in the fight for justice, no role is too small or too big. It's about rolling up your sleeves, you know, all hands on deck. So what that's kind of looked like for me has been helping in the background with prisoner databases, as well as liaising with members of parliament to help push for policy changes. The 2 spoken word poems that I have released were actually garnered quite a bit of traction online, which was a great gateway for us to be able to speak on major news networks and share our experiences in that way to, you know, expose the regime's corruption. But my why behind it, it really is a vision for a better future, a better tomorrow where girls don't have to go to school and worried about getting poisoned, where doctors, lawyers, nurses, they're celebrated, not thrown in prison, where Iranian youth can see and build a future in their own country and not have to flee and seek refuge abroad, where artists can create freely without fear of persecution. I see my privilege. In Iran right now, there's a woman who looks just like me, who's beaten or killed for showing a few strands of her hair. There's a woman just like me who's prohibited from entering sports stadiums and singing in public. And in the court of law, her testimony is worth half of a man's. These are things that I always recognize as a member of the diaspora. And you know, that vision expands beyond Iran's borders. It's a vision for a safer world for all of us. A world that's free of the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism. A world that's free from a regime that indoctrinates and funds and trains proxies and exports terrorism wherever it goes. See, more than ever, the world needs our leadership. It's our fight, and I'm all in.
Is this on? Oh, yeah. Let me first start off with my role in this. I mean, like, my father was kidnapped, Jamshid Sharmat, 4 years ago, taken to Iran by the terrorist regime. So before that, he was an activist like most of the people in this room here for 16 years. What I've been trying to do since then is put my little feet into the big footstep that he has left behind. What my dad did and what many of the people here, my co-panelists, do is education. So we want to talk about the backgrounds of the Women, Life, Freedom Revolution. It is important to know that this is not just some spontaneous uprising that just happened because of one woman, which is the symbol of the Women, Life, Freedom Revolution. But first of all, this is one uprising in a series of uprising for the last 45 years. We saw it on NUFDI's video, the many times the Iranian people have been up and down in waves of like recovery and rising up again. So this is a continuation of that. But more importantly, and that is something that most of the world is ignoring, but it is so important, the Women, Life, Freedom Revolution and these uprisings did not start in 1979. Iran has been under siege for 1,400 years. This is a continuation of a struggle that came with the Arab invasion in 635, that came to the entire Middle East and took over nations, states, peoples, empires, and are still being there. How do we know that? The leaders of the current regime assert that they are direct descendants of the Arab forces, of the jihadists that came back and took over our nations, took over everything that we had. 1,400 years ago, they say, I'm the son of the son of the son of the son, going back there. So what they're asserting, pretty much, is that they're not native to our land. They're not native to our culture. And we see that in our history. We had dynasties like the Samanid dynasties that fought back. We had the Pahlavi dynasty that fought back. But every time we fought back, they fought us again and tried to oppress us. In 1979, there was no revolution. There was a coup, an Islamo-Marxist coup that took over our country and gave it to these oppressors, foreign oppressors. And when we say foreign, we really mean foreign, because they replaced everything Iranian that we had. They replaced our Iranian government with an Islamic regime. They replaced our Iranian ministries with terrorist hubs. They replaced our Iranian courts with revolutionary Islamic courts. They replaced our language with Arab scholars. They replaced our flag with an Islamic symbol and Arabic writing on it. They replaced our anthem, our culture, our everything, our identity with something foreign that is not Iranian. So when the people of Iran are saying, this regime is not Iran, stop calling them Iranian, we really mean that, because they're not. They're a foreign, jihadist occupier in our country. And this is very important for us to know, and everything that I just explained, copy-paste that for the other nations in the Middle East. These foreign invaders did the same thing to the Lebanese people. They replaced them and took it over. They replaced the Syrians, the Iraqis, the Egyptians, the Yemenis. All over the Middle East is a big occupation. So the people outside our campuses right now who are so anti-occupation, they have to understand the Arab Spring, the formation of the State of Israel, and the Women, Life, Freedom Revolution are the ultimate movements that are anti-occupation and for the native people and for liberation. So stand with us. That's it.
Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be back on this stage and among so many friends. I could build so much on what Raza said about removing of our Iranian identity, but I'll get back to that. Let me just answer the question about what we have done, what I have done to promote the message of women, life, freedom, what it's meant to me. Those of you that I've had a pleasure of knowing know that I started this activism work about 10 years ago, right here in Washington, D.C., when there was a possibility of détente with the promise of reform upon the election of Hassan Rouhani during the Obama administration. And at that time, I knew that there was no such thing as reform. I was not really involved in a lot of Iran analysis world, but I knew enough to know that there's no difference between conservative and reformist, and that everything was just under one supreme leadership. So I took it upon myself as a member of a minority group that has experienced discrimination in Iran, and as a woman who had to abide by different rules than the mainstream, than a Muslim man would. I thought that maybe I could lean into that weakness of being a minority in order to tell a story of an alternative reality that Iranian people are living with. And with that, I started to work on amplifying the voices of Iranian minorities and advocating for equal rights for Iranian women. So I got to know this experience and this mission of women, life, freedom. I got to really experience it as a student. But over the past 10 years, I was just trying to engage people in conversations about it. I was trying to get an audience for people to hear about the plight of the Iranian women and minorities. I was trying to tell the story, but there was no one who wanted to hear it. They did not want to hear anything that was counter to the mainstream narratives of reform being blossoming in Iran at the time. And any alternative stories, even though they were coming directly from the Iranian people, were shut down and it was perceived as radical. So, but what happened was because Mahsa and then Nika and others made such incredible sacrifices and lost so much of their innocence, and the country woke up really to this immense energy and spark that really cast a bright light into the entire country. There was some level of opening, and people for the first time wanted to hear what the Iranian people had actually to say, and they realized for the first time that the experiences and the stories were different than the stories of the government and the stories that were being repeated in the echo chambers over and over. So when I saw that there was this opportunity, that suddenly there's an audience that is interested and compassionate and willing to hear, I tried to tell as many stories as possible. But then I was also immensely happy to see that there were so many new activists who were coming to the surface, people who had not previously really engaged in these issues, but they were suddenly motivated, and they had it had struck a nerve with their Iranian identity, Iranian heritage. Even if they didn't speak any Persian at all, they wanted to defend their Iranian heritage, and they came to the surface. And I did everything I could to support them, to mentor them, to help them, you know, make introductions, to introduce them to other people in order to help and amplify as many voices as possible. And I think the journey continues, and it's just the same way that the movement continues inside Iran. And yes, there is some level of movement fatigue, perhaps, some level of disappointment, some level of heartbreak. But when we feel this way, we need to pay attention to what's going on inside Iran, what those nurses who are striking are going through. We need to get our energy from them, because they are striking, they are protesting with empty stomachs and empty hands. But we have so much more to give, including this very microphone. So we have to continue.
Thank you, Marjan. I actually want to direct this first question at you. What do you think the essence of the woman, life, freedom is? Like in 2022, Iran ranked 143rd out of 146 countries on the Global Gender Gap Report by the World Economic Forum. This movement touches on the issue of gender inequality. It touches on ethnic and religious minorities in Iran. It touches on human rights, political freedom. But is there fundamentally more to what the people of Iran are asking for?
So for so long, I tried to tell the stories of Iranian women and Iranian minorities in the language and context that American people would understand. mainly the American left, using the language of equality, bringing up horrible experiences of repression that they were dealing with. The fact that women cannot make decisions about their reproductive choices. The fact that women cannot initiate marriage, divorce. The fact that women cannot necessarily reject the marriage that the parents want her to get involved in. The fact that children as young as 9 are forced into child marriage without any ability to say no or to reject those decisions that are made for them. The fact that women and girls do not necessarily have access to equal access to education, and sometimes they're rigidly prevented from accessing one. All of these stories, the fact that minorities, Iranian minorities, sometimes cannot get something as simple as an identification card. And when you don't have an ID card, you cannot be counted. When you're not counted in a desolate region, you're not going to get resources. The government is not going to provide support and resources and water and electricity and all the basic infrastructural needs that they need in order to survive and thrive. But what happened with the Massa movement was that all of these pains, all of these vulnerabilities, all of these sufferings suddenly became the suffering and stories of all of the Iranians. They did not need to separate themselves to advocate for their individual separate causes, because they saw that they were all suffering from the same problem, all perpetrated by the same source. A repressive government that is depriving all of them from rights and from the dignity that they so deserved. So the story is different. And what happened as a result of this spark of the Women Life Freedom movement was that Iranians made 3 realizations, 3 major realizations. And I refer to this slide because, not only because it's in my eyes right now, but because it really matters. One was that all the facade of reform versus conservative was all removed. And they realized that there is no difference between this leader and that leader. And they saw that no matter who they vote for, the state of their lives will remain the same, because the supreme leader is the sole decision maker who has control over every aspect of their lives, from the way they want to dress, men too, by the way, to the way that they want to pursue, the music they want to listen to, and so on and so forth. So they made that realization. Second was that the neighbors, they realized that their neighbors are not their enemies. Even though the regime had tried to divide the society and conquer by putting one group against another group, by alienating one group as pseudo-terrorists, as separatists, as this and that, they realized that they're all in this together, and that they moved from being aliens to allies to one another. It was a fundamental shift. The neighbors were not their enemies, and they shifted from aliens to allies, and they decided to work together. And that collaboration is still valuable, even though the regime is still trying to divide and conquer. And then lastly, it was the realization, broader realization among broader aspects of the society, that their enemy is not outside in the United States or Israel, that their enemy is right here. And the way they proved that they do not want to support this enemy that is repressing them, that regime that is only there to use the resources and abuse them and make their lives miserable, was by the way that they did not participate in the elections. And the mass boycott of this election was phenomenal. It was historic, to the point that Khamenei had to beg the society to go and participate in the elections. And that was a huge win.
I want to circle back to something that you mentioned about revolution fatigue, and I also want to circle back to what you said about how there are girls in Iran just like us who are getting killed, who are not allowed to enter stadiums. The diaspora is an extension of the Iranian people at the moment. We strive to be their voice outside of the country while the regime tries so hard to silence them violently inside Iran. What does it take to be an advocate in the diaspora? Why have we seen so much activist burnout in the last 2 years, and how do you specifically combat that when you feel that? What does it take to be an advocate in the Iranian diaspora?
Well, you know, as someone who's had quite a bit of experience as an activist in the diaspora over the last few years, I have to say that our role is absolutely critical. It's absolutely vital. It is the frontline activists in Iran who are the ones facing real bullets. They are risking their lives to be able to just take a few photographs and pass it online. And we have to take that baton. It's like a relay, and we have to push forward, and we have to do whatever we can do with what they're able to give us. So our role is absolutely critical. We are the ones who are able to lobby. We are able to take their calls for justice to the highest levels, to the grandest political spheres. We're the ones who can protest. We can get on the media and news and do these interviews without fear of the immediate brutality that they face. And you know, activists, they wear many hats. That's the reality of it. Over the last few years, as an activist myself, I can give you a day in the life. Let's you know, imagine it for a second. You wake up to a flurry of news, you're posting, you're eating breakfast, you're posting while you're eating breakfast, you have to garner and champion for petitions. You got to get on the phone and make phone calls. You know, you're setting up meetings with members of government. You're attending a rally or a protest. You're dispelling myths online from the media. And you just found out about a recent execution of a case that you were following, and it feels like you quite literally got punched in the gut. It feels like your heart was literally ripped out in your chest. But you only have 1 hour to get your talking points together because you got to go on the news and talk about something that you're still grieving over. And when that's done, you get on a Zoom call, and it's with your fellow activist, and it's like midnight. And you open the Zoom, and this is a real life story for myself, and you open that Zoom call, and you see a mother, and she's rocking her newborn baby to sleep with her headset on and her Excel open, and she's exhausted, probably from working her full-time job earlier that day. And I'll never forget, I quite literally shut off my video for a second, and there was like tears streaming down my face. And this wasn't grief, it was like this sense of pride. This unity, this pride in our community coming together and having each other's backs and rolling up our sleeves and doing whatever's possible and whatever we can possibly do. You know, it's those moments where, again, another true story, it's New Year's Eve, and I'm working on prisoner databases, and I'm trying to get some members of government to sponsor. And right at midnight, when the clock strikes 12, I get a FaceTime, and it's a member of parliament who's like, we're on board, we're gonna do this. So yeah, is there activist burnout? Absolutely. Is there sometimes too much work and not enough hands? Yes. Is there enough funding? No. Were we all as lucky as, you know, me, who created the circumstances to spend these few years strictly volunteering? Not everyone is able to quit their full-time jobs and do that. That's why we see a lot of people drop out in that sense. But, you know, it reminds me of, they recently did an interview with this NBA player from the Bucks, and they asked him a question. They said, you know, do you see this NBA season as a failure? And his answer was really important. He said, Michael Jordan played for 15 years, and he won 6 championships. Were the other 9 years considered a failure? No, there's steps to success. And yes, we don't have it all together, but the things that we're doing even in this room, once we get that united front, when we get our fundraising together, you know, we get all hands on deck, I think what we can create is beyond our wildest imaginations.
Speaking of the role of the diaspora and the West, What's the role of the Western world in the media and covering our revolution? And why has there been so much back and forth on disinformation and information regarding our movement?
That's a very, very important question, Mina. Like, I think like before the Women, Life, Freedom Revolution and before October 7th, a lot of people were wondering, like, why is the media not reporting? Like, either not reporting, or when they're reporting, it's lies, it's propaganda of the regime, what's going on. I saw it very, very clearly on the day my dad was kidnapped. And most people here in the room know, like, he's been an activist for so long. They all know each other for decades and decades that they've been there. So the news that came up when an activist was kidnapped in a different country, taken through state borders into Iran and held hostage, the news that was all over the world was terrorist ringleader arrested in Iran. And it was like on every major channel, on everywhere, terrorist ringleader, we're talking about an activist, arrested in Iran, excuse me, he was kidnapped. And we had to show like our proof of our Google tracker, where he was taken, everything. The moment we brought that up to the media that was reporting that, there was no corrections. They dropped the story, it was gone. So that's when you feel it on your own body, on your own family, like this. That's the moment that you understand this is not a mistake. This is not like, oops, they didn't understand this. This is deliberate propaganda of the Islamic regime. But your question was why? Why are they doing that? And every time we ask why, we're going closer to the resolution of what we can change. The why, and I think many other panelists before have described that, is the money. The media and the corporations that control the media, there are money cartels behind them. They make decisions based on money of billions and trillions of dollars. And once we understand that, we stop trying to correct them or like do anything that we're trying to do right now. We understand this is money. We had it in 1979 when this coup happened that they call a revolution. Media has the opportunity to zoom in on whatever they want and ignore the rest. So when you zoom in on a group of like protesters, you make the government of Iran look weak, and then you can build on that, and then you can say, oh, they're too weak to contain the communist threat that was going on at that time, so he must go. And this is the domino effect that you have going on, which is deliberate from the money cartels, from the people who are making deals with the Islamic regime, and then portrayed into the media. And that is our biggest problem that we have. But once we understand that, there's also good news. And we just had a panel about that, the economy panel here on NUFDI, the prosperity project that the Crown Prince was also talking about. There is money to be made inside of Iran. That's the good news, because the money cartels and the investors, the brokers of all of these deals that are influencing our media and our academia, they're not political. They don't care if Adolf Hitler is leading this, or if it's like Mother Teresa, or what kind of democracy, or if it's they don't care. They want to make their billions and trillions of dollars. So when you can show them that this regime is not stable, people in business are interested in stability. And when you show them then that this alternative that we have is very, very stable, they will shift course. And once they shift course, the media shifts course, everything falls like a domino effect, like it has done in 1979. That is the key to understanding why we put so much emphasis on what Parmida was just saying, the unity between the diaspora. It's not because we're so hippie and we all love each other. Like most of us, we hate each other. We have a lot of self-hate, you know? When we get up, we're like, ah, that person again. No, I'm just kidding. I love most of the people that I'm working with. They're fantastic people. We don't agree with each other on everything, but there's a lot of love because we know what we're doing it for. We know what every person is going through. The point is, we don't have to love each other. We don't have to agree with each other. We have to show the money cartels that are investing right now into the Islamic regime terrorists, that we can be a strong alternative. That is only possible when we show a united front. And the Islamic regime was very smart because they did that in 1979. They aligned the unholy alliances of like left and we have to understand that. So everybody who thinks unity is just because we all love each other, it is not. It is a war strategy, is a strategic way of influencing the money cartels, showing them this is a stable way of moving forward, and that's why we're doing that.
Marjan, I want to build off this disinformation campaign in the media. What do you think that this has done to women's life freedom as a whole? What kind of effect has it had on our movement in the last 2 years, and what is the importance of combating that?
So I just want to pull the lens back a little bit and analyze why the media has been so difficult, has it been an obstacle to the process of assisting the advocates and telling the stories of people who have been suffering. And I think that there are three major reasons for why the media has not been an asset, but it had rather been an obstacle to the problem, to the solution. And number one is, goes back to the whole fallacy of myth of a reform movement and a democratic system in Iran, where things can actually be discussed in an open forum, and rules can be changed and new laws can be implemented, and there is gradual and incremental ways to improve the lives of Iranian people, so we don't have to worry about it. And if we have to worry, if there are, number two, if there are any problems in Iran, we have caused it, beginning with Mossadegh. We in America are the number one reason why the Iranian society is in the situation that is in right now. And if we get involved, it will get worse. So the best thing we can do is number three. The best thing we can do is to engage in a diplomatic relationship with Iran, remove the sanctions so that the poverty problem in Iran will be eliminated. And if we do all of these things, then, then we can be absolved of our original sin of the so-called Mossadegh coup. And B, we will be nice Americans and we will have nice relationship with Iran and promote peace and stability in the region. So these have been the three principles of the media that has dominated the coverage of Iran for as long as I can remember. And so it really took the sacrifice of so many innocent people, the blinding of the eyes of so many innocent protesters, that finally, they decided to take off their own blinders and see a different and alternative situation. So we had a great period of true stories being told about Iran and about the movement and the continuation of this. But what I'm seeing right now is a reversal and a back to the past echo chamber narratives being represented again, beginning with the UN General Assembly and the media tour of Zarif and Pezeshkian, evidenced by the fact that when Zarif and Pezeshkian had their meeting, the press conference, so-called press conference, with reporters outside of the UN, guess who was not allowed to participate in those press conferences? Who wants to guess who was not allowed to participate in the press conference? Diaspora outlets. Persian language diaspora outlets were intentionally kept out of the conversation so that the 20-year-old media journalist, who's making $20,000, who is a newcomer to the face of journalism, could, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, could talk about peace, about message of brotherhood, message of disarmament and environmental improvement to the American people and English language audiences. Because they did not want the savvy Iranian reporters who have lived, many of them in Iranian prisons, in order to finally find a voice in a free country in America, in the diaspora outlets. They kept them out because they were afraid of their searing, difficult questions. So what can the media do right now? What can we do? What is the best way for us to use the media? Number one is to become a part of it. Yes, a lot of fringe media outlets, some of them with more questionable types of journalism, have emerged in the last few years. I think we need to polish them up. We need to make them a little bit more professional. We need to amplify their voices. not dwell in conspiracy theories. There are so many true, amazing, incredible, important stories that need to be told, that we don't need to really dwell in conspiracy theories to tell the stories of Iranian people. Stick to the truth and really work with the fringe or alternative media. I'm not going to call them fringe. Alternative media that is available to us, including Keynote, including Voice of America. I see representatives from different places, and I know Iran International was here today as well. So we need to work with them and also make sure that the English language content in those places are thriving. Let me differentiate. We have diaspora media and we have alternative English language media. We need to support both of them. Second, we need to give a voice to the Iranian activists and advocates, no matter how much experience they have, no matter when they entered the advocacy space. We need to support each other. We need to love each other more. I see this level of competition. Every time somebody new comes to the surface, we want to compete with them. Who's better, who's not? No, let's focus on camaraderie. Less competition, more camaraderie. Let's all follow each other. Let's all follow each other. My Twitter has been dead for the past few months. I don't know what's going on with it. Maybe because I call it Twitter. I don't know. And just acknowledge that it's okay to share this space. You know, there's a lot of burden. There's a lot of emotional burden in this work. And it's okay to hold each other's hands and pass it on and share the burden and share the microphone and the stage with one another. Oh, one last thing, sorry. The most important thing I wanted to say is we need young people to take jobs as journalists and enter the so-called mainstream journalism fields as well. It's not enough that we're working with the diaspora and the alternative media. We need people to work with the mainstream publications. Otherwise, our stories are not going to get told. Please, please. If there is a way to create scholarships for young people to become journalists, let's create that. If there are internships, let's figure it out. We need young people to enter the mainstream media.
I do want to flip the coin and talk about how we use media to our advantage during times like Women Life Freedom. Parmita, how have activists both in the diaspora and inside of Iran used different avenues like social media, poetry, art, film, music, so on, to change narratives, to bring attention to the revolution, to defy this disinformation? How impactful has this been, and why do you think the regime cracks down so brutally, specifically on artists?
That is a great question, actually. And I am in this space of music, and I always will say that art and music, from the beginning of time, have always been the lifeblood of movements. And this is why regimes fear them so much. It's something that's very difficult to neutralize. How can you stop someone from humming a song while washing the dishes? You know, I've seen such an outpouring just based on the spoken word pieces that I had released at the time. And, you know, just the solidarity. And, you know, Nina Simone always said that it's an artist's duty to reflect the times. And I like to think of art and music and film as the spoonful of sugar that helps the medicine go down. Like Mary Poppins says, it's a way to gift wrap some of the most charged, complex ideas in a way that's so sweet. And it meets people at the most visceral and emotional level that they're at. It's a way to distill anger, grief, solidarity, hope, change, and birth something that can go viral overnight, just like we saw Shervin's Barai song that won a Grammy and amassed, what was it, over 40 million views in 48 hours. And that was also with the power of digital media, because now that we have that to our advantage, things can catch like wildfire. And so regimes have cracked down, and they do crack down on our artists, our filmmakers. I mean, everyone has heard the case of Tumaj Salehi. It's just absolutely brutal, the brutality, the torture, the kidnapping, the death sentences. Salman Yassin, Jibin Shervin getting a death sentence, even though, you know, those were overturned. And so many nameless filmmakers, artists sitting in Iran's prisons right now, some of the greatest minds. And just the fact that they're there is a great indication of how powerful they are. So how powerful art is and how powerful music is, how we need to use that much more to our advantage. Because guess what? Art, music, these things, they surpass all class levels. You don't need a college degree to feel a song. You don't need to be in the highest level of society. You know, that's something that we can share. And for example, when I released my latest poem, someone had messaged me and said, you know, you and I, Parmita, we don't share the same political ideologies, but when I listened to that song, I forgot about all of that. And that's what's important, where I have people messaging me saying, you know, that line you wrote about, and give back the tears my father cried when he left Iran that day, made me cry as a grown man who is usually quite stoic as a person. It's the love that's sent from Sweden, Germany, Italy, all over the world. It's about taking, it's a way to take these messages to an international sphere. And it's a threat that regimes find very difficult to neutralize because it can't be contained.
We're running out of time, but I want to end this panel on a positive note. I feel like that's very important because as tough as this battle has been, I think we can all agree that the sense of pride that this revolution has given us, this like profound moment of love of country, love of Iran, is something to be just so, so proud of. And they're just, I don't even know. But how's the rest of the world supported this movement? What are some wins that the Women Life Freedom movement has seen over the last 2 years? This is an open question for any of you, all of you.
Who wants to start? I got a whole list of wins. Okay, I'll go for it since we're here. Where do we begin? Okay. Amazing seeing these global hashtags, hashtag Women Life Freedom, you know, hashtag Free Iran, just take over the internet. Like, I think that's a big win. You know, I have friends or colleagues who didn't even know where Iran was up on a map up until a couple years ago. I think just that re-education and that awareness is a huge piece. What about the athlete protests? Those are incredible. What about, you know, I know we all have our thoughts about the UN, but still, you know, the fact-finding mission, kicking Iran out of the UN Commission on the Status of Women. In Canada, I'm a proud Canadian, it was listing the IRGC just a few months ago, and I think that was a big win because it really sets a precedence for other G7 countries to follow suit. What about Iran in pulp culture, the musicians, the Grammys, on you know, red carpets across the world? But I would say that one of the biggest wins in my mind is, it reminds me of the poem from the 70s, "The revolution will not be televised." And the point of that was that the real revolution happens, it's that change in the mind. The real revolution is happening within us. It may not always look like 50,000 people's out on the street, but what it is that moment where a woman in Iran used to, you know, grab out for her keys and her hijab, and now she's only grabbing out for her keys. It's that cleric's daughter who stands up to her father. It's those small incremental changes, and I just actually wanted to finish off with a really quick quote, because this comes out from someone from Iran, and it's her name was published. It's Mashid from Isfahan. She says, "We may think the Women Life Freedom movement was suppressed before achieving a certain outcome, but a great revolution and transformation occurred in Iranian women and girls, and that was learning to fight against our fears. After the movement, I removed a thick layer of fear from myself. I learned to face my fears. The movement taught me that as a woman, I have much more important role than what society and the government have imposed on me. Around me, I see many people who in the last 2 years have had a positive change in their views on many issues, especially women's rights. Feminism grew even inside of men."
I think we're almost out of time, so I try to say it very shortly. I think what we have seen in the last 2 years is this unity that we're talking about, how effective it is. For 45 years, we've been divided by the regime on purpose because they know when we're coming together, we are stronger than the regime and they will go down. So this is why they're investing 150,000 cyber army trolls to go out there and push us against each other, and all of these other techniques and money they're investing in the diaspora wars that they want us to have. But we're smarter than that and we look through it. And what we have seen, though, since the Women, Life, Freedom Revolution is when we're working together, what can happen? Parmida just said, like, Canada finally put the IRGC on the terrorist list. We made a law in America. We have the MASA law. Okay, they haven't enacted it, but like we didn't do that before. We have the fact-finding mission. Again, we had the first time that the UN even paid attention to what's going on in the regime. We have influence on the media, how we're changing them from saying Iran before and not distinguishing in, to Iran now, and now we're telling them it's not Iran, we are Iran, these are the Islamic regime occupiers. It's going there because we're all pulling on the same string and we're going all in the same directions. Two places where even Georgetown, where for the first time after 45 years, the entire diaspora came together. And I know people think this was a failure and this was bad and we should not talk about it. That was the moment the regime was trembling. And you could feel it until here, because we saw all of the diaspora and propaganda and everything that went on after that, including October 7th that went on after that, because they were terrified by this thing. And that's where education comes in. We have our platforms on Educate America, and we have a podcast, War and Freedom podcast, where we go into history and we look at what has worked before and what hasn't worked before. And we looked, for example, at the French resistance after the Nazi regime. There was a decentralized movement of all of the people inside of the country. There was a decentralized movement of all of the fractions of the diaspora outside. And there was a centralized force of General de Gaulle, who brought together the diaspora, all of the fractions that hated each other, to form a government in exile, and that was possible to go in and then liberate France. How long did it take him? How many meetings? It took him from 1941 to 43 to do that. That is 3 years of all of these Georgetowns coming together, and doing that. So this was the first step. It was not a failure, it was a success, the first step into the right direction of building that. Plus, and this is my last point, we don't have to sit aside and look at the biggest leaders and wait for them to do something. We're also doing initiatives where NGOs, where activists are connected. We're building a network of NGOs from Europe to Australia to Canada to here, to support the leadership, to support the biggest voices. We, as grassroots, can come together, form our connections, and then every time we want to do something, change the policies on hostage-taking, change the sanctions, change laws, we can use these networks and put political pressure into each and every one of these countries that need to change.
I'm just going to add, even though I want to share a very positive note, I'm just going to use a cautionary piece of advice here for us. And maybe that should inspire us. In my prediction, our work is just about to get started. I think our work is about to get started at a different level. It could be harder, but it could also be a lot more promising. In the past 2 years, we have engaged a lot of new audiences who are interested in learning more about Iran and about the Iranian movement. And we need to make sure that we keep in touch with those contacts, that we keep those individuals engaged in the conversation before the new emerging NIACs and the emerging Islamic Republics lobby don't get to them. They are a captive audience. And if we are not holding on to them, others will go and get them. They will be up for grabs, and you know that they may not have all the information that they need to have in order to make the right decisions and in order to stand in the right side. They will believe that just fighting for removal of sanctions is the best way to advocate for the Iranian people. And they will fight for it, and they will go on a train to Washington, D.C. to lobby for that. if we do not go after them, if we do not get them. So let's work on them. That's number one. Number two, we need to be careful with the fact that the Iranian regime was so threatened by this movement, so upset about the young people's energy and the rebellion against the regime, that on the start of the school year, they go and say, we need to implement more prayer. We need to integrate more prayer into our educational system so that the kids could ask God to give them what the government is not going to give them. By a way to just tame them and keep them quiet and make them shut up, to prevent another rebellion. This means that the job of networks and information provision, the satellite, whatever we can send to Iran to provide information, to keep the mines open, to counter the regime's propaganda and the closure of the mines will be countered. This is essential because without a next generation that is guided by that light of freedom, there is no more movement. So we need to make sure that they are going to continue to feel the fire and to continue to movement. And then lastly, I think we need to engage the government. It doesn't matter if the Republican government gets elected, if it's a democratic system. They can all make mistakes. Don't get me wrong. Don't be so hopeful that one side is going to be better than the other. No, or one side is going to be worse. Both sides could make mistakes unless we are engaged, unless we are talking to the representatives on bipartisan level. This is not about Democrats and Republicans. This is about America's safety down the line and the lives of millions of people in the region. So let's keep with the fight. We will win. Yes, I am optimistic about that, but we have to work at it. It's not going to come easy.
Thank you very much to Paramita, Azadeh, Marjan, and Nina for a wonderful panel. Please welcome back to the stage NUFDI Vice President Kamran Khansarinia.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us for the first day of the Iran conference. Very briefly here at the end, particularly for those watching online, perhaps less so for those in the room, those who are not so familiar with Washington, it's good to know that the speakers that we've had throughout the day, leading government officials from previous administrations, representatives from the major think tanks across Washington, D.C., each and every one of them came here to support the people of Iran, came here to support U.S. national interests, and each and every one of them did it without receiving a single dollar. Every other organization... There are organizations and cults that you're well familiar with who will pay others hundreds of thousands of dollars for a 5-minute speech. So we're very, very thankful to each and every one of our remarkable speakers who gave us more than an hour of their time for absolutely free. And for those groups who reached out to our speakers and urged them to cancel their appearance here today, we thank our speakers for continuing to be here and for standing on the Iranian people's side. And very lastly, there's one person who has stayed in the room the entire time, while others left perhaps after a keynote speaker, and stayed with you, lovely people. And she does it every year, and that's Princess Yasmin Pahlavi, who has stayed here and to listen to every single speaker and every single panel, and we're immensely honored that she would do that and spend her time with us. We look very much forward to joining you tomorrow, so please be back here bright and early at 8 a.m. Enjoy some drinks tonight. There's a great bar in the hotel's lobby, and we'll see you here tomorrow. Thank you.